Hello everyone, welcome to this course in which we will be creating a full stack hotel booking web app using Next.14, React, Typescript, Shadcn components with TailwindCSS for UI, Clerk for Auth, Prisma and My SQL database for handling the data, Zustand for handling global state, Uploadthing for images, and we will also be processing payments using Stripe. We will call our application Stay Savvy, and in this particular episode I want to give you a walkthrough of this particular application, and you'll see everything that we will be creating in this particular course. Right here at the NavBar, we have this search input where we can search for any hotel. Let's search for this Forest Hotel right here. I can just say Forest, and these will filter down the hotels that have Forest in their name. We have this clear filter that will remove the search from our URL. Another thing is that we'll be able to filter by location. So right here, I can select a country. We will have this drop down, which is really awesome. So I can say Kenya, and I filter those hotels that are in Kenya, and we see it's 2 of them. And you can see right here, this is in Mombasa, this is in Nairobi. Let's say that I wanted the hotels that are in Nairobi, so I can also filter by state and city. So here I select a state, I say Nairobi. So that will give us the hotels that are in Nairobi city, and for city it will just be Nairobi. Before I clear filter, you'll see the query look like this. So we have city Nairobi, country KE, state 30. That is right, the code for the state. In Kenya we call them counties. So here I'll click on clear filter, and that will remove the filters again, and we get back to this. Now on this side right here, you'll see that we'll be able to implement light and dark mode in this particular application. So we can change to light, dark, or system. System is the default for your machine. So I'll go with the dark, and then right here I have this drop down where we have various links. So we'll be able to add a hotel. We'll be able to see the hotels that I own, and also we'll be able to see bookings that I have made and those bookings that other people have made on our properties. Right here we have this icon, and this is for authentication, and again we'll be making use of Clerk for auth. So right here I'll be able to sign out, and you'll see now we have this sign in and sign up button, and also we don't have those links that I was seeing before because we are not logged in. So if I click on sign up, we will have this where you can create an account with email and password, or you can use Google for Auth. So I'll come to sign in, and I'll sign in with one of my Google accounts. So I am logged in again, back right here, and you can click on manage account, and from here you can actually add an email or change the primary email and so on. Another thing is that whenever we click a hotel like this, we'll be able to see more details about it, the location, country, state, city, more details about the location, more details about the hotel. We'll be able to list the different amenities in this particular hotel, and also we'll be able to show the different rooms in this particular hotel, their prices, and whether we like to be offered breakfast or not. Then also we'll be able to pick a date right here, and as you can see, some dates are blocked because they are already reserved or booked. Okay, so we can't like select them, and we are also calculating right here for the different days. So if I click from 27 to 30, you'll see those are 3 days. It's changing the price, and if I click this checkbox, it will also include the breakfast. Okay, and that will give us the total. So before we book a room, let's see how we can actually create or add a hotel right here in our listing. I'll come right here and I'll click on add hotel, and we will be able to give our hotel a name, and I'll say mountain hotel. So maybe it's near a mountain. And another thing is that we'll be performing some data validation. So if I click on create, you'll see we have all these marked as red, and we also have the description of the error, which is awesome. So right here we need to have a description, so I'll copy that, and as you can see, whenever I add the description, that error is also gone, which is cool. You can select the different amenities in this hotel. So I'll say we have a gym, we have a bar, a restaurant, you can go for bike riding, we have movie nights, we have a coffee shop, we also have swimming pool and free Wi-Fi, and you can also list as many amenities as you want right here. So for images, I can click on choose an image, and I can choose any of the images. I'll go with this one, and I'll click on open, and that will upload the image, and you can see you are seeing the progress like that, which is awesome. Image uploaded, and then it takes a few seconds before it shows, and we see it here. We'll also have this X, which will actually remove the image from the state and also from Uploadthing. Now right here you can select where the hotel is located. I can go with Afghanistan right there, then I can go with this first one right there, and the city, this first one right there. So we'll also be able to create these selectors like that. You can give more details about the location. In this case, I don't know anything about Afghanistan, so I'll just paste these and I create the hotel. Once the hotel is created, you'll see that we have this message right here. One last step. Your hotel was created successfully, but please add some rooms to complete your hotel setup, which is awesome. And here we have other buttons where we can delete this hotel. We can view the hotel. So if I click on view, that will take us to these more details where we were before, but now we don't have any rooms. So I go back, and right here we have update, so we can update something. Maybe it's not hotel, it's a motel. And if I click on update, that will actually update our hotel. And let's add a room. Just call it double room because it has like many beds. Also, I don't want to keep on typing this description. So this is now the description for a room. What do you offer for this room? Does it have a balcony? It has a mountain view, it has a TV, it is soundproofed, it's air conditioned. So you can list the different things in this particular room. You can choose an image for a room. I'll choose any, I'll choose this one, open, and that will also upload our image to Uploadthing. And then right here you can enter the price. Let's say it's $100 to be in this room. You can say the bed count. Let's say we have one bed here and we have 2 guests allowed in this particular room. Bathroom count is 1. You can say the breakfast price, let it be $20 for breakfast. Do we have any king size bed? We have 1, and we don't have any queen size bed. And I go ahead and create that room. Okay, bed count, I don't know why these did not update. Create, and it's creating. And once it's created, we have that room added right here with all the amenities, images, and so on. We can also delete this room, and amazingly we can also edit it. So if we edit, let's say it's a single room, since we only have one bed, and we come down here and we update. And once we update, you see it's now single room. So this is how we'll be adding the rooms. And now when I click the view here, you'll see that we are having our hotel rooms right here, and we can actually book the room, which is awesome. So now let's see how we can perform a booking. All we need to do is to select a date. Let's say we'll be going on a vacation next weekend, so therefore we'll select like that. We include breakfast and we click on book a room. So we get to this payment form where we'll process payment using Stripe. So we have the room that we are booking for, and also we have the details right here for our booking. The amazing thing is that these will actually create a booking, but that booking will not be reserved because it is not yet paid for. So if I come right here and go to my bookings, here I see the bookings I have made, and it's there are many of them because I have been testing. And down here we'll also see the bookings that visitors have made on our property. So these are the bookings that other people have made on our hotels if we have some. Okay, in this case I have both, and you can see this is the one that we are trying to book for, Mountain Motel. This is the one that we just created in Afghanistan, and you can see it's not yet paid, and therefore the room is not yet reserved. But we can actually pay now, and once we click pay now, it will take us back to this form. So let's complete payment for this one. I'll come right here and I'll give some dummy details. Then we'll enter a card, which is a test card, 424242 4444, any future date and any CVC while we are in this room, and we can process the payment. These will take some time, and you can see payment success. If I click on view booking, we are back here, and now our Mountain Motel single room, it's paid for, and that room is now reserved, which is awesome. If I come right here and we view this one, Mountain Motel, and I try to book again, you'll see these dates are blocked now because we have reserved them. Okay, so this is the application that we will be creating in this entire course. We'll be able to create filters, we'll be able to list them, upload images, we'll be able to work with TailwindCSS and Shadcn for UI, we'll work on Auth, and so much more. So in the next episode, let's get started with creating this particular application. In this episode, I want us to start by creating our Next.14 application. And since we will be using Shadcn components for UI, that is why you see me on this particular website, ui.shadcn.com. So what you need to do is to go to documentation, then you go to installation. From here you can select Next.js as the framework, and we'll have instructions of how we can go about creating a Next.13 application, and also adding Shadcn UI to our application. So the first step is to create the application using this command, and I can copy and I click on npm. I have this folder right here called Stay Savvy. This will be the folder for our application, and what I like to do is to open this folder with command prompt on Windows, and you should make sure that that folder is in small cap. So right here I'll type cmd, hit enter, and from here I'll say code space and a period, hit enter, and that opens that folder on Visual Studio Code. From Visual Studio Code, I can click right here, go to terminal, and create a new terminal. So we'll be using this new terminal right here for every other command. So I'll paste whatever we copied, but I don't want to call our application my app. I want the name to be the name of this particular folder. Therefore, I'll go back using the arrow here. Then I'll delete my app, and I will use a period. And now when we do this, when we hit enter, the name of our application will be the name of this folder right here. So I hit enter. Now, would you like to use SRC directory? I'll say no. Would you like to use app router? I'll say yes. Now this is like the new version of Next.js. It's available in Next.13 as an unstable version, and in Next.14 it's stable. So we'll go ahead and say yes. Would you like to customize the default import alias? I'll actually say yes, so that we use at default import alias. And right here I'll go with at, and as you can see, it have already started installing Next.js and all these other dependencies that we will need. So this might take some time. Now going back to the website, we will have this other command right here, which we will use to add Shadcn to our project. But let's first wait for this to complete and see what we have. So now we have successfully installed Next.js and we have created our application right here. And to test if everything is okay, we can run this application by saying npm run dev, and this will start the server on our localhost 3000. So control, then click, and that will open the application on your default browser. So this is what you should be seeing after a successful installation and creation of the project. Next is to add Shadcn. So I'll come back here and I'll copy this command for npm, and then I will come right here. I can stop the server using Control C, then I'll paste that command and hit enter. This will ask us a bunch of questions. Would you like to use TypeScript? And I'll say yes. Which style would you like to use? I'll go with the default, and then here you can choose your default base color. Here I'll go with slate, and then where is your global CSS file? It's in app stroke global CSS, right? We can confirm that by clicking on app, and this is our global CSS file. So I'll go ahead and hit enter right here. Would you like to use CSS variables for colors? Yes. Where is your Tailwind config.js? So if you come right here, you'll notice that we have Tailwind config, but it is not .js, it is .ts. So right here you can click on tab to make that line active, then you'll remove JS and say TS, okay, and then you will hit enter. Configure the import alias for components, say yes. Configure the import alias for utils, say yes. Are you using React Server components? Say yes. Write configuration for component.json. I'll just actually click yes. So it's installing Shadcn in our application. So success and project initialization is complete. Now if you go to tailwindconfig.ts, there are a bunch of stuff that were added here for Shadcn, and we don't need to actually worry about this file for now. So just close that, and we can run the application again and see if there were any changes that Shadcn did to our app. So npm run dev. I'll go back right here, go to this, and let's refresh. And as you can see, it's no longer dark mode. It changed to this because we installed Shadcn library. So now if you come to app and then you go to page, so this is like the home page for our application. This is what is showing on our browser. Then layout, this is like where our app begins. This is where we import the fonts and so on and structure our application. For now, all I want to do is to come to page, and we'll actually clean everything that is right here, starting from this main tag all the way to the very bottom, and I'll use shift click, then delete everything. Then right here I'll say div, and we can say home page like that, and I'll also remove this import like that. I save that file. Then right here you'll see we have this components folder. This was added by Shadcn, and what it did is that whenever we install a certain component from Shadcn, it will automatically show in right here. So let me show you a brief example so that you understand how Shadcn works. So if I come back right here, you'll see now we just have homepage, and we go to Shadcn now. We have this components tab, so we go to components, and from here you'll see that we have the different components: alert, alert dialog, badge, button. We have all these components which we'll be making use of to build up our application. And right now if I click on button, so this is how we make use of Shadcn components. We scroll down here, we install a component each at a time. So if I click on here, we can click on npm, and if we come back right here, we can open a new terminal here. So we have two now, and we'll be keeping one open so that we can install those Shadcn components. And if I click enter, that will install our button and add it to this components folder in our application. So this might seem like a lot of work, but Shadcn is very powerful because these components are highly customizable using TailwindCSS, and also it makes our app to be lightweight because we only bring in components that we need and we don't care about those components that we don't need. So if you see now here at components, we now have UI and we have this button right here, which is highly customizable. You can come right here and change some stuff, change the colors and so on, which is really awesome. So if I come here to the page, we can actually show a button easily. We can now say right here button, and you can see we have this recommendation from components UI button. When I click on that, and you can check on how to use this button in this documentation. So if I scroll down here, you'll see the way you import it and the way you use it. So we have different variants. So we have an outline, we have a link, we have the primary button, and so on. So for this primary, if I click on code, all we need to do is to say button, then we include the text in there. So right here, if I say home and I save and we come back to our application right here, you'll see now this button was added right here, and we can have some various props right here like variant, and we have the various variants. We have primary, we have secondary, so you can add it as secondary and it will change to this. It have a light background. We also have outline. We save and you'll see now it's an outline, and many more. We have also, we can display it as a link. We save and it's a link. When I hover, it's underlined. You can also show it as a ghost, meaning that it will not have any styles. It will display as text, but it's still a button. So yeah, we have these Shadcn components and this is how we will be using them. But for now, before we start building up our UI using Shadcn, I want us to add authentication in our application. So next, we will start seeing how we can add authentication using Clerk Auth. In this episode, we will add authentication in our application and we'll be making use of Clerk Auth. Clerk makes it very easy for us to add authentication. So all you need to do is to go to clerk.com and then you'll create an account. Once you create an account, you'll have this button here saying dashboard. So I'll just click on dashboard. So once I click on dashboard, you'll see this is the test application that I have been using before. So what you'll need to do is to create a new application, and then from here you'll give your application a name, and in this case let's call it Stay Savvy. And here you'll select the different providers, and the popular one is email address and Google login, but you can select all these even more, including GitHub, LinkedIn, Microsoft Discord, and so much more. So Clerk makes it easy for us to use all these options, and I'll just go with the defaults, which is email address and Google, and I'll just click on create application. Once you create the application, you'll see right here you have the different options for the different frameworks that you can use. So if you click on remix, you'll see the guide changes, and in this case we are working on Next.js. So the first thing that we need to do is to take these API keys and add them to our .env file. So I'll copy these API keys, then I'll open my VS Code, and right here you can see they say .env.local, but we'll make use of the .env file because that is also the default for our Prisma. So right here at the root, create a new file and you can call it .env, and right here you can paste those particular keys just like that, and save. Now another thing, if your application will be public on GitHub, you can ignore the .env right here. So you can ignore .env so that it's not added to GitHub whenever you push your code to GitHub. Now let's go back to our browser here and we can continue in docs. So actually the docs will guide us through each step that we need to do. And as you can see right here, the first step is to install Clerk. So copy this command and open your terminal. So to open a terminal, you can use Ctrl+J, and I'll paste that command right here and hit enter. I'll go back right here, and then the second step is to set up the API keys, which we already did. So we will skip this step and go to the third one here. Wrap your app in Clerk provider, and that is at our layout. So we will import a Clerk provider from @Clerk Next.js. Then we will wrap our entire app with it. So I'll copy this, go to our app, then layout, and right here we need to wrap everything with our provider component from Clerk. So right here I'll bring in the Clerk provider from Clerk, and we can use this to wrap this particular app. Just like that. At HTML, you can add a prop called suppress hydration warning. So Clerk sometimes have a lot of hydration warnings, and we can suppress those warnings by using that prop. Okay, so let's go back right here and we scroll now. Require authentication to access your app. So we need to create a middleware file which we will include this particular content. So let's create this middleware.ts at the root of our application, and then I can just copy the content of this and we will include it right there. So at the root again right here, you can add a new file and we'll say middleware.ts, hit enter, and right here paste everything like that. And right here we will be adding some options, for example specifying the public route later on, but for now this is all that we need to do. So I'll go back right here and you'll see here embed the user button. Okay, for now we can skip this. This actually shows the logged in user and provides some other options, and what I'm looking for is the sign in and sign up, how to set them up. So custom sign up and sign in page, we need to go in here and we build our custom sign up and sign in page. So we need to do it at stroke sign up, and then we have this syntax right there and page.tsx. We need to have a route that looks like this. Okay, so we'll go back to VS Code here. I can minimize everything here, and inside the app we will use a folder that groups our route right here. So use these brackets, round brackets, and we say Clerk. And once we use these round brackets, this Clerk folder will not be part of our route. We are just using it to group our auth routes. Okay, so in here we will add a new folder and we will call it sign up, and then inside this sign up folder we will add yet another folder, and this is where we use square brackets and another square brackets, and then in here we'll have dot dot dot, 3 dots, and we'll say sign up again, just like that. We hit enter. Then inside this one we will add page.tsx file, and right here is where we will include this content, just like that. So I'll copy that, then I'll paste it here. Okay, we will do a similar thing for sign in. So inside Clerk, add a new folder and call it sign-in. Then we create another folder, use square brackets and in this square brackets we'll have yet another square brackets, then let's have dot dot dot, and we'll say sign hyphen in. In here we create a file, we say page.tsx, and we come back to the browser here. So I'll copy that and I'll come back right here and I'll paste what we have there, and I'll go ahead and save. So by this we have created the sign in page and the sign up page, and as you can see we are using these components that come from Clerk Next.js, and they'll build up our form, the entire form. So this is why Clerk is so easy to use. And then another thing, we need to update our environment variables. So when we are not logged in, we specify the sign in URL, the sign up URL, and also we specify the routes that we go to whenever we are logged in or whenever we sign up. So I'll copy these and I'll come back right here and go to .env file and we paste everything right there. Now another thing that you need to notice that this route depends on how we named our routes right here. Okay, remember you can customize them. You can call this one login, this one register. Then if you use that, you'll need to also specify right here those particular routes. Okay, very nice. So now at this point we can actually test our application. So if I come back right here and we try to go to localhost 3000 where our application is running, you'll notice that it is taking us to the sign-in page. It is redirecting us to the sign-in page, and that is because we added Clerk Auth, okay, which is really awesome. So we now have this where we can actually sign in for us to visit the home page. So let's go ahead and I log in with a Google account. And once I log in, you can see that is when we are actually being able to see this particular content, okay, whatever is at our homepage. But we want the homepage to be a public URL. We want like anyone to be able to visit our application just like this, even if they are not logged in. Okay, so let me sign out right here. So this is the application that we are working on. So we want everyone to be able to navigate even if we are not logged in. I don't know why it didn't sign out. And also to be able to see hotel details even if they are not logged in, and we'll require them to be logged in only when they are booking, or when creating a hotel we'll require them to log in, and so on. So to do this, I told you we can make use of the middleware. So if I come back to the code, we can go to the middleware TS right here and we can add some public routes. So here we'll say public routes, and I'll use a full colon and I include these square brackets. The first public route, we want the homepage to be a public route, and the other one is the hotel details. So therefore we'll want this route hotel hyphen details stroke full colon ID to be also a public route. Remember, this will be the route for a hotel. So if I come back right here and we go right here, we click on one of the hotels, you'll notice this is the route, so stroke hotel, and then right here we have the ID of that particular hotel like that. So that is why we say right here stroke ID. And then another thing right here, we need to include this one. So we will require this later on, not right now. When creating a hotel, we will need to make a stroke API stroke uploadthing to be a public route. So we will be making use of this to upload images, and we can include it right now right here, and I hope you remember. If you don't, I'll make sure to remind you then. So I'll go ahead and save that particular file. Okay, and now even if we are not logged in our application, actually we can't sign out right now, so we need to add that particular button for sign out. So let's do that first. So what we will do is that I can minimize everything, and at the components here I'll add a new folder and I will call this one layout. Inside the layout I'll add a new file and I'll call this one navbar and dot tsx. This navbar will be a client component, so use client, and then we can create it stateless functional component. So this will give us this template, and we can say navbar. So for that shortcut, if you want to make use of it, stateless functional component, you can go to extensions, and you can make use of simple React snippets. So simple React snippets, it should show up right here. This one. So this is the extension that I am using for that shortcut. So if you scroll right here, you should be able to see the shortcuts right here. If it's a class component, CC, functional component, this one, stateless functional component, this one. So this is the one that I am actually using, SFC, and it creates that snippet. Okay, so that is just by the way, right here you'll have a div, and in here we can now actually add the user button that comes from Clerk and Next.js. So if I come back to the documentation, we had skipped that particular step. So if I click back one step here, we should be able to see it. We need to add this particular button, user button. So we import it like this. So I'll just import it like that. Right here, we import the user button from Clerk Next.js. Then we make use of it just like this. Okay, so I'll copy that, then I'll come back right here, and I'll actually paste it there, and I save. So user button, after sign out URL, it goes to homepage. So now we need to hook this navbar to our app for us to see that effect. So I go to app, layout, and right here I'll add our navbar. So I'll say navbar, and this will come from add components. This is the import alias that we configured when creating our application, and we do it like that. So I save. Now we should be able to see a user button from Clerk. So I come back to this app, and let's refresh. So we see it right here, and we already have some hydration errors. So these are Clerk hydration errors, and actually I haven't figured out how to completely resolve them. So just click X there, but you'll see that right here we have this user button, and when I click on it, you can actually manage your account right here, and so much more. Another thing, we can be able to sign out. So if I click sign out, that will log us out. Okay, and once we are logged out, we will see that now we are able to actually access this particular route, which is the home page, because we added it at our middleware to be a public URL or a public route. Now another thing that we can do right here, if we go to sign in, just like that, you'll notice that this sign in is at the very end right here. Okay, it's not at the center as we would like it to be. So how we can resolve that is that this Clerk right here, we can add a default layout for it specifically. So we'll add a new file inside Clerk, and we will say layout.tsx. right here, stateless functional component, hit enter, and we can say this is the Clerk layout, just like that. Then right here we'll add maybe a div, and right here we'll say class name, and we'll say h to be screen. So this is the height to be the entire screen. We'll flex the items, and items will be at the center. And another thing is that justify will be center, just like that. And now right here, what we will pass is the children. So here we'll say children. Oops, it should not be imported from anywhere. This should be children. We should accept that as prop. So here I'll say children, like that. And we can add a type for this. So right here we'll say full colon, and we'll say children will be of type React node. just like that. Now what this will do is that these children will actually wrap our routes right here. Okay, so it will wrap the sign up page and it will wrap the sign in page, and then these styles will be applied for them to be actually at the center. So if I come back right here, look, it's actually now at the very center. And if you go to stroke sign up, you will see that it's also at the center. Look, very nice. In this episode, I want us to work on our NavBar so that we have a nice structure like this one. So on light mode, it will be like that. On dark mode, it will be like that. The first thing that we can do is to display the name of the application at the top here together with that icon. So the first thing that I have done is to download the icon. You'll go to the layout and we will customize our metadata. So instead of create next app right here, we will make use of stay savvy. So stay savvy, and right here we will add a better description. You can add a more detailed one, but I'll just say book a hotel of your choice, just like that. And now for us to add that icon so that it shows at the top there, I'll say right here icons, and I'll use a full colon. I can use these curly brackets, and I'll say icon full colon, and right here I'll say that this is at stroke logo.svg. okay, and I go ahead and save. Now still it doesn't show, and I think we need to delete this favicon right here, which is for Next.js. So I'll go ahead and delete that one. I delete, and let's refresh, and look, it shows at the top right there. So for now, ignore these hydration errors. I don't think they'll be causing any major issues, so let's just proceed. Okay, now we have that part done. We can proceed. We will go back to our navbar component. So inside components, layout, navbar, right here, I'll add a class name, and we'll say sticky top 0, and we'll add a border. Then we'll say border color, so border at the bottom, and we'll specify the color will be primary, and we'll say stroke 10, and then right here we'll say bg is secondary. Now I'll go ahead and save, and we come back right here, and you'll see now we have that border like that, and we will create a container so that our navbar, you see it has some spacing at the very end. And if our screen was larger, actually my screen is larger, it's just that I have highly zoomed in. So if I happen to zoom out, you'll notice that we have spacing at the end and the container here remains intact. Okay, so I will reset that. Right at the components, at the root of components, I'll add a new file, and I'll say container.tsx. Right here, stateless functional component, we'll say container, and right here let's add a div. This div will accept children, so children, and we bring in those children as props. So children, we add the type for this one. They will be of type react.reactNode. Inside this div, we will add a class name, and we'll say max-width of 1920px. We will say width is full, and margin along the x-axis will be auto XL. On larger screens, we want to add some padding along the x-axis of 20, and right here I'll add a default padding along the x-axis of 4 and along the y-axis of 4. So that will be our container component. We bring it in our navbar. So right here we'll make use of that container. Make sure it's from stroke container. We have these other ones, so make sure it's the correct one. And we wrap our content now with this particular container. Go ahead and save. Okay, now if I check, our app looks like this, which is weird. This is our navbar. Then we have this extra content right here. So that extra content is coming from this page, this default page right here. So app page, but basically our navbar should be at the top even if we have this particular content. Therefore, let's go to the layout here and we'll change how we are working with our navbar. The thing is, inside the body here, I'll do like this. I'll bring in our navbar to be inside the body, and then I'll actually add a main tag. So I'll say main, and I take my navbar and the children in there. First of all, I'll save to auto format. By the way, I'm using Prettier to auto format in case you are wondering, and I have set it to auto format on save. So this is the structure so far. We have the main, and then we have the navbar and children in here. What I'll do is that I'll add a class name to this main, and I'll say flex. Then I'll flex column mean height will be screen, and then we'll set a bg of secondary. So this is supposed to be flex, and I go ahead and save. And right now you can already see that our navbar have shifted to the top here, and also I'll be wanting this to occupy the entire of this section after the navbar. So right now, if I say here section, and I take our children in here, and I happen to save, let's add a class name right here to test. So I'll say class name, and I'll say bg -red -500, and when I save, you'll notice that this is our main content, but it's occupying only this distance. I want it to occupy the rest of the spacing just after our navbar. So to do that, at this section tag, we will add a class name of flex -grow. I save, and now that occupies the rest of the spacing, and we can remove this color now. That was just for testing. So yeah, very nice, and I save. So now we have the navbar at the top. Content will be right here where we will list our hotels. I'll close that file, go back to the navbar, and we can continue now working on our navbar. So the first thing that we need to have right here is our logo, just like this. Then we'll have this sign in and sign up buttons on this side, and whenever we are logged in, we'll show this user button. Okay, so I will start with the logo here, and I'll do that by adding a div. Inside this div, we'll be having two things, the image and another div for the name. So right here, we can add the image just like that. This image accepts several props. Actually, we should be importing this image from next image. So make sure it's from next image and not from Lucid React. I import that. Then this src will be equal to stroke logo.svg, and it expects us to have an alt. We'll say this is the logo, and then right here we'll have a width. We'll set the width to 30, and it also expects us to have a height. Okay, make sure you close nicely, a height, and we'll set the height to be also 30. I save, and that should show the image right there, which is awesome. And now we need to have another div right here, and this will say stay savvy, which is now the name of the hotel. You can give it a nice font and so on, but I'll just leave it like that. So right here we'll add a class name, and we can just say font to be bold, then text to be XL, and we now have this stay savvy just like that. So they need to be side by side. So right here at the parent div, we add a class name. We'll say flex, and then we will have items at the center. We'll add a gap of 1. Cursor will be pointer. If I save, you'll see now they are side by side. Right here, whenever we click on the logo, so we'll add an on-click event. So whenever we click on the logo, I want us to go to the home page. So I'll do this, then I'll have an arrow function, and I'll say router.push. I invoke that and I'll go to the home page. Now we don't have this router, therefore we need to bring it in. So we'll make use of the use router hook. So before the return statement, just say use router. Make sure you bring it in from next navigation and you invoke it. Once you invoke it, you'll say const router is equals to use router, and that will clear the error, and I save. So whenever we click on this, it will always take us to the home page, which is good. Yeah, that is it for this logo part. The next part that we can add is this sign in and sign up. We will work on this later on when adding the dark and light mode. So right here, I'll be having another div. I'll have a div again here, and this now will be for the theme toggle. So we'll work on that later on. And then right here, we will have the user button. So let's add that user button like that. And if we are not logged in, we will have the sign in and the sign up button. So how do we know if we are logged in or not? So Clerk provides some hooks which we can use to get the user ID. So at the top here, just after our router, we can have const, and we will extract user ID, and we'll say that this is from use of, and this use of comes from Clerk Next.js, and we invoke that. And now we have a user ID right here. So if we don't have a user ID, that means that we are not logged in. And if you are not logged in, we will show the sign in and the sign up button. So right here, let's just perform a check, and we'll say user ID and. So if that is true, let's have these React fragments, and we'll show now a button. Remember, we had installed this button from Shadcn, so bring it in, and you can also actually duplicate it like that. This will be sign in, and this one will be sign up. Right here, we will have variants. So the variant for sign in will be outline, and then for sign up will be the default variant. We can also add a size for the button. So I'll say size will be SM, meaning small. Then the size for this one will also be SM. Now another thing is that we will need to add the on-click events. So right here, we'll say on-click, and we'll pass the router here dot push. This will take us to the sign in page. So sign -in. I can just copy this on click just like that, and I include it right here, and this will take us to sign up. If I save, it doesn't show, and that is because we made a mess here. We will say if user does not exist, that is when we want to show these two, and I save. And now look, we have sign in here, and we have the sign up right there. Here at this div, I'll add a class name, and we'll say flex. Then we'll have a gap of 3, and we'll say items to the center. I save, and that will add some spacing between the two and also the theme. Now another thing is that this logo and this right here, so basically this logo in this section should be side by side. So we will wrap the two with a div. So right here we'll say div, and I'll take these two sections and I'll move them in there just like that, and we'll add some class names to this parent div. Okay, so we'll say class name, we will flex, so that will already take them to be side by side like that. Then we will justify between, and that will create the space between them just like that. So we now have the logo here, sign in and sign up on the other side, which is really cool. We can also add items to be center. So now we have this. Let's sign in. I'll continue with Google, and once I am logged in, you'll see now at the end here we have this user button instead of the sign in and the sign up, so we can manage our account from there. Really awesome. Now at the middle here we will be having a search bar. Right now it's not visible because I hide it on small screens, but if we go on a larger screen, you'll see we have that search bar, and we can actually go ahead and include it right now, even though we won't like write all the logic for it. Okay, so for now I save this right there, and Control B to open this right here, and I'll go to components. At the root of components, I'll add a new file called search input.tsx, just like that. And right here we'll say status functional component, just like that, and we'll say this is the search input. This will have a div, and it will also be a client component, so use client like that. I go ahead and save. For this search bar, we'll make use of an input component from Shadcn. So right here, if I click on the tab here, scroll down, you can look for the input component, and we will need to install an input component. So I'll go ahead and copy this command, and I'll pop the terminal, Control J, paste the command here and hit enter. So that will install our input and we'll make use of it right here. Let's go ahead and bring in the input component and make sure that it's from UI input. Remember, these components are being added at our UI right here. Right now we have installed a button, and now we just installed this input component. Okay, they are coming just right here at our components. Okay, sorry. So here you make sure that it's from UI input, just like that. Then we can self close it. So for now we will say placeholder here to be search, and we can add a class name after the placeholder, and for the class name, padding to the left will be 10, and then bg will be primary, then stroke 10. We don't see it because we should hook it up at our navbar, so let's just first hook it up. So we'll do it between our logo and this other part for our user button. So right here I'll say search input, just like that, and I save, and now we should be seeing this search right there. So you can see we included some spacing here, and we can actually go ahead and include an icon right there. So to include that icon, we will be making use of Lucid React icons. So here you can search for lucid.dev stroke icons, and from here we'll go and say search, and you can choose the search button that you want. I'll go with this one. If I click on it, you'll see the way that we can make use of it right here, just like this. Okay, so I'll copy that particular icon, or you can click on JSX here to copy it. Then if you go to search input right here and paste, and then you use control space, you'll see that we already have this Lucid React right here because it was automatically installed whenever we installed a Shadcn. So you just need to auto import this particular icon, and then right here we can give it some class names. Okay, we can say that it's absolute, and whenever we say absolute, that means that the parent here should be relative. Okay, we say this is relative like that, then this is absolute to this, which makes sense. Then we'll give it a height of 4, width of 4, we'll give it a top of 3, left of 4, and we'll set text to be muted and dash foreground. So that is the color. I'll go ahead and save. If we check now, it's positioned right here. Now another thing that we can do, maybe instead of hiding on MD, I can say SM, which is on small screens we will hide. So on small screen and larger we will display block, but on very small screens we will say hidden. I save, and now let's see if I decrease the size here to be very small, we are hiding it, and if it's a bit larger we show it. So next, let's work on this particular icon right here for theme. So we'll work on light and dark mode next. So now in this episode, I want us to add the dark and the light mode themes in our application, and with Shadcn it will be very easy to do this. Okay, so all we need to do is to go to Shadcn. So you can always keep this page open because we will be working with several components from this particular library. So right here we just need to search for dark mode, and once you do that you can click on Next.js right here, and you'll see we already have a guide on how to add dark mode in our application. So the first step is to install our Next themes. So I'll copy that with npm, and then right here I'll just paste it and hit enter. That will install Next themes in our application. And then the next thing will be to create this particular file. So components theme provider.tsx file. So I'll go ahead and at the root right here I'll add a new file, and I'll add theme provider.tsx. Okay, sorry, not at the root. This file is supposed to be inside the components. So I'll drag and drop it inside components just like that. Now inside this theme provider, we just need to copy this and we paste everything right here. We go ahead and save that file, and I can actually go ahead and close it now. Now the next step is to wrap our root layout with this theme provider component. So we just need to go to our layout. So I'll go to app, then layout, and right here we need to bring in theme provider. So I'll copy theme provider, import, and can do it here. We wrap our entire content with this particular theme provider. So after this body tag, I'll go ahead and I'll say theme provider, just like that, and this main tag, the entire of it will now be inside our theme provider. And we need to pass various props. We need to pass an attribute to be class, and also we can pass a default theme to be system, and also we have this enable system and disable transition on change. So we pass these various props. So I'll copy that and then I'll paste them right here. These are the various props, and I go ahead and save. Okay, now one last thing that we need to do is to add a toggle. So if I scroll down here, you'll see we have add a mode toggle, okay, to change between the dark theme, system, and so on. So what we need to do is to create a component for this. So just inside our components again, at the root of components, I'll add a new file and I'll say theme.toggle or theme-toggle.tsx, and I hit enter, and then I'll come just at step 4 and click on code and copy everything that is there, and I'll come right here and paste it here. So you'll notice that we have an issue with this drop down, so we'll need to install UI drop down. It is not on the guide here, so let's come here and search for drop down menu, click on it, and from here we will add our drop down menu from Shadcn. So I'll copy the npm and I'll pop the terminal, Control J, and I'll paste that command here, hit enter. So once it's installed, I'll go ahead and save this file. You can see the error is gone now. So this is our theme toggle. It will look like the one that we have here. So when we click here, we say light, it will be like that, dark, it will be like that. And now what we need to do is to go to our navbar and we want to hook it up just right here. Okay, so what I'll do, this is where we had theme. Now instead of this theme, I'll say that this should be theme toggle. Okay, what's the name of this component? We didn't change the name. Okay, it's saying mode toggle. We can just say mode toggle, which will come from theme toggle. So you can make the name of the file and the name of the component to be the same, but it won't have any issue if we leave it like that. Now I go ahead and save, and now look, we have this particular theme toggle right here, and you can see already it changed to dark mode because we set the default to be system. So whenever it refreshed, it already changed to this dark mode, and now when I click on here and say light, it changes to the light mode, and system, it changes to dark mode again. But now I want it to be like this. I don't want it to be like a button, so we need to do some changes. So what we'll do, so back to our theme toggle right here, we will come to this button that triggers the theme toggle, and you can change this to a link or ghost, so the variant for the button. And I go ahead and save that. If I come back right here, you'll see now it is not behaving like a button, but it's just an icon, which is really cool. So another thing that I want to do is to make this icon to be a little big. So I'll come back to theme toggle here and I'll remove the height and the width, and we'll go with the default ones. So I remove those and I save, and now these will be a little bit bigger. Now the next step that we can do is to add our nav menu. So right here, when we are logged in, we should be seeing this nav menu, and as you can see, its style is just as similar as our theme toggle. So we will do a similar thing with this drop down, and we'll be changing some stuff only. So the first thing that I'll do is that I'll copy this content for the theme toggle here. So Control A, Control C, then I'll open my side nav here, and inside components here, and I'll add a new file at layout, and I'll say nav menu .tsx. I hit enter, and I'll go ahead and paste the content right here. Okay, now from here we just want it to look like this. So the trigger button will not be a moon, but or a sun. It will be this particular icon right here. So at the button here, drop down trigger, we remove these icons, and I'll add chevron up down. So chevron up down. Why is it not being suggested? From Lucid React, just like that. Okay, we change the name of our component to be nav menu, just like that. I will remove these imports which we are not actually using, so I will remove those, and we remain with this chevron up down. We don't need use theme, so we remove this use theme and we remove it from here, just like that. Now we need to change the on-click event of these various stuff and also the content right here. So this one will be add hotel, and we will add an icon, a plus icon, just at the beginning here. So I'll say right here we need to have a plus icon from Lucid React. Let it be just self-closing like that. So we remove this one, and right here we set a size. I'll set it to be 15, and then we'll have this add hotel. I can add it inside a span, so I'll say span, and right here we'll have add hotel. Okay, now another thing is that we'll not be having this set theme, but we will rather have a router.push. So let's set up our router right here. We'll say const router will be equal to use router, and we make this, and we make sure that it's coming from next navigation. Then down here, instead of set theme, we will say router.push, and we invoke that. We say that this will go to stroke hotel, then stroke new. Okay, I can just copy this router.push, and here instead of dark we will be having my hotels. Then here you'll say router.push, and we will push to stroke my hotels. So we'll be creating these routes as we proceed. Now we also need a nice icon right here, and we'll say hotel from Lucid React, just like that, and we'll set a size of 15, just like we did with the above one, so that they are consistent. And then we are at this one, and we'll set this one to be my bookings. We can set it inside a span, I keep forgetting that. So my bookings, router.push to my bookings. Okay, just like that. Then here we also set an icon, and we have this icon called book open check. We set it to have a size of 15, and I save. So now let's see what we currently have. We just need to go to NavBar, and actually inside this div is where I will include this particular icon. So right here, after maybe mode toggle, we'll say nav menu. We bring it in from nav menu, and I save to auto format. If we come back right here, something should show, and there we go, it actually shows. And if I click on it, we have all these: add hotel, my hotels, my bookings. So we don't have nice spacing between them. So we'll go back to nav menu right here, and we will actually add some styles. So right here at our drop down, we can have a class name, and we will say let cursor be pointer. Then let's flex, let's have a gap of 2, and let items to be at the center. And I'll actually go ahead and copy that one, and I'll paste it to this one, and also I'll paste it to this one. I save, and now if I come back right here, we click, look, we have some nice spacing between them, and we also have this cursor as a pointer. and a nice hover effect just like this one. So I'm happy with that. And look, our style is starting to come along just like this one, and that is really cool. So the next thing that we will do is to work on adding a hotel. So we will work on adding a hotel, that is the form, and then we will work on Prisma, and we actually get to create the hotel in our database. So I'll see you in the next one. In this episode, I want us to set up my SQL database together with Prisma schemas. I know I had said that we would first create the add hotel form, but I figured that we will be needing the types from Prisma for us to work with the form. Now, in this particular course, I'll be using planetscale for my SQL database. It offers one free MySQL database forever, and we only have one issue with planetscale because it requires you to have a credit card for you to actually work with my SQL database. You'll not be charged anything, but some of you might not have a credit card, so that might be an issue. One thing is that you can either borrow a friend their credit card, they'll not be charged anything, or you can easily register one from your bank of choice, and then you can use it on planetscale. Either way, if you don't have a credit card, the other option that you can have is setting up my SQL database locally on your machine. So you can just perform a simple Google search setting up my SQL database locally, and you can see right here Prisma actually have a guide on how you can set up an SQL database locally on Windows, Mac OS, or Linux. So I'll not be doing all this because all of you might be using different machines. Okay, so this is the guide for setting up MySQL database on Windows. Then when you scroll at the bottom, you'll also get that for Mac OS and that for Linux. This is for Mac OS and so on. So all we will be needing is a link to the database for us to set up Prisma, and the schemas will be the same as long as your database is a MySQL database or an SQL based database. And also you can search right here Prisma and local MySQL, and you'll get a guide on how to connect to your local DB. So this is the guide, and as you can see, all we need is the connection URL from that local MySQL database. Okay, also you might go with Postgres, and right here I have a search for Prisma and Postgres, and all you need to do is to follow the guide right here to connect to a Postgres database, Postgres SQL. Some of you might want to also use MongoDB, and all you need to do again is to perform a search on how to set up MongoDB database with Prisma. Now for MongoDB, since it is a NoSQL database, the schemas might be a bit different, but not so much difference. So if you face issues when using MongoDB, you can just ask maybe ChatGPT on how to resolve the schema, or you can also Google on how to properly set up the MongoDB schema. But most of the stuff will actually be the same, only a few differences. For example, in MongoDB for ID, we actually need to map _ID because MongoDB uses an _ID. So anyways, all in all, Prisma makes it very easy for us to switch between the different databases, and you can choose your database of choice. Otherwise, if you have a credit card and you are willing to use it on planetscale, then you can follow exactly what I'll be doing in this particular course, but you have all those other choices in case you don't want to use your credit card on planetscale. Okay, so right here I am at planetscale.com. All you need to do is to create an account. So at planetscale, I'll just create a new database right here. So here I'll give the database a name, and I'll say stay-survey, and then a plan type. You'll see here we have this hobby, which is free forever. Okay, now I have already connected my credit card, so if it's the first time, you might be asked to connect one. And again, if you don't have a credit card, you can set up my SQL database rockery. You can use PostgreSQL. You can use any other SQL based database, and also you can also use MongoDB. Only that for MongoDB, the schema might have some variations because this is my SQL database and MongoDB is a NoSQL database. You might need to search for errors on Google or just ask ChatGPT on how to resolve those issues. Okay, so I'll select the hobby one here and I'll come down here and I'll just create the database. Now right here we'll have the different frameworks that you can select from, and I'll go with Prisma right here. So I'll select Prisma. Then right here we will create a password. So I'll just let this be the password and I'll create it. Then right here we will configure Prisma in our application. So the first step is to install Prisma, then we will have npx prisma init and so on, and then we will have this database URL which we will add at our .env file, and this is all we will need to connect to our SQL database. So if you set up my SQL database rockery, you'll need to have a database URL like this one. And if you use MongoDB, you'll also need to have a database URL. Okay, that is the most important thing to create the connection between Prisma and our database. So the first thing that we will do is to install Prisma. I'll open the terminal here and we will install Prisma npm I Prisma. So I'll add it as a dev dependency. So to do that, say -d and then Prisma. Hit enter. So once Prisma installs, I'll also install Prisma client by saying npm I at Prisma /client. Hit enter. Next is to learn npx prisma init. So npx prisma init. So that will generate a Prisma folder right here. And as you can see, we have now this Prisma folder and we have schema.prisma, and you can see already it's connecting to a PostgreSQL DB. And then at .env, it has generated these particular instructions. And you can see here Prisma support the native connection string format for PostgreSQL, MySQL, SQLite, SQL Server, MongoDB, CockroachDB. So you can try any of these options. In this case, we are using MySQL. So you can also use PostgreSQL, which is a relational DB, as MySQL. You can try these others. MongoDB is a NoSQL database, so the schema again might be a bit different, not so much different, a bit different. And also we have this CockroachDB, which you can actually try as well. So there are many options in which you can try, and Prisma makes it very easy for us to work with all these databases. So for this case, I'll just remove this comment, but you can visit these various links to learn more about Prisma. Then we will be needing this particular database URL, and as you can see down here, if I scroll down here, we actually have it right here. So we can just copy this string, then we'll come right here and we will replace this one with whatever we copied, and this will create a connection now between Prisma and our MySQL database. Another thing is that we need to configure the schema like this. Remember, provider is MySQL here. So I'll copy this and we can come back. We go to schema.prisma and let me paste it at the bottom here, and you'll see the differences. So this is trying to connect to Postgres, but here we will connect to MySQL. This will be the same, and this we have set relation mode to be Prisma, and then provider here Prisma client JS. So the only thing that was added is this, and we changed this. So let's go ahead and remove the rest of the template that was auto-generated, and we will remain with just this. So I'll go ahead and save that file. At the libs right here, we can add a new file, and we'll say prisma.db.ts, and then right here we will set up our Prisma client so that we don't have issues when working in development mode. Okay, so here we will bring in a Prisma client from at Prisma client, just like that, and then right here we will say const Prisma db will be equal to right here we can add a type. Actually we can add the Prisma type to be global, available globally. So we will declare global, then right here we'll say var Prisma full colon, we'll set this to be Prisma client all undefined, just like that. I can say global this like that dot Prisma, then we'll say all new Prisma client. So if this is undefined, global this dot Prisma is undefined, we will initialize a new Prisma client like this. So we invoke that, and down here we'll say if we check if we are in production mode or if we are in development mode. So if process .env dot node environment is not equal to production, then that means that we are in development. We'll set global this, then dot Prisma to be equal to Prisma db. So what we have actually done is to give this global this dot Prisma a value. Okay, so we give it a value of Prisma db, which initially will be this one, and then now that will be available globally. Even when hot reloading, it will be available, which is good for our development experience. So right here I'll go ahead and we export default, and we'll say Prisma db, just like that. So this was accidentally imported. I'll go ahead and save that file. Now all we need to do is to go to schema.prisma and we will set up our schemas. So I'll create the schemas for everything. That includes the hotel, the rooms, and also the booking, and we'll be done with the schemas all together. Now as you can see right here, we have nice highlights like this, but for you they might all be white or something like that. And if you are using VS Code as me, you can just go to extensions. I know your tab is just on the side here, so just go to extensions. The icon look like this, and you will search for Prisma. So you need to install this Prisma and you enable it, and that will give you a nice syntax highlighting. So right now let's just go ahead and create our Prisma schema. We'll start by creating the hotel. So right here I'll say model hotel. Right here we'll give it an ID. The ID will be a string, and we'll say at ID, and we'll say at default will be UUID, just like that. Then you come right here, we'll add a user ID. So each hotel must have a user ID, which will be string. We'll have a title, which will be string, and then at the end here we'll say at db.text, just like that. Then right here we'll add a description, and right here we'll say this is a string, and again at db.longText. Then we'll have an image. So for the image we'll just be storing a string from Uploadthing. We'll have country, which will be a string, so here we'll be storing the country code. We'll be having the state, which will be a string. Again we'll be storing the state code. Then city, which will be a string. Here we'll be storing the name of the city. We'll also have location description, which will be a string, and we'll again say here at db.longText, like that. So location description, I'm just confirming the spelling there. Then here I'll add the different amenities. Okay, so we'll start with gym, like that. This will be a boolean, and we'll set at default to be false. So at default will be false. And if I save mine's format nicely like this, I think it's because of that extension that we added, or it might be prettier, I'm actually not sure. So for this I'll just duplicate it, and we will just change from gym to spa. Then I'll also duplicate it. We can do it multiple times because we'll be having several of them. So I'll change this from spa to bar. We'll be having laundry. We'll also be having restaurant. Right here we'll be having shopping, free parking. You can add as many as you want. Then we'll be having a bike rental. Right here we'll be having free Wi-Fi. Right here we'll be having movie nights. So movie nights. Again, let's continue duplicating these. I will be having one for swimming pool, coffee shop. Yeah, swimming pool. We'll add coffee shop. I'll remove the last one here. I'll save, and we get that nice formatting there. Now right here, I'll add added art, or you can use created art. So this is the time that a hotel was created. We'll say it's date time, and at default will be now. Okay, then right here we can also have updated art. This will be date time, at default will be now as well. Then right here there will be a relationship between our hotel and also rooms and booking. So right here I'll say rooms. We'll add an array. So the thing is, when fetching a hotel, we can also be able to fetch it together with its rooms that are available, and also we can be able to fetch it together with bookings, okay, that are booked for this particular hotel. So booking will be an array. Then at the bottom here we'll say at full text, and we'll add a title here. So you can see rooms and booking is screaming, so we need to create those types, those models. Okay, so just to get rid of the error, you can have a model that says room, and you do that. Then we can have like a title for the room, which will be a string. Then right here let's create a model booking. For booking, I think we can add an ID for the booking, which will be a string, and at ID will be at default UUID. We'll be having a similar thing right here for the room, just like that. So both of these are screaming because we need alternative relations at our room and at booking. So let's first complete the room here, all the types that we need. So we'll have ID, we'll have title, then we'll have a description, and right here we'll say string, and we'll say at db dot long text, just like that. So as you can see right here at the title, we said db text, and we added something right here about the title. So that will generally help when searching for a hotel, when we implement the search functionality. Okay, we'll have bed count. Now this will be an integer, and we can have a default of 0. So at default will be 0. We will have also guest count, and we'll be having bathroom count, king bed, queen bed. So let's add all of them right here. King size bed, so king bed, and the number of queen size bed, so queen bed. Okay, so let's go ahead here. We will be having an image for a room, which will be a string. Then we will be having the breakfast price, which will be an integer. We will not be having a default for that. Room price, which will be an integer, and then we'll be having the different amenities. Okay, so we can copy one of the amenity right here, then I'll come right here. So a room has its own amenities like balcony, TV, free Wi-Fi, the views, and so on. So right here I'll just paste this, and then I can duplicate it several times. I don't know how many times. We will just figure it out as we go. So we'll say room service. Do we have like 24 hours room service in this particular room? TV, do we have a TV in this room? So you can have different views right here. And is it soundproofed? I can save. So once I save, you'll see that these relationships are actually automatically created, and these errors actually disappeared. So if yours did not generate these, you can actually add it. Okay, so right here it added a relationship to our hotel schema right here. Now one thing that I will add in this is that whenever we delete a hotel, we will also want to delete the rooms. Okay, so right here you'll say on delete, and you can say cascade, and you can see it's still complaining. So we added a relationship mode, so we need to add the index. So right here we will say at index will be our hotel ID. So hotel ID. And for the room, we'll also be adding a relationship between the room and the booking, because for a room, we will want to see those who have booked this particular room. So here we'll say booking, and we'll say booking. Okay, booking will be an array, just like that. And again, it complains because we don't have the mode here. So if I actually save, you'll see the room was added right here at our booking. So it also complains about the indexing, so we can add those at the very bottom, both for the hotel and for the room. So right here I'll say hotel ID and also room ID, just like that, and the errors are actually gone. We still have this error right here. We'll come back to that. Let's complete booking right here. So I'll say username. So this is the username for the person who have booked this particular booking. We'll have a user ID, so the ID of the user who booked. Then we'll have a hotel ID, which is actually added right here, and it's added as an optional ID, but I don't want it to be optional. I want it to be mandatory. And also room ID is added as optional. I don't want that to be optional. So let me bring the IDs at the top here. Another thing, we had hotel ID here, which was added as optional. Actually, we'll make it to be a must. So let's come back right here. So we have hotel ID, we have room ID. We also need to know the person who posted the hotel, or the owner of the property. So we will name the ID of that person as hotel owner ID. So this is the person who owns the rooms and the hotel. Okay, we'll have a start date. So this is like a check-in date. This will be date time. We will have an end date, the end of the booking. This will be date time as well. We'll also be asking breakfast included. So whenever you book, do you want to be served breakfast or not? So we'll say that is a boolean. Then right here we'll have currency, which will be a string, is the currency USD or so on. So here I'll also add a total price to be int. Then have a payment status. Remember, this booking is also like an order, so we'll need to know if this is paid. If it's paid, we will be reserving the room for the booked dates. So right here we'll also be having a payment intent from Stripe, so that we can actually retrieve this booking and perform a payment on it if we did not like pay for the very first time. So we'll set this to be unique. Then we'll say booked at, and we'll say date time, and right here I'll say at default, and we'll say now. I save and it auto formats. So we'll have all these ID, username, user ID, room ID, hotel owner ID, start date, end date, breakfast included, currency, total price, payment status, payment intent ID, booked at. So these are the relationships. So right here you see error passing attribute at full text. You must enable full text index preview feature to be able to define this one. So actually it's not mandatory, it just helps with the search. Then for us to add that feature, we need to come right here and we will say preview features, and we will add a full text search. Okay, and we'll also need to add full text index. And once we do that, you'll notice that our error has gone. So if you are using MongoDB, some things might be different, like this index. I don't think we do indexing in MongoDB because it is non-relational database. The ID here might be different, but most of the rest of the stuff will be the same. So I'll see you on the next one. So in the last episode, we were able to work on my SQL database and we created the Prisma schema. And in this episode, I want us to work on our hotel form so that we can be able to create a hotel, update a hotel, and so on. So to begin with, we will sync our Prisma schema with the database. So these are the commands that we need to run: npx Prisma generate. So these will keep our Prisma client updated depending on the types that we added at the Prisma schema. And then these will keep our project and MySQL database in sync. So we'll say npx Prisma db push. We hit enter and you can see your database is now in sync with your Prisma schema. Now right here, if I say npx Prisma Studio, this will show us the different tables and whatever data that we have in our database. So this will give us a link which we can visit. So at localhost 555, it has already opened right here. You'll see that we already have these models: booking, which is 0, it doesn't have any data; hotel, which is 0, and room, which is 0. And we can be coming here and checking whatever data that we have added and so on. So for now, I'll just close that tab. Okay, we will come to the app here and we'll create a new page for the hotel. So right here, you will see that I have already added these two folders. So the first folder that you need to add is a hotel folder inside the app. Okay, a hotel folder. And then inside the hotel folder, we will add hotel ID. So this is an L, a small L, and then this is a capital I. So don't confuse them. And inside hotel ID, we will add a new file and we'll call this one page.tsx, just like that. So we will be coming to this route whenever adding a new hotel by saying stroke hotel, then a stroke new. So new will be like the ID for a new hotel. Then we'll be able to get to this page where we will be having our form. And when updating a hotel, we'll be having stroke hotel, then stroke the ID of that hotel. And then we'll use that ID of the hotel to get a hotel with a given ID. And then we'll populate our form with that particular data. Okay, so we'll be using the same form for creating a new hotel and also for updating the hotel. Okay, so right here we will create a component and we can say hotel create, whichever name that you want to name it, or it can be just hotel, just like that. Okay, now right here let's have a div, and inside this div is where we will be having our hotel form. So let's go ahead and create the form. We'll come to components, and inside components you can add a new folder called hotel, and this is where we'll keep different components for our hotel. So inside the hotel folder, add a new file, and I'll call this one add hotel form.tsx. Stateless functional component, add hotel form, and this will be a client component. So you can add use client at the very top. So right here, I'll just say use client. Let's just say add. I'll go ahead and save. Now I come to the page here, and right here we will display our add hotel form just like that. Pretty nice. So this page is a server component, and from a server component we can actually be able to fetch data from an API or from backend. So now what we are going to do, we will create a function that will help us to fetch data from our database, and then we can use it right here to fetch a hotel. Okay, and if a hotel exists, we will know that we are updating the hotel. If it does not exist, we will know that we are creating a new one. So right here you can minimize everything. At the root here you can add a new folder, and we can call this one actions. So we'll be using this actions folder mostly to get data using Prisma from the database. So right here I'll add a new file, and I'll call it get hotel by id.ts. Then from here we will export a function. So I'll say export const get hotel by id. Then we'll set this to be an async function, just like that. We will receive the hotel ID inside this function. So hotel, then ID. This will be type of a string. Then we'll be making use of that ID to get a certain hotel. So right here we can add a try and catch block. For error, we can just say error is of type any. Right here we can just say throw new error, and we pass in the error that we get. Now right here at the try, we can say const hotel will be equal to, we await, and we'll say Prisma DB, which comes from libs. So we had created this earlier from right here, where we made it to be available globally. So we get Prisma DB like that. Then we'll say dot hotel, then dot find unique. Then we pass right here where, and we'll say ID is hotel ID. I'll use a comma here, and I'll say in CRUD. So when fetching a hotel, we can also fetch the rooms that we have in this particular hotel. So we include even the rooms, just like that. Right here we'll say if we don't have a hotel, we'll go ahead and return null. So we will return null just like that. Then here we will just return our hotel. Pretty nice. I go ahead and save. Now we can make use of this function inside our page to get a single hotel. So let's come back to the page. So this page will be having some params. So right here I'll add an interface of hotel page props. Then right here we'll say params to be hotel ID, which will be a string. Then right here we will receive the params. So params means that we will be getting the hotel ID from the URL params, and we'll say hotel page props. Now let's test if we get an ID. So what we need to do is, when you come right here and we click add hotel, you'll see it will navigate to stroke hotel, then stroke new, and we actually get an error. So our app is not running. So let's go ahead and make sure it's running. npm run dev. So I will refresh. So now you see here we have add, and this is coming from our add hotel form, which is this one. Then at the URL here, you'll see we went to stroke hotel ID. In this case, new is our hotel ID. But when we get new, that means that we will not be getting any hotel data. It will be null. And if it's null, that means that we'll be creating a new hotel. And if we actually get back a hotel, we will be updating that hotel. Okay, this will actually show up on the server, not on the client. And you'll see here we have hotel ID is new. Okay, so for new, that means that we don't have any actual hotel. Therefore, we will be creating a new one. So let's try to fetch the data here using the new ID there. So we'll say hotel will be equal to we await, and right here we'll say get hotel by ID. Then we will invoke that and we'll pass our hotel ID as params dot hotel ID, just like that. Now this is complaining because we have used await. We should also mark this function as an async function, just like that. Another thing is that we can check if we have a user, because when creating a hotel, we really need to have a user logged in. So this is how we can do it. We can say const user ID will be equal to, we call auth like this from Clerk Next.js, and we invoke it. So on the server, you can just call auth directly like this, and then on the client, we have a hook that works similarly called the use auth hook from Clerk Next.js. Okay, and we'll say if we don't have a user ID, we will return immediately not authenticated. Then we will check the hotel user ID if it's the same as the user ID here, and if they are the same, that is only when we'll allow that user to edit his or her own hotel, else we will deny access. So right here we'll perform another check. We will say if we have a hotel and if the hotel dot user ID is not equal to this particular user ID, then we'll go ahead and say access are denied. Like these are not the owner of the hotel, so they should not be able to edit that particular hotel. Okay, so we perform those two checks right there. Then we come now to our add hotel form. At our add hotel form, we will be passing a hotel, and I'll come right here and we will add the types for that. I'll add an interface. We will say add hotel form props. We will say that we will get a hotel, and these will be of type hotel, but we also want to include the rooms. So for that, we can create a separate type down here, and I'll say export type a hotel with rooms, and I'll set this one to be equal to type hotel. We get that from Prisma client, and right here we will say and we include an object. We will say it will have rooms. Room will be an array, and this should be rooms like that. We get these rooms from Prisma client, so you can hit Control space to get this suggestion. We will type our hotel right here as hotel with rooms. So now we will receive a prop here, which is hotel. So right here we will say this is add hotel form props. It will have hotel with rooms. We can make these to be either hotel with rooms or null. So if we get null, that means that we will be creating a new hotel, but if we get back a hotel with its rooms, then we will be updating the hotel. So I'll go ahead and save that. Then we come back to the page here. You see it complains, it expects a hotel or null, so we'll pass a hotel. The hotel is hotel. Now I can close this page and I can come now to this add hotel form, and this is where we'll actually spend most of the time on, okay? Because it will have a lot of things: creating a hotel, creating an image, creating the rooms, updating the rooms, updating the hotel, the rating, and so much more. So this page we might spend quite a lot of time right here, but I assure you that it will be worth it. So now we'll start by creating a schema for our form, and we'll be making use of Zod. Zod is a very nice library, lightweight, for creating our schema, and also it will give us nice error messages. So if we actually come to Shadcn right here and search for form, you'll get a guide, a nice guide on how we will go about creating our form using React hook form, and we'll also use Zod. So right here, if I scroll down, you'll see that generally our form will look like this. A form field will have controls, name, render. At render will be passing like a function here, and then we'll be passing a form item. We'll be passing similar stuff like this. And if I continue scrolling, you'll see how we can get started with using the form. We will install it using Shadcn like this. So I'll go ahead and copy this command like that. I'll pop the terminal here, and I'll actually go ahead and perform that installation. So it will install even Zod when we do this. I'll stop this server for Prisma Studio, and I'll run this command to install our form. And now from here, you'll see that we will import Zod like this. Then we will create a form schema like this. And here we'll also have a Zod resolver and use form from React hook form. And after the form schema, we will now start working on our form, and we will add the types to the form using Zod. So this is use form from React hook form. Then right here, we are using Zod right here to add the form schema type, which was also created with Zod. Also, we'll be having the resolver like this, and we'll be adding some default values. So this is where we'll actually now create this form object, which will be having all the types. Then we'll be having an onSubmit function like this. So this is a general nice guide right here, which you can follow in case you don't understand anything that I'll be doing. So now that we have this form installed, we will create our form schema. So right here, I'll just say const form schema will be equal to z.object. So generally the form will be an object, and I'll invoke that. And we need to bring in Zod, and we'll say import all as z from Zod. So when we installed the form, it also installed Zod. Okay, so that's why we are able to do this. Now right here, form schema z.object, it expects us to actually pass an object in here. Okay, now you see that error disappears, and right here now we will add the types for everything that we mentioned at Prisma schema. So right here, what I'll do, I'll minimize everything. I'll go to Prisma schema.prisma, and from here I'll actually highlight all this. So what we will do, we will use a nice trick on VS Code to copy all these properties, because I don't want to type them. So what you can do, you can click right here in front of ID, then you hit on Alt, and then you'll click in front, just in front here of every other property. Okay, so we'll go ahead and click on all of these just like that. So we will not click added art and updated art. Also, we will not click rooms and bookings. We'll just add these ones, the one that will be adding at the hotel. Okay, now hit on shift, and then on your keyboard you will hit on the home key. I don't know if you have home key, you must have one. So if I click on home key, you'll see that it will select all those properties like that. And what I'll do now, I'll hit Control Copy, and I'll go to our add form right here, and I'll actually paste them here. And look, we now have all those properties right here. The only thing that we need to do is to add the types. We don't need the ID. These will be auto-generated, so remove ID. Also, when filling out the form, we will not be having a field for user ID that we'll get from Clerk. So we need these ones which will be filling out manually. Now right here, I'll say z.string. We invoke that, and we'll set a minimum. So we'll say min right here will be 3. Then you'll say comma, and we can have an error message here, which will be displayed in case the title is less than 3 characters. Just like that. So we will be using a similar structure. So I can just copy this. Then I'll come right here for description. I'll paste it. We will say 10 like that. Description must be at least 10 characters long. So this is complaining because we missed a comma here. So I'll include that comma. Then also here we'll be having a comma. I'll copy this together with the comma now. The image Here we'll set a minimum of 1. This will be an image link in form of a string. So if we don't have at least one character, we'll say that image is required. Then we have country. We'll also say a similar thing as image. So this is a selector where we'll be selecting country. Country is mandatory. State and city is not a must. So here you'll say just like that. We have state. So state and city will actually be optional. Okay. So for those, we will say z.string, then we will invoke that, and at the end here we will say dot optional, and we invoke that as well. Then I'll include a comma. The city will be optional as well, therefore I'll just paste like that. We have location description, which should be something like the description for this one. So I'll copy this one and I'll come right here and I'll actually paste it. Now we have these amenities. So for the amenities, they will be optional booleans. So right here I'll say z.boolean, we invoke it, and right here we'll say dot optional, we invoke that as well. Then we include a comma. Let's copy this line. We can copy even the full colon right here. We copy, we come to this and we paste, we come to this, we paste, laundry, we paste, restaurant, we paste. All these are amenities which will be having checkboxes, just like that. Movie nights, swimming pool, coffee shop. And we are done now with creating our form schema using Zod. I'll go ahead and save, and it will nicely be formatted by Prettier. Very nice. Now the next step, if we check at Shadcn here, is to actually make use of the use form hook from React hook form. So we'll do something like this right here. I will copy this form right here. So I will copy, and you'll see how it looks like. I come back here at the very beginning, I'll paste it. So it comprises of use form. So this use form will come from React hook form. So control space, and you'll import that from React hook form. Okay, just like that. Then it comprises of Zod resolver, control space, and bring that in from I think at hooks resolver. So I imported that from hook form resolvers Zod. Okay, so what happened right here, we called z.infer type of form schema. Now this form schema is what we have defined right here. Now our use form, our React hook form, will make use of these types from Zod to check our values. Okay, and now right here for the default values, they must be the same as all these that we added right here. So we need to add all those default values, and I think we'll do a similar thing that we did right here. Mine is still selected, so all I need to do is to copy all those values, come back right here, and right here we will specify the default values. Okay, for ID and user ID, we remove those. So right here, select at the end of title, then alt. So for title, description, image, country, state, city, and location, all those will be empty strings. I add a full colon, and then right here I use an empty string, then at the very end I'll use a comma. So all those now are sorted, and then the others will be booleans. So by default all of them will be false. So right here I click on gym, and then alt, spa, bar, laundry, restaurant, shopping, free parking, bike rental, free Wi-Fi, movie night, swimming, and coffee shop. We use a full colon and then space, then we'll say false, then a comma, and all of those will also be sorted, and I save. And now we have created the default values just like that. Now we have this form. So after creating the form, down here we will actually now have this on submit function. So I can just copy it just like that, and this is the on submit function. we have values z.infer type of form schema. So these values must be the type of form schema which we defined with Zod. Then here we will be submitting the values to our API, or basically we save them to the database. So right now we are just logging the value to the console, and I'll save that. Let's start building up our form. So right here, as you can see, the first thing that we will call is a form component. Then we will spread this form, which is this right here. So right here, we will say form like that. And right here, we can use control space. This will be coming from UI form. Okay, don't confuse it with React hook form. We'll be using UI form, which come from Shadcn. Then right here we'll use curly brackets and spread our form. So inside the form, as you can see right here, we will be having this form element, which is the normal HTML form element, and we will be calling on submit just like this. We'll say form like that. Then this expects us to pass this on submit, and also we can pass this particular class name. So I'll copy that and I'll paste it here. So you can have a spacing of y as 8, and I'll change it to 6 actually. So the next step right here is to create a form field just like this one. So I'll copy this form field up to before the button. I'll just copy that one and I'll paste it here. You can either type it out, or you can go to Shadcn and search for form and do whatever I am doing here. So I'll save first auto format, but we need to import form field. So control space, and we will import that from UI form. We also need to import a form item. So from UI form, we also need to import form label from UI form, form control from UI form, form description from UI form. Also here we have the input that will come from UI input. Then we also have here form message from UI form. So we need to customize this form field. We want it to be for our form title. So we will remove this username and we will replace that with title. And you see the error is gone. And right here we'll say hotel title, placeholder will be beach hotel. Then we'll spread the fields. Okay, then for this form description, I'll actually make it to be above our form control, and right here I'll say provide your hotel name. Then right here form message will display the different error messages. So now I'll go ahead and save that file, and we can check the progress that we have. So I'll come to localhost here, then we can just close that, and you see this is now our hotel form. We have the title, provide your whatever, but if we check, first of all, it's stretching all the way to the end, so it is not inside a container. We need to fix that, and also we'll need to divide it 2 times. So we'll be having fields on this side, and we'll be having other fields on this side. So let's do those things. So for the content for the rest of our application to be inside a container, I'll open the root layout. So at app layout right here, we wrap our children with the container component. So right here we'll say container just like that. Make sure it's from at components container. Then I'll pass the children in there and I save, and now it should not stretch all the way, but be somewhere there. Okay, very nice. That is a nice step there. Now the next step is to divide our add form into 2. After the form here, I'll actually add a div like that. I'll make use of flexbox to divide our form into 2. Inside this div, we'll be having 2 divs. This is the first section, and this is the second section, and our form field here will be available in the very first section. So right here I'll paste it there. Then we will add some styles. So this is the parent div, and as you can see we have added two parts. Right here we'll add a class name, and I'll say flex, and for this one we will flex call, but this will be for the small screens. For the small screens we'll want it to be just one, okay? But for bigger screens, so right here I'll say md, we will flex row. Okay, so there will be two parts. Then we can add a gap of 6 between the two parts. Now if I go ahead and save, you might not see any difference here because we are in a small screen, so it's column. But if I expand this, you'll see it's on this side, okay? And we have the other side right here, which is not like really well visible. But if I come right here and say part 2, I save, and you'll see it here. So another thing, I want us to make use of the spacing. So look, all this is empty. We want to make good use of the spacing. So what we will do for this first part, we will also add a class name, and we'll say flex to be 1. And then we will flex our items. We will flex them to be column, and we'll add a gap between them to be 6. Another thing is that we will do the same for this one. So we'll also add a class name, and we will flex as 1, and flex will be column, and also we'll have a gap of 6. So what have we done? This flex 1 will occupy equal spacing as this, so it will occupy half of the spacing, and this will occupy half of the spacing. And then this is like now a flex inside a flex to style these particular form fields, which will be listing here. So they need to be in a column. So now when I come right here, actually I didn't save. I go ahead and save, and we come back to the browser. You'll see that now these will stretch, and there we go. So it is occupying half of the spacing, and this will occupy half of the rest of the spacing. So let's continue and list other form fields right here. Actually, before we list them, we can add a title. So we can do that immediately after our form here, and I'll add a h3. We will conditionally render the heading depending on whether we are updating the title or not. So we will check if we have a hotel, okay? So if a hotel exists, then we will be updating the hotel. Therefore, we will say update your hotel. Else, that means that we will be creating a hotel since it does not exist. So we'll say describe your hotel. Just like that. Now we need to add some styles to this title. So here we'll add a class name, and we'll say text is large and font is semi-bold. Just like that, and I save. Now it's much better. You can make it even larger if you want to, but that is good enough for me. Okay, now we proceed. This was the first one. I'll just copy it and I'll paste it here. So for this, we'll say the name is the description. This will be form.control. We will render a field. Most of these will be the same, only the text right here. So this will be hotel description. Then here we'll provide a brief text. We can say provide a detailed description of your hotel. Then here we'll have a placeholder. A beach hotel is packed with many awesome amenities. So you just say a nice thing about the hotel, just like that. Then we spread the fields, and that will be it for the description. So when I save, it will appear just right here, just like that. Now another thing is that I don't want it to be an input. I want it to be a text area. So we will remove the input here and we will say that this is a text area. So we will need to import a text area or install it from Shadcn. So right here, text area, just like we did with the input. We need to run this command. So I'll copy that, npm, I pop the terminal, I paste it there and hit enter. So once it installs, we can come here, control space, and we have now text area at our UI. Just like that, okay? Now, when we save and we come to our app, we should see the difference between the input field and the text area. Look, now this is bigger and you can actually make it even bigger. Very nice. So now the next part is the hotel amenities, and for those they'll be having their own special styling. So right here, still inside our div here, we will add a div, and here we will add a general title for the amenities. So here we will say form label and we'll say choose amenities, just like that. Then right here we will add form description, and right here I'll say choose amenities popular in your hotel, just like that. Then after the form description, we will now list the different amenities, and we will be making use of a checkbox for this. So we need to style them nicely. I'll add a div, and we can add a class name for this one. And for this, I'll use CSS grid. Okay, not CSS grid, but TailwindCSS grid. So grid, and right here I'll say grid to be dash calls dash 2, and then we'll have a gap of 4, and we'll have margin to the top of 2. Okay, very nice. Now right here we will add the form field. So here I'll say form field, just like that, and it is self-closing, only that it has the different props. So the different props are just like the one that we have here. So we have this form field. I can copy these props just like that. I copy and I come right here and I paste them inside the form field. Okay, I will save, but we need to customize these. Okay, so you can see we already have a choose amenities, then it's repeating hotel description and so on. So we need to fix all these. So for this form field, it will be a bit different because we'll have form control here. Then the name here will be for gym. This is the first amenity. Then we'll have the field. Then in here, yes, we'll have form item, but we will not have form label or form description. We grouped that at the top there, so we remove the entire of that part. Then we'll have the form control here, and instead of a text area here, we will be having a checkbox. So we need to install checkbox. Right here we can search for checkbox and we click on this one. I scroll down here, I copy that command. Right here we pop the terminal and we install the checkbox. So as you can see with Shadcn, we only bring in those components that we need. We don't need to have a very heavy library in our application. We just bring in only those things that we need and we make use of them. So now right here, since we have installed the checkbox, we will say checkbox, and that will now come from UI checkbox. Don't import from Radix UI, import from UI checkbox. These will be self-closing, just like that. So we have several props which we can pass to this particular checkbox. So right here, I'll say checked, and for checked, the value will be coming from field dot value, just like that. Another prop that we'll have is on checked change, like that, and right here we'll pass the field dot on change. Now if I save, we'll actually see the checkbox right here, but we will not know what it represents. When we check, it will actually update the value of gym because we have already specified that, but we need to add a form label. So after the form control, that is where I'll add form label, and right here I'll say gym. So I go ahead and save, and look, we have gym. It is not nicely styled, so at the form item we can add a class name, and we'll say flex row. Then we'll say items. To be at the start, we'll space along the x-axis to be 3, and we'll say rounded like this hyphen md, and then we'll have border and padding hyphen 4. I save that, and now you'll see that it's okay, it's not nicely styled still. Something is wrong. These fields will be optional, so we don't need this form message. So it will still looks weird here. So if we change to light mode, you'll see this actually this border and whatever. So let's change to light mode, and you can actually see the border around it. So the positioning of this is the one that is weird. So let's try to debug that. We can say center here and see what we have. That one dropped a bit. This should be nicely like styled. Okay, when I say end, it actually looks better. So now they are at the same line there, which is cool. We can go back to dark mode. You see, so on dark mode they'll be like this, which is awesome. On light mode, you can as well remove the border if you want to. This is our first item, and we'll be duplicating these for the others. So right here, I'll copy this form field, control copy, and we'll be doing a similar thing for the rest. So I'll paste. This one will be for spa, and we come right here, we change this from gym to spa. I think those are the only two things we need to change, right? So we will continue on for the others, all of them, and we can now actually come right here, and we show these to be side by side using this one, and we scroll this one to the top so that we see all the amenities that we need to include and not skip any. So after the spa, we will be having bar laundry. So right here, we include one for bar. We come right here and we will say bar. Then right here, we will say laundry. Then this will be laundry facilities. Just like that. After that, we'll continue here. I paste. That will be for the restaurant. Do we have a restaurant in this particular hotel? Restaurant. I don't know if this is the correct spelling. Then here, restaurant. English is not my first language, by the way, so I might struggle with some of those words. So if I make a mistake on spelling, don't blame me. Okay, we continue with shopping. Right here, we will continue with free parking. So we just do this for all of them. It's the same thing here. Free parking. Just make sure to include all of them. Now this one will be bike rental. So bike rental. We make a mess. Bike rental. Then bike rental. Movie nights. And if you make a mess, it will actually complain here. Okay, if this complains, that means that you are doing something wrong. So movie nights. As you can see, that one is not good. Swimming pool, coffee shop. So the way you name them here, they need to be the same. If you started with small letter, make sure you also start with the same, otherwise it might complain. So here we'll say swimming pool. Now finally we will have coffee shop. Then here we can have a coffee dash shop, and I save. Now we are done. I close that, and if we check here, you see they were listed side by side because we had added a grid at the top here. So there are so many right now. So we had added this grid, a grid of 2, which divides them into 2. So you can now select the different amenities in this particular hotel, and then they'll be marked true. So we can see how it looks like on light mode, and on light mode it will look something like this. I didn't invest so much on light mode. I was developing on dark mode, but it still looks nice, right? And it's also responsive, very nice. So now for the first part, the last thing that we need to do is a special thing, which is uploading images. Okay, so for images we will be using a nice product by Theo. I don't know if you know Theo. He has like a text channel where he talks about mostly Next.js and React. So he has this product called Uploadthing, which is really awesome and makes it easier to work with images. So all you need to do is to go to uploadthing.com, and then you'll create an account. And then right here, it's my dashboard and I have access to the docs. So I'll click on docs, and from the docs, you'll see we have getting started, and we have Next.js, app, router, and pages. So you'll choose the one that you want here. And we are working with this latest version, which uses the app folder. The first thing that we need to do is to install Uploadthing and Uploadthing React. So I'll go ahead and click on that, and then we will install those dependencies. So Control J to pop the terminal and install those dependencies just like that. So as that installs, I'll come back right here, and we need to add an environment variable, which will be the Uploadthing secret. And if you don't already have Uploadthing secret key, sign up and create one from the dashboard. So I'll go back to the dashboard right here. So another thing that you might need to do is to actually create an app right here. Okay, so I already have this app which I had created before, so I'll just use this one. And from here you'll see that we have API keys. So if I click on API keys, I'll get the Uploadthing secret, this drive, and also this app ID. Okay, so I'll copy both of them. You can just copy like that, and then I'll go to the .env file, and we will add these 2 keys. These are now from Uploadthing. Okay, so don't use mine. I'll be like changing them later, or even deleting that app. So generate your own. Okay, go to Uploadthing, create an account, then create an app, and then you'll get these API keys which you can actually copy. Let's go back to the documentation right here. The next thing is to set up a file router. So we will go to app/API. We will create a folder called Uploadthing. Then we'll create this file called core.ts. So I'll copy this file. I'm just doing whatever is right here, and I'll come back to our app here. We need to go to app. We actually don't have the API folder yet, so we need to create one. So right here, I'll create the API folder. Inside the API folder, we will create another folder called Uploadthing. Okay, we hit enter. Now inside Uploadthing, we will create a file. So I'll add a new file called core.ts. I hit enter, and from here I'll paste whatever I copied from the docs. So we will just customize these a bit. So right here we have our imports. We have create Uploadthing and the type here. Then right here we create a reference to our function as f here. Then we have this auth, and we will actually remove this auth right here, and because we don't need that fake ID. This is our file router. I'll just go ahead and remove the comments, and actually I'll not change anything here. The image here will be 4 MB. In this case, since I'll be uploading only one image, I can add a limit here. So here I'll say max file count will be 1. That means that I'll only allow one file at a time. But if you want many, you can add your limit here like 4, 5, whichever you want. Now in here we have this function which is called the middleware, and here you can perform some authentication stuff and so on. We can get the user ID using the auth function from Clerk Next.js. So right here I can say const with the structure user ID, okay, will be equal to, I say auth. This will come from Clerk Next.js, and we invoke that. Now instead of checking of user here, we will check off user ID. So I remove that and I include user ID, and in case we don't have, we return unauthorized. Okay, I remove the comments again. Also here we have the return. We can just perform a return of the user ID. So this middleware here, it's just performing some authentication, and then right here is where the upload happens, and once it's complete, we'll say upload completed for this particular user. Then we'll console log that particular file. So we don't need to change anything right here, and actually I'll just remove all these white spaces and remain with just this uploaded by metadata user ID, then satisfies that. So this is all. We don't need to do anything else here. All we did is to just make sure that we have a user and added a max file count right there. So I'll save that file and I'll actually go ahead and close it. Now let's go back to the docs. Now right here, we will create a Next.js API route using a file router. So we need to create a route.ts file inside Uploadthing, so that when we access this API at /API/Uploadthing, this route.ts will be the root, and then this will read us to this core.js file, which will actually perform the upload. So this is the structure that Uploadthing gives us. So we will go ahead and use the same. I'll click on this to copy the content. Then we will go back, and at the root again of Uploadthing, we will add a new file called route.ts. In here, we'll paste the content and we save. That is all that we need to do in that particular file. One last thing that we need to do, we have set up environment variables, we have created core.ts, we have created route.ts. Now we need to set up an upload button, which we will do it at our add hotel form. So when we come back to the docs, we have this step which will add Uploadthing styles. So we need to wrap our Tailwind config with this particular function. So let's do that. I'll copy this import. Then I'll come back to our code here, and let's look for our Tailwind config. So Tailwind config, and from here we'll go ahead and import this particular function. What we need to do is to wrap this particular object with this particular function. So what I'll do, I'll remove this module.exports is equals. We remove that, and then right here I'll say export default, then with ut, and I invoke it there, and then at the end of that object right here we will close it like that. So our save, I don't know why this shows once we add our with ut function, but I'm pretty sure we are supposed to do it like that, because we export default with ut, then your existing Tailwind config content right here. Or can we pass it a string? But if we pass a string, the error goes. I'll go ahead and save that. Okay, the next step, let's just come back to the docs. It's to create an Uploadthing component, we can do it at utils, and it will look like this. Okay, so I'll copy the content. Then they recommend doing it at utils. You can do it anywhere really. So we can do it right here at our components. So I'll just add a new file at the root. I'll say uploadthing.ts. From here, I'll go ahead and paste my content. And we have a problem with importing our router right here. So what I'll do, I'll remove this and I'll say et. So just do that, create this file and import that. Make sure you change this to et. Awesome. So one last thing now is to actually create our button, okay, our upload button, which will be now at our add hotel form. Okay, so after this particular amenity, you'll skip 2 divs here if you are following the same structure as me, and then after that is where we will have a form field for our image. So right here I'll say form field, and it should be self-closing, right here we'll pass control to be form.control. We will have name to be image. We will have render to be, so we pass curly brackets, and we usually pass an arrow function here that will accept field, just like that. And in here is where we will have our form item. So form item, this form item can have a class name, and right here we'll say flex, then we'll flex call, and we'll say space along the y-axis to be 3. Now in here we can have a form label, and we'll say upload an image. Another thing that we can do is that include a star for mandatory fields. So we can come back to the very top, and this is a mandatory field, so you can add a star, and they'll actually show an error message if they don't include that particular field. So hotel description is mandatory, choose amenities is optional, so we don't include it. Let's come back to the very bottom, and we have added a form label of upload an image, and then here you can also have the form description, and we can say choose an image that will show case your hotel nicely. Then after that we will have a form control, and right here is where we will actually be able to perform an upload of the image. Okay, now if we come back to the docs, you'll see when we did this, what we did, we exported an upload button, an upload drop zone, and this uploader. Now these will be components. So we will make use of upload button in this case, but if you also want to have a drop zone, you can as well use that particular component. So what we need to do is to import that button, and it will look something like this. Okay, so upload button, we will say endpoint is image uploader, and this button, since it comes from Uploadthing and we specify endpoint is image uploader, that will hit our core.js file. So core.js, you'll see this is what we specified here as image uploader. So if you happen to change this name, you must also change the name at our button right here for the endpoint. And then we have this on complete, where we will do some stuff, and on error we'll do some stuff. Okay, so what do we need to do? I'll copy this upload button just like that. Then I'll come right here. So back to add hotel form right here, we will check if we have an image. Okay, so we'll say, do we have an image? If we have an image at our state, we will show the image here with a delete button. Else, what we will do, we will show that upload button. So I add some React fragments. So this is screaming because we currently don't have this state, but we can easily add it. So let's come back to the very top. Inside our add hotel form, and we can add the state for the image here. We'll say const image and set image, and we'll say this is equal to use state, just like that, and we invoke it. We can specify the types for this image, so we'll say string all undefined, and then right here we will add a default image. So if we have a hotel, we can actually get its image like that. So this image can either be there or not, and that is why right here we are performing a check. If it's there, we can be able to delete that image and upload a new one. If it's not there, we upload a new one. Okay, so right here for upload a new one, let's work on that one first. Right here I'll add a div, and in here is where I'll paste the button that we copied from Uploadthing. Okay, make sure to get it from ../Uploadthing. Okay, so that means that if I come right here, since we said from ../Uploadthing, it will get it from here. Okay, and when I save, it will auto format well, just like this. At this div, we can add some class name to nicely style this section, and I'll say flex hyphen column, then items to be at the center. Then we can have a max width for this particular section, and I'll say the max width will be 400 px. And by now I think we should be seeing something. Let's see. We scroll down and look, we already have this styling choose file, where we can actually choose a file and upload it to Uploadthing. So if I click here, you'll see we get to choosing an image. Right here I'll add padding of 12, then I'll add a border dash 2, then I'll make this border to be dotted, so border dash dashed. Then I'll have the color for the border as border primary, then stroke 50, so it will not be completely white, rounded, and then margin to the top of 4, and I save. See what we have, and there we go. So we have a border around it. Very nice. So I want us to handle the state once we complete uploading the image. Okay, so here we have console log of the file, then here we have an alert. Instead of an alert, we will actually toast a message, and also we will set the state. So right here I'll say set image to be our response, and the image will take it from the first item of the array. So this response will be in form of an array of images that were uploaded. So I'll take the first item and I'll take the URL, and then right here I want us to toast a message for complete upload. Okay, we need to get that component from Shadcn. So I'll come right here where we have Shadcn, and we can search for toast, and you'll see we have this toast. I click on it and we'll see how we can make use of it. So right here, if I click add calendar, you'll see it has a toast down here. Okay, so we want a toast like that. So let's see the instructions of using this toast. First thing is to add it to our application. So I'll copy that with npm, come back here, and I'll actually add that, hit enter. Okay, I come back to the docs. Right here, we will need to go to our layout.tsx file, and we will import this toaster. So I'll copy that again. I'll go to app, then I'll go to layout, and we will import that right here. So we import toaster, and we need to include it right here inside our body. So after this theme provider, in here I can say toaster, just like that, and I save. I think that's all we need to do at layout. So if I come back, we can confirm we need to include it like this. Now I'll scroll down. Now once we do that, we'll have a variability of this particular hook, use toast, and we'll get a toast from there, and we can use that toast just like this. Okay, so let's go back to our add hotel form, and right here where we had state const, we will destructure toast, and we'll get this from use toast, from UI use toast, because we installed it just like that. And now we can make use of this toast at the very bottom right here, toast, and we invoke it. We pass an object. We will say variant will be success. We'll say description will be upload completed, just like that. We don't have this success. It's either a default, destructive, null, or undefined. But the good thing again with Shadcn is that these components are highly customizable, so we can actually go where we have it. So we go to UI and we look for toast components UI, then you can click on toast. Once you click on toast, you'll see this is the code for the toast. We have the hook here, use toast. We have toaster here. So we have all this for the toast. Right here, click on toast. And from the top, if you scroll down slowly, you'll get to this place where we have variant, okay? And you'll see variant here, we have default, destructive, and the default variant is set as default. So all we need to do is to add our own variant right here, okay? So right here, I'll add success as a variant, full colon. We can add the styles for this. We'll say border, then we'll say BG to be indigo. This is like purplish color or something like that of 600. And then right here, I'll say let text be white. So as you can see, we can highly like customize this. And once I save, you'll notice that this error right here has disappeared. And now we have a custom toast for success with our own colors. So you can even use color green, color blue, whichever you want. Okay, cool. Now, in case of an error right here, I'll also add a toast instead of alert. Let me remove that. I'll add this toast, and right here we'll say that the variant is destructive. We'll use backticks. We say error. Then here I'll say error dot message, just like that. And I go ahead and save. Okay, very nice. We have completed this functionality, and we can test if we can actually upload an image. So let's test this. I'll come back right here to our app. We now have this section which we can use to upload an image, and I'll click on it. I'll choose one of the images. I'll go with this one, City Hotel, and I'll open. And look, it gives us all the stylings, even the upload progress, and it's uploading. Once it completes, let's see what happens. That section is hidden. Another thing is that I didn't see the toast message, so something is wrong, but I think the image was uploaded. We can confirm that by checking the console here, because you see we have files here and we have an array. If we expand, we have the name of the file. We have this URL for the image. The thing is, if you go to Uploadthing dashboard, right here, we go to files, you'll see that this City Hotel was actually successfully uploaded. Okay, so it's right there, it's uploaded already, which is good. So now we need to fix this UI, because once we have an image and that image is set to our state, I want us to actually go ahead and show that image right here. Okay, so let's work on that. We had left this section for when we have successfully added an image. So let's go ahead and say a div here. We will have a class name. We will say relative, then max hyphen width will be 400 px, mean hyphen width 200 px. We will also set a max hyphen height of 400 px, and right here we'll set a mean hyphen height 200 px, margin to the top of 4. We'll say image. Right here I'll say fill source will be image. This is now from the state. Let's import this image from next image, and then we will have an alt of hotel image, and then right here finally we can add a class name of object hyphen contain. We will add a button that deletes the image, so here I'll say button. We will have some state for when the image is deleting and when the image is not deleting. Let's add that state. Right here I'll say const image is deleting, set image is deleting. We set this to be equal to use state, and we'll have a default state of false. So by default the image will not be deleting. So we'll perform a check of whether the image is deleting right here. So if image is deleting, we'll show a loader. So this will be an icon from Lucid React. So I'll take this loader 2, just like that, and then right here full colon. Else I'll show an X icon to show that you can actually remove the image, just like that. Now this button is complaining. Let's import it from UI button, just like that. And another thing is that we need to add some properties here. Type will be button, size will be icon, and then finally here variant will be ghost. Now to correctly position this button, we'll have a class name. You see here we said relative, so here we'll have absolute. It will be absolute to that. So absolute, we want it to be at the top right corner. So here I'll say right, and we'll actually say negative something, negative 12px, and then right here we'll set top to be 0. One last thing that will remain right here is an onClick event, and for this onClick we will actually be deleting the image. So right here handle image delete, and we will invoke it, and we'll be passing the image like that. Now this handle image delete function does not exist, so right here we can actually go ahead and create it. So right here you can say const handle image delete will be equal to a function, just like that. And right here we will be accepting an image of type string, but for now we will not do anything. We'll come back right here and we will handle that. So I'll save that file, and if I come back, we have actually completed this section for displaying an image once we successfully upload. So I'll come back to our browser and see what we have. So we have choose an image. We can try to upload an image again. So I'll choose an image. Unable to get pre-signed URLs. Okay, the toasts are working. All I did is to stop the server and start it again. Nothing much I did. I didn't correct anything, but the toasts are now working. And that image actually seems to have an issue. I can't get to upload it. If I try to upload this one right here, open, let's see if it goes through. Let's see what happens now. Okay, we get this huge error here, and it is telling us invalid src prop. At next image host name, this is not configured under image in your next config. So we haven't configured, since we are trying to show the image, we didn't configure this host name. So let's go ahead and configure it. So you just need to copy that name, and then you go to next config right here, and from here we will add a configuration for our images. So right here we'll say images. And previously we had like a domains array which we used to like configure, but that is now duplicated, and we have a new way of doing it, which is called remote patterns. So I'll add remote patterns array here, just like that. And right here you are supposed to add an object, and we'll have several properties. So we'll have protocol, and this will set it to be HTTPS. And then right here we'll have host name, and now here you'll paste whatever you copied. And also we need to specify maybe a port. In this case we don't have a port, so we'll just leave it as an empty string. And also we'll have to specify a path name, and in this case it will be stroke. Then we'll include this to mean that all paths are accepted as long as the host name is this and protocol is this. We don't care much about the path. So we do that, and once we change the next config, I think we'll need to restart our application for everything to work out. Okay, so if I come back to the development server, okay, this is restarting. Let's see if it will auto restart here, but I doubt. We'll have to refresh. So I will refresh here. So we have this section again. Back here we upload an image. I don't know why this doesn't upload. Okay, I know the reason. It's big. It's 5 MB, but we allow 4 MB, so it's a big image. What about this one? This also is a big image, 5 MB. So that's why like they are not going through. So I'll go with the small images. So I'll open there, and this will upload that image. Look, we have a toast, upload completed, and this toast was custom. That success toast, that is why it have that color. And we actually have this section, which I think it takes some time to show the image, but we actually have this X icon which can be used to remove the image. But we need to create an API route to actually delete this image from our upload thing. Okay, so the reason why we need to do this is so that prevent a lot of uploads in our upload thing. So the next step is to create an API route that can actually delete that image from upload thing. Okay, so I'll close this file, and let's come right here and first work on this section. So we will work with an imaginary API route. So here we have image delete, which accepts an image as a string. And the thing is, if we check at our file here and we check the URL, you'll see it has all this stuff. But this right here is actually the key for the image. So you see this key, it's the same as this part of the URL. Okay, and for us to delete the image, we will actually need to have that key. So the first thing that we will do is to get this key from our URL, okay, so that we can later use it to delete. So right here I'll go ahead and set is image deleting. We'll say true. Then we'll have a const here, and we'll say image key, and then we'll set this to be equal to, we will get the image, now this image right here, which we receive here, and we will use the substring, which is a string method. We will say image dot last index of, and right here we will use this as the separator there, and right here we'll say +1. Now we will make use of Axios, so we can go ahead and install Axios. So right here I'll say npm I and I'll say Axios. That will bring in Axios, and right here we will make use of that to make the HTTP request. So right here I'll say Axios, I'll say dot post, we invoke it. Right here we'll pass the API URL or API endpoint. So we'll say stroke API stroke we'll say Uploadthing, and then stroke delete. And then right here, we'll actually have the image key. So at the very top, right here, I'll say import Axios from Axios. Okay, the error is gone. Nice. So let's continue with this post request right here. So we are making a post request, but in this post request, we'll actually be deleting the image, not like posting something. So right here, we'll say .then, and we'll get a response. And right here, we can do something with this response. We'll check if response.data was successful, .success is true. If that is true, that means that the image was successfully deleted. So in here, we will reset the state. So we will set image to be an empty string, and then we will toast something. We actually made a mess here. So this is an arrow function, yes, but it should be inside these brackets. So make sure to wrap it like that. So we call .then in there we pass this arrow function which have access to response. We check if it's success. If it's success, that means we have completed deleting, and therefore we reset the state. And then right here we can toast a message that we have successfully removed that image, and I'll save. You can use success, you can use default, and so on. So this is for a successful deletion. Then what if this process fails? So after this bracket of the .then, where should it be? Right here, we'll say .catch. Okay, so here we pass an arrow function again, and in here all we will do, we will toast an error. So I'll copy that, I'll paste here, and I'll say that the type here is destructive, like the process failed. Then right here we can say something went wrong. Then here we'll have finally, and for finally we'll pass the arrow function just like that, and we will reset the state. So set image is deleting to false. And very nice, I go ahead and save. So this will make an API request or a HTTP request to this particular API. Let's create this API. So we need to go to API stroke Uploadthing, then delete. So right here, we'll go to app stroke API, and at Uploadthing here, we'll add a new file, not a file, but a folder called delete. At delete, we add a new file called route.ts. Now here we will work with Uploadthing to actually delete an image from Uploadthing. So we'll say Uploadthing, UT means Uploadthing API, will be equal to new Uploadthing API. Again there, we import it from Uploadthing server. Okay, so we get the Uploadthing API like that. Then right here, we'll say export async function. Let's take this one. The name right here, we'll say it's a post request that we are having here. So here we will receive the request. We can just say rec for short form, and this will be of type request. And then right here, we can check if a user is logged in. So const user ID will be equal to auth. So we get that from Clerk and Next.js, and we invoke it. We check if we have this user ID. So if we don't have a user ID, we will not allow the deletion. So we will return a new next response. We invoke this and we'll say unauthorized like that. Then right here we'll include a comma and we'll say the status is 41, meaning unauthorized. Very nice. Now right here we'll get our image key. So here will be structure image key from our request. So right here we'll say is equals to await our request dot JSON. We invoke that, and by that we will get the image key from our request. Now right here we need to have a try and catch block. I can do like that. Then for the try we'll just say const response is equals to we await our Uploadthing API to do its thing. So Uploadthing API dot delete files, and right here we will pass the image key. Okay, so we have this method called delete files. We just pass the image key and that will delete the image from Uploadthing. Then right here we will just return next response again dot JSON. We invoke it and we pass our response. Very nice. Now right here in case of an error we can say console.log of error at Uploadthing. So we do this for debugging stroke delete. And if you have like a logger, an online logger, you actually like log these errors there so that it's easy to debug production applications and so on. So here we'll go ahead and we return new next response, and we return an internal server error, just like that. And then at the very end here we can have status to be 500, and that is our delete API. The major thing is to get these from Uploadthing and calling it like this. That is like the major thing here. We'll actually just go to the browser and test it since we are already making this call. Okay, so let's see if we can actually delete an uploaded image. We have this image here. Let me clear the console, and if I click here it should start deleting the image from Uploadthing and it should remove it. And another thing, if I go to Uploadthing, right now I have several uploads and they might be of the same. So we have City Hotel, we have 4 of them. Okay, so we'll see if one of it will be removed. So we come back, we click on delete, and look, we have this loader which you can actually style to you can style it to actually rotate and so on, but it was deleted and it was removed from here. And if we go to Uploadthing, we can confirm they were 4, now they are 3. So our deletion is working, which is very awesome. And by that we have concluded this section for uploading and deleting the image. We will be reusing the same logic when working with our rooms. Now the next thing that we will do is to work on our location right here, and then after that we will actually go ahead and upload our hotel in our database. So now I want us to work on the second part right here. So we will have some selectors for the location, that is country, state, city, and then a location description that will be similar to this one. So for location, we need this particular library right here for us to get all the countries, all the states, all the cities. Maybe there is a better library that you can use that provides that particular kind of data, but this is the one that I'll be using in this particular course. Okay, so you can use any other if you want to. So right here I'll go ahead and click on copy here, and then I'll come back to our code and I'll pop the terminal and I'll install that particular package. When we select a country, let's say Kenya, we will also like filter down all the states that are in Kenya and we ignore all the other states in other countries. And if we select a certain state, then we'll filter down only the towns or cities that are in that particular state. So what I'll do at the root here, I'll create a new folder and I'll call this one hooks. So we'll create a custom hook that will help us do this, and we'll call it use location.ts. Now right here we'll create it as a function, use location, and this will be an arrow function just like this. At the bottom here I'll export this particular function, so export default use location, and then in here we will create all the functions that we will be needing. So we will store the country as a code, the state as a code, the city as a name. For state and country, I found out that there were some duplicate names, so the code prevents us from having the duplication. Okay, so right here we will start by creating one of the function, which will be get state by code. Okay, so this function will receive the country code, which will be a string, and then we will use that code to filter out that particular country. So this will give us one country. Sorry, this is not get state by code, but get country by code. We will simply return here country. So this country is an object that will be coming from our package, so let's import it. Here we will say import with the structure country. This will come from country, state, city. Okay, then we'll have other objects as well. This is for country, we'll have one for state and another one for city. And then right here we will be having import get all states, and we will get that from country, state, city, lib, state, just like that. So now we get our country here, and these have a method which is get all countries, and then we invoke it. This will get all the countries, so we will find one country where we pass an arrow function. So here we get a country at a time, and we'll find one country where country dot ISO code is the same as the code that we pass right here. Okay, so I'll use 3 equal sign is the same as the country code, just like that. And actually get all states, we can also say something like state dot get all states. So we can remove this import and we'll use the state object there. Okay, very nice. So this will give us one country, so we get country by code when we do it like this. Now let's create another function. So we will say const get state by code, and here we'll be receiving 2 params. One is the country code, and the second one is the state code. So this will be a string, and we come just right here. So we'll say const state will be equal to, we call the state object, so state dot get all states. We make sure to invoke that for it to work. Dot find, we will pass an arrow function again here. We get a state at a time, and we'll get that state where state dot country code is equal to this country code that we pass right here, and we'll add end. The state dot ISO code is the same as the state code. We perform a check. Actually, we can say if state does not exist, we will return null, and if state exists, we will go ahead and return the state, just like that. Here we are supposed to have an arrow. So I save. So now we have those 2 functions. One will help us to get a country by code. The other, we will get a state by code. Let's filter out only states that are available in a certain country. So let's create another one. We'll say const get a country states. Okay, we'll set that to be equal to, here we will pass the country code, and then in here we will return, we use state dot get all states, we invoke it, Then right here we'll say dot filter, just like that, and we invoke that one. We pass an arrow function right here, which will give us a state at a time, and right here we will return state dot country code is equal to country code. So this will return an array. The filter here returns an array, and the array will contain the states whose state.country code is equal to the country code that we will be passing right here. We need to have another one here that will give us all the cities that are in a certain state. So get state cities. We will also make use of the country code, which will be a string. Then we'll also have the state code, which will also be a string, and we pass an arrow function here, and we do it like this. We will do a similar thing like this. We will filter out the cities. So here we will get all the cities that are available in the world. So city dot get all cities, we invoke, that will give us all the cities. Then we will filter them down. So dot filter, we invoke that, we pass an arrow function just like that. Here we will get a city at a time, so I'll say city, and we will return the cities that will fulfill this condition, where city dot country code is the same as the country code that we pass right here. Not only that, we'll say end, where city dot state code is the same as the state code that we pass right here. And those are all the functions that we'll be needing in this application. Mostly we will use these and these when displaying the data, because we store the country and the state as codes. Okay, so when we want to display a certain country, we'll just call these functions with that code, and then we'll show it. And then we'll use these and these when we are working with our form, and also the search, where we filter the hotels by location. So we'll use these on the drop downs, and for country we don't need to filter anything, therefore we will just call like this, country dot get all countries. We get all countries. When we select a certain country, we filter down only the states that are available in that country. When we click a certain state, then we will filter down the cities or towns that are in that particular state. Okay, before we get out of our hook, use location hook, right here we can return something. So we will return just like that. We return an object. We will pass get all countries full colon. This one will be coming from country dot get all countries, and we invoke that. Then for the others it will be straightforward. We get a country by code, we include a comma. We get state by code, we include a comma. We get country states like that, comma, and then we get state cities just like that, and I save. So now we'll make use of this hook in our add hotel form. So let's come back right here now, and we continue building up on our form. Very nice. You can come here. I'll say const, I will destructure get all countries, and these will be coming from our use location hook, and I invoke it. We'll also get country states, then get state cities. Another thing is that we can define some states here. So we'll say const states and set states. These will be equal to use state. This will be an array, and we can set the type for this particular array. It will be of I state, that is coming now from country state cities, and we include an array. So it's an array of states basically. We will do a similar thing for the cities. So right here we'll say const cities set cities to be equal to use state. We set the type to be I city, which will be an array. Then we include the default value as an empty array. Okay, very nice. And what we will do, we'll add some use effects which will automatically be changing our states and cities whenever something changes. Okay, so right here I'll just say use effect. This will come from React, and we expect to have some dependency array. So for this one, we will use it to update the states. So whenever we select a country, we need to filter down the states, and we get those states back, and we update that right here. And then we'll use these at our form to create that selector for the states. So what we will do right here, we will say const selected country will be equal to, we will use form dot watch. So we watch our React hook form as it changes, and specifically we will watch for the country field. So right here we will pass country, so that will give us the selected country. Now for this dependency array, we need to pass form dot watch right here, so that when country changes, this use effect will be called again. Okay, so we pass it like that. Then right here I'll say const, we will now get our country states to be equal to, and we call our function get country states, just like that. And now right here we will pass the selected country. Remember, this selected country will be in form of the country code, so we will receive that at our use location right here as country code, and then we will get all the states and filter down only those states that are available in that particular country, and then that will return us the country states. So once we get those states, we will come right here and we will perform a check. Does country states actually exist? So if they exist, we'll go ahead and we will set our states to be country states, just like that. And that is all we need to do in that particular use effect. We will have a similar use effect like this one, so I'll just copy this one and I'll paste it right here. Now this one will be for updating our cities. So the first thing is to get the selected country, and then the other thing is to get the selected state. So right here we will get the selected state now, and we will watch for the form when state changes. Okay, and right here we'll add this particular function at our dependency array. So when state changes, this particular use effect will run again. I can remove this line, we don't need that one, but we will say state. Okay, we'll create a variable here which is state cities to be equal to, now we use our function, okay, get state cities. We invoke it, we pass the selected country and the selected state. So these two will be the codes. Okay, once we get the code right here, we'll receive them like this. Then we will filter down the cities that are in a certain state using the country code and the state code. Then we'll get all our cities. Okay, so right here we get the state cities. We can perform a check, do they actually exist? So if they exist, we'll go ahead and we will set the state cities right here. So this is actually complaining argument of type string or undefined is not assignable to parameter of type string. We can optionally include it like this. So we can say right here question mark, and now that will be optional. I save. That should get rid of this error here. Then we check for state cities. This is shouting set not states but cities, just like that, and that now will be our state cities. So now everything looks good. Very nice, very nice. And now we can proceed to create the form fields for this. So now we'll go to where we had part 2 right here. So I can say grid, then grid hyphen course hyphen 1, that is for small screens. Then MD for larger screens will be grid hyphen course hyphen 2. So we'll have 2 columns and we'll give it a gap of 6. Now in here is where we'll have our form field for country and for state. So this one will be a bit different from the rest because it's a selector. So what we can do, we can go right here. Let's look for select. So we want a drop down like this one right here. So let's first install this. So I'll copy this command and in our application, Control J, and I'll paste that to add the select in our project. Another thing, we will need to import all these form elements. So I'll copy them. We will import select, select content, select item, select trigger, select value from UI select. So I'll come to the very top and right here I'll just paste the import there. We will import all those and I save. We have like this simple selector like this, but we will be customizing it. Okay, so we can just copy it as well. Then let's come back and work on them. So at the very bottom again, I'll create a form field and I self close it like that. We all know that we will expect to have control. So control here will be form dot control. We'll need a name. The name here will be country. We will need render will be equal to, we include the curly brackets. Then here we'll pass an arrow function just like that. Right here we will receive the field and in here we can have a form item. In the form item we can add a form label and right here we'll say select country and we include a star. Second, we will have a form description and right here we will say in which country is your property located. Now right here is where we will have a selector. I'll paste the selector that we copied earlier. I'll go ahead and save to auto format, but we need to do a lot of customization here. First of all, at this select, we'll have disabled if is loading is true. So this is loading will be the state for submitting the form. So right here we can easily add it const is loading and set is loading. Use state, it will be false by default. I save. Back down here and then we have on value change field dot on change. We'll set the value to be field dot value. We will set the default value to be field dot value as well. Very nice. We come down here to the trigger. So for this I'll actually remove this one and we'll set a background color of BG background. Then right here we have select value. Placeholder will not be theme, but it will be select country. We can add a default value field dot value. This is the trigger. This is what we'll be seeing. Then this is what we will be seeing on the drop down. For this one, this should be dynamic. We will get all the countries. So how do we get the countries? We already have this get countries and we can come right here and we can say const countries will be equal to get all countries and we invoke that. We have an issue. It's complaining because we had already called right here this particular method which will return all the countries. So you can either remove it here so that it makes more sense, like it's a method, and then we will do like this to call that method. Then at the very bottom, right here, we will now map through all those countries, and then we'll show this select item for each of them. We just need to say countries.map. Okay, we invoke it, we pass a single country at a time. Right here we'll pass an arrow function, and in here we can say return. We now select one of these, we cut, we include it here, and we remove the rest. So now these will be displayed one at a time. So for this one, we need to pass our several props. So first thing is that we need to have a unique key, and we'll say the key here is country.isocode. That should be unique. Then the value here will be, we dynamically display the value as country.isocode again. Right here at the content, we will show the country.name. So we'll say country.name. I go ahead and save. So by now we should be having a list of countries in a selector. So let's go to our browser and see if that is the case. And look, we have a selector. If I click on it, we get a list of all the countries. Look, this is very nice, right? We will do a similar thing for the state. So we can copy this form field for our country. I hold shift and copy that section. Then at the bottom here, I will paste. So let's go through each line, changing stuff. First thing, control will be form control. Then name here will be state. We render, we get field, form item. Now this will be select state. Selecting the state will be optional, so I remove that asterisk. From description, in which state is your property located. Then we come to select. I think all these will be the same. So disabled will be is loading. On value change will be field.onChange, field.value, and field.value. So for disabled, we will add something else. So if we don't have any state, we will disable this particular input. So we'll say states.length. If that one is less than 1, I think another way that you can display this is by using a double exclamation mark there. I think that will work too. We will see. Now we come at our select trigger here. These will be the same, but now right here we'll say select state. We scroll down. We now come to where we map through our countries. Instead of now mapping through the countries, we will map through the states. Here we will get a state at a time. So I can select all of those and say state. At our select item, the key will be state.isocode, value will be state.isocode, what we see will be state.name. But when you click on that, what will be saved is the isocode or the code for that state. I save. Now let's go back to the browser right here and we see. So right here you'll see this did not work, our disable. Let's just say if state.length is less than 1, we hide it. I hope that works now. Yeah, now it's disabled. Very nice. So it will only be enabled if we have some states. And what we will do, we select a country. I'm from Kenya, so I'll select Kenya. And once I select Kenya, you'll see select a state have been activated. And once we hover over it, now these are the states in Kenya. We call them counties just right here. I know most of you have watched Money Heist, and we have that girl called Nairobi. So that was the name of Nairobi city. So we can select Nairobi right there. Okay, very nice. This is going on so well. The next thing is to list the select country, and we'll list it down here. It will occupy the whole of the spacing. So let's just do that real quick. So for that, if I scroll back to the top, you'll see we had this div. So I'll go outside that div now, this one right here, and I'll paste what I had copied earlier, the form field for the country. Okay, so you can copy and paste it, and then we just customize it. So from the very top, now this is not country but city. And remember, this name must be the same as the one that you mentioned at the Zod schema. If you use a different name, even I think a bit, it will throw this particular error. So for example, if I say city with the caps there, yeah, it complains. So it should be small city right here. Make sure they are the same. So this now will be select city. I remove aesthetic because the city is not a must. So right here, in which city is your property located? So we can say town or city. So for is roading, we will do a similar thing that we did with the state. So right here, cities.length is less than 1. Then here we'll have that one and that one and that one. Pretty nice. We come down here. I think this will be the same. Select city, just like that. Now we come right here and we map through our cities. We get a city at a time. Right here will be city.name. The value will also be city.name. So in this case, we'll be storing the name of the city in the database, and we show the city.name right here. Very nice. So I go ahead and save, and now we will be having our city selector. I can remove this unnecessary spacing. Okay, very nice. So I save that file and I come back to the browser to confirm. Now look, we have select city, and we can actually select city. The only city available is Nairobi, so I select Nairobi. Now here, if we change location, for example, let's say we are in the United States. So if you type U, it will actually take you to the list of U. So United States, look, all these have been, okay, they have not been disabled actually. But all in all, we have completed this section for selecting country, state, city, which is really nice. So right here I can say Kiambu, and if I come here, yeah, pretty nice. So that is it for that particular section. We also need to add, I think, a location description, which will be similar to this one here. So let's jump back to our code. Look for hotel description at the top of the form. It was the second one here. So we will copy this one. Then we move to the bottom of the form. I know this form have a lot of fields, but I hope you are able to follow along. Now, after this form field for the city, we'll actually paste this one here, and we will use this one for location description. So here I'll say location description, location description, provide a detailed location description of your hotel. Then here we'll have a text area. We can say located at the very end of the beach road, if there is anything like that. That will be the placeholder, and that is all that we need to do for that one. Therefore, I go ahead and save. We come back and we should be having that form field right here, location description. Very nice, very nice. So now the next thing that we need to do is to add a button here which will actually submit our form to the database. This is all we need to do now. I know it have been quite a journey, so if so far you have been up to this point, congratulations. We are about now to save our hotel to the DB. So let's cover that next. So at this point, all we have to do is to add a button that will help us to submit the form. After this particular form field, we had location description. I'll go ahead and I will add a div. Here we will be listing our different buttons, and I can add a class name right here. So class name will be flex, then we will justify between, gap will be 2, and we will flex wrap. So right here, we will either show update button or the create button. Check if we already have a hotel, and if we do, we will update. We don't have a hotel, we will create. So here we will say button, and here we will have another check in here to check whether is loading is true or not. So we'll say is loading, question mark there. If it's loading, we'll say updating. If it's not loading, we'll say update. Okay, so right here we will show a loader icon if it's updating. So right here I'll say loader 2. We can include a space and we'll say updating. Now right here we can add a class name, and we'll set some margin to the right of 2. Then we'll have a height of 4 and a width of 4. So this is for the case when we are updating. Actually we can remove the last 2 here and this one. So we'll just have this button for updating. If it's loading, we say updating. Else right here we can show another icon, pencil line from Lucid React. So this one here, pencil line, we have pencil icon and pencil line, and also we have pencil line icon. I'll go with pencil line, and we'll say update. We can add a class name which will be the same as this one, so I'll copy that class name and I'll just use it there. That is for update. Now right here we will have for create, so we'll say button. Then right here we will be having a similar logic. If it's loading, we'll show something. Right here we will say it's creating, so again we will show the loader icon. So loader 2, it will have this same class name like that, and at the end here I'll say that we are creating. We will have a full colon, and now right here we will show the create text. So what is wrong? Something is wrong here. We show a question mark, then we have this, then full colon, then we have that. Okay, here I'll just show the pencil icon from Lucid React. It will have the same class name as this one, so copy that and make sure it's there, and just outside it we will have a create hotel. So I will save. So both of these buttons should have some props here. The first one is disabled if we are loading. Okay, so here I'll say is loading, and then the other one right here I'll add a class name just like that, and we'll say max hyphen width hyphen, I'll use this square brackets, and I'll say 150 px. Okay, so I'll go ahead and copy those two, and I'll reuse them inside this other button here. So I hope this code is not too much messy, and I hope you are able to follow along. Okay, so let's see what we have. Right now we have create hotel. So basically if we don't have a hotel, we show create hotel, else we show update hotel. So that is what is going on here. Pretty easy to understand that. So both of these buttons will do the same thing. They will submit the form. Okay, so they'll come right here and they'll call this particular on submit. So basically they will call this particular function. We can log the values to the console and see what we have at the console. So let's do that. We will enter some dummy data. Actually, there is one issue about this. When we choose an image, that image will not be updated at our values. So we should find a way of adding that image to our values right here. So whenever we upload an image, what we are doing after Uploadthing returns a URL, we are updating this state, but that will not update our image right here at our React hook form values. So what we will do to fix that is that right here we can have a use effect. We invoke it and we pass an arrow function, and this use effect will have a dependency array, and we will depend on the change of our image value. So we will check if this value is changing. So right here we will say image, and then in here we can update our value using a method available at our form now, this form called setValue. So in here we will first check if I'll use type of. If type of, remember it can be undefined, so I'll use if type of image is a string. That means that we have something in this particular image. Therefore, we will come right here and we'll say form dot set value. We invoke it, and right here we'll say image, so that will target our image field right here. And then right here we will say comma. We will now include the value, which is the image, and finally we will include some options. Right here we'll say should validate. We'll include all those actually, and we'll set them to true. So should validate, should dirty to true. Also we'll have should touch also to true. I'll go ahead and save that. And another thing, when we initially load this particular form and we have a hotel, we don't want the default values to be empty. Therefore, we'll set the default values when we have a hotel right here to be the hotel. So I'll say default values to be hotel, all to be these ones. So if we don't have a hotel, this one will be applied. If we have one, then the default values will be those of the hotel. So now that we have fixed those two things, let's save and let's come back to our form. Right now, whenever I click on create, look, it is saying that we have some fields which are required, but they don't have a value. So it is not actually submitting the form. We get these errors. And when we start typing, you'll notice that those errors disappeared. So this is the work of a React hook form together with Zod, which is really cool. So let's enter some dummy details just like that. Let's upload an image. Upload completed. Then at the top here we will select a country. I'll just say Kenya. Right here I'll say Nairobi. Say Nairobi there. Then we'll enter a description, which I don't want to think about, so I'll paste that one. So now at our console, so far we have these files, which is for our image, upload, this one. And when we click on create, you see we get these values at the console. So our on submit function is being called, this particular function right here. So this is being called, and we can check if we have everything, each value that we want it to have. So we selected some values, 3 amenities. So that was bar, gym, and restaurant. The other ones are false. Pretty nice. We have the image link there. We have location description, description of the hotel, country, KE, which is the code, city, Nairobi. State is also a code 30, and title beach. Very nice. So we have all the data here, and our form is ready for submission. So now what we will do is that we'll create an API endpoint that will save our form data to our database. So let's do that. So I'll come to the side terminal here, and we'll go to app API. At API, we will now add a new folder called hotel, and inside hotel we'll add a new file called route.ts. And now in here is where we will create our API endpoint. So let's create a function. We'll say export a sync function, and this will be a post request. Then we'll have request of type request, and then right here we will try and catch. So let's have a try and catch block. And for the error here, if we have an error, we can say console.log of error at stroke API stroke hotel, and we'll specify that the error is of post request, and we can go ahead and log that error at the console. So that will show on our terminal or on our server once we deploy. Then here we can return a next response like that, and we will say internal server error, and right here at the very end we can pass an object with a status code 500, just like that. Now here at the try, we'll say const body will be equal to await, and we'll say request.json, and we will invoke that. Right here we'll get the user ID from auth, so we'll say user ID from auth, and this auth comes from Clerk Next.js, and we also invoke that. Now right here we can perform a check. Do we have this user ID? And if we don't have this user ID, we return a new next response, and we invoke that. We'll say unauthorized. Then at the end here we can pass a status code of 41, meaning unauthorized. We can go ahead and create our hotel here. So we'll say const hotel will be equal to, we await our Prisma DB. So we'll say Prisma DB, make sure to bring it in from libs Prisma DB. Then we say dot hotel dot create. Then we go ahead and invoke that. We include the object here. We'll pass data to be an object. We'll spread our body so that we'll have everything that we need, and also we will now include our user ID. Now after this one, we'll go ahead and we will return our next response .json, and we pass the hotel in there, just like that, and I go ahead and save. And now we have this API route that will actually save our hotel in our database. Now let's come back to the add hotel form, and we'll make a HTTP request to that hotel API using Axios. So inside this particular function, we'll set is loading to true. That means that we are submitting the form, and then right here we'll perform a check. Do we have a hotel? If we do have a hotel, what we will do here is update the hotel. Okay, so update. If we don't have a hotel, we'll have an else statement here, and what we will do right here is create the hotel. So since we have already created the API endpoint for create, let's start with create, then we'll come back to update. So right here at create, we will call Axios dot post, and then we will invoke that. Right here we'll pass the API endpoint, which will be stroke API stroke hotel, and this post will know that we are supposed to make this post request there. Very nice. Then the second parameter for this will be our data, which is values. Now the values will be received in our request.body, and therefore we'll get them inside our body there. So very cool there. Once we do that, we will call the .then method with an arrow function in here, and this .then will have a response. If we get this .then, or if we get a response here, that means that a hotel was successfully created, and we can go ahead and we toast a success message. Now right here we will call set is loading, and we'll set it to false, meaning that we have completed the submission. And also here I'll now call router. Do we have router defined? Okay, we don't. So let's define this router, just after maybe our toast here, we can say const router is equals to use router, and we invoke that. So this use router should come from next navigation, and you can see I accidentally brought in from router, so make sure that it's from next navigation, just like that. Then we come back to our on submit right here, and we'll call router.push. And what we will do, we will bring back the user back to the form, but now we will get the hotel that we have created from the DB and populate the form. So right here, what we will do, we'll bring back the user to the hotel stroke. Instead of new, I'll say the ID of the hotel that we created, and we'll have the ID of the hotel that we created right here at this particular response. So let me change this to backticks so that we can be able to read the value of that ID right here. So we'll say res.data.id. So that will bring us back to the form, but now it will be pre-populated with data. So if we come back to hotel here page, basically it will notice that we have an ID in our params, and it will get the hotel, and we will receive that hotel through our props. Okay, so this is for the case when the process is successful. What if it fails? So if it fails, we should have a .catch right here, and we will have an arrow function again here, right here. We'll say error or error, whichever you want to use. And right here, you can log that error to the console. So console.log or .error, and you can do, we log it to the console. Also, you can toast a message right here to tell the user that something went wrong. So here we'll say destructive, and right here, something went wrong. Okay, we'll also set is loading to false. So set is loading here to false, just like that. So this will be destructive. Now this is for when we want to create a hotel. So let's test this one out. I'll come back now to the browser after we save everything, and yeah, let's create a dummy hotel now. So we'll say beach hotel here, just do that. You can mark a few amenities. Here we are required now to upload a new image. Also, I have noticed something weird. For these disabled inputs, they come above the navbar. You can try to fix that. It's not like a major issue. Now right here, I'll go ahead and select Kenya like that. Then we'll have a location description, and yeah, fingers crossed. Let's see what happens. So actually I can clear the console. Let's click create. It's creating, and something went wrong. So it said here we are unauthorized. Oops. Okay, actually we said user ID instead of saying if we don't have that user ID. So yeah, my bad. We will try to create again. Creating, and hotel created. Very nice. So it actually created our hotel, and as you can see, our router populated the URL with this particular ID, and now you can see this changed to update instead of create. Very nice. So this is what we actually want, and if I happen to refresh this will always be pre-populated if the ID is correct, and we'll be having the update right here as well. So look, even these are like there, even these. So everything is very fine. And if you want to stock your DB, you can actually do that from the Prisma Studio. So all you need to do is to pop the terminal, and right here you run npx Prisma Studio. You hit enter, and now when you visit this link, actually it automatically opened for us. Very nice. We should be having some record. We should be having one hotel. Okay, it took some time to update, and there we go. We have this one hotel. When you click on it, you'll see now the table for each of the data for our hotel. And if you want to view other tables, you can come here and you can select booking or room, which will be empty by the way. But now look, we have this one hotel right here, which you can also manage from here. You can delete it. If you want to view every column, you can scroll this way and you'll see everything that is there. Okay, awesome. Now let's update a hotel. Now that we are able to create one, I want us to update a hotel. Okay, we will create an API endpoint for update at app, then API hotel. So here, instead of using this route.ts, we will add another folder, and this particular folder will have the hotel ID. So right here we'll add a new folder and we'll say hotel ID, and you include this inside square brackets, okay, so that we can receive that as a parameter. So go ahead and save. I'll add a file and I'll now call this one route.ts. okay, and inside this route now we'll be able to read the hotel ID, which will pass through the URL using this hotel ID parameter, and we'll do this for both updating the hotel and also for deleting the hotel. So the code for both deleting the hotel and updating the hotel, we'll do it here. Okay, so let's start with updating a hotel. So here we'll say export, and we'll say a sync function, and we'll say this is a patch request. We invoke it like that, and right here we'll have that. Now right here we'll be accepting the request, which will be of type request. We include a comma. We will have params, and at the very end here we'll say that our params are hotel ID, and make sure that this one is the same as this one right here. Small l, capital I. We'll say that the params will have hotel ID, and this hotel ID will be of type string. Okay, so this is what we receive right there. Then in here we'll have a try and catch block, just like that. We can come to this one here, because we will get the body, we'll get the user, and also we'll have this unauthorized. So copy that part of the code, come back right here, and we use it here. Make sure we import auth from Clerk Next.js. Also make sure you import next response from next server. Very nice. Now another thing for the error, we can come right here and we copy this same thing. I'll copy, I come here and I paste like that. So here we'll say error at stroke API stroke hotel, and then stroke hotel ID. This is patch, then internal server error, like that. So that is the error I saved out of format. And now let's come here. We will check if we have a hotel ID right here. So we'll say if we don't have params dot hotel ID, right here we throw an error. So we will return a new next response, and we invoke that, and we will say hotel ID is required, just like that. And then right here we include a status code of 400. So we just add that retro check, and then right here we'll just perform the update, and Prisma makes it very easy for us to update. So we'll just say const hotel will be equal to, we await Prisma DB. Make sure to bring that from libs Prisma DB. Then we'll say dot hotel, then dot update. Okay, so we pass this, we pass the object here where we'll say where, and we say ID will be params dot hotel ID. Very nice. And then the second parameter here, we will pass the data to be our body. So we spread the body just like that. So we save. Now one last thing is to return this. So we'll say return, and we'll say next response, then .json, and we return our hotel. Very nice. So that is how we can create this API route for updating a hotel, and we can make the request to it at our add hotel form. So back to add hotel form here, we'll now make a HTTP request just like this one here. Okay, it will be a bit different because we'll be performing a patch request and not a post request. So to perform this patch request, we will say axios.patch, and then we invoke that. Right here, I'll use backticks and I'll say stroke API, and then we'll say stroke hotel. So for post, this is what we did, stroke API, stroke hotel. But for patch, it does not end there. We need to include the ID of this hotel. So right here, I'll read the ID of the hotel by saying hotel.id. And now that will hit our API endpoint at stroke API, stroke hotel ID. And that ID will now be available in this hotel ID variable there. Very nice. So now right here, the second parameter for patch is our values. So we'll say values, just like that. And then right here, we'll say dot then. We pass an arrow function. This arrow function will have the response, and we can use that response in here. And all I'll do is that I'll copy all these right here. Copy, paste here, and here we'll say success hotel updated. So updated. Then here I'll say router.push, and again we will return the user to that form, and we will call this set is loading. We need to catch the error, so I can just copy this catch and I use it here. It will be exactly the same, so I'll go ahead and save. So we can test if we are able to update that hotel. I'll come back here. Actually, we will change the title, maybe a bit of the description. So here we'll say beach, then provide a brief description. Let's add some dummy data there. Let's click on update. It's updating. Give it time. And hotel updated. And amazingly, you can also change the image if you want. You can remove it and upload a new one and update. You can test that. Now, if we come to Prisma Studio, you can hit refresh right here. You'll check if these are data updated as well to confirm. Give it some time to load, and look, beach hotel and these actually changed. So our update is actually working. Very nice. So I want us to complete the buttons right here. We will have one button for viewing the hotel, another one for deleting the hotel, and then next we'll have a button for adding a room. Okay, but we'll do that on the next episode. For us to conclude this episode, let's just add the two buttons here, one for viewing the hotel and the other one for deleting our hotel, and we'll actually even implement the delete functionality. Now that we are talking about delete, let's come back to this route right here and we implement the delete functionality. So we will create an API to process the delete request. So an easier way of going about this is copying the entire of this patch, copy, and on the same file at the bottom we paste. So Control V. Instead of patch, we will say this is a delete request. We will have the request the same way, we will have params the same way, just like that. Then we try, do we have the body? No. So we will not be getting the body for a delete request. We will get the user. We will check if we have the ID here. We will check if we have the user. And then at the bottom here, we will call hotel is equals to await prisma.hotel.delete. So this will be delete. And now we don't have any data that we are saving, so you will remove this part where you have data. So we'll just have where ID is params.hotel.id. Then we will get back, I think, the hotel that we have deleted, and we can return it like that. If we have an error, we will log this to the console and we'll say that the delete function is the one that have an issue. Then internal server error, and we are done with this API request for deleting. Major thing is to receive the hotel ID and making the Prisma call to delete the hotel. So very easy. We come back now to our form. We scroll to the very bottom to add the buttons that will help us do that. So at the very bottom, we will check if we have the hotel. Only when we have the hotel is when we want to show the delete button and also the view button. And we show the button component, which will come from our Shadcn UI. We will conditionally render again. So we will check if is hotel is deleting, and we don't have that state. So let's go ahead at the very top and add a state when deleting the hotel. So we'll use this state to check whether a hotel is deleting or not. So we go at the very bottom back right here, and right here we'll perform that check. So is hotel deleting? We can show this loader component, which you can actually make it to spin. So we'll say loader 2, and after that we will say deleting. This is for the case when it's deleting, and we can add some class names which will be similar to this. So I'll copy this one here, copy, and add that right there, Control V. Now right here I'll use a full colon, and I'll use these two React fragments. If we are not deleting a hotel, we will show the button to delete. So here let's have a trash icon from Lucid React, and here we'll say delete. For this one, we'll also have the class names the same, to decrease its size, to add some margin, just like that. Now we come to this button here, and we'll add an onClick event. So on click, when we click, we will call a function that will help us to actually delete the hotel. So here we'll have handle delete hotel, and we'll pass our hotel right here, just like that. We don't have this function, so it will complain, but we'll create it later on after we add some other props right here. So here we'll be having a variant, and we can make this to be ghost or whichever variant that you want. Then we will make it a type of button. The reason why we make it a type of button is so that it does not submit our form. Remember, this button is still inside our form, so we don't want it to submit the form and potentially update the hotel instead of deleting the hotel. So right here I'll also add a class name, and we'll say a max width of 150px. So I'll say 150px, just like that. And right here at the very end, we can say disabled, and this button will be disabled if we are actually deleting a hotel. So we'll say is hotel deleting. Very nice. Also, you can say all is loading. You can disable in both cases. So that will be our button, but let's create this function. So I'll copy that, then I'll come to the very top. This was handle image delete. This was our on submit. So I'll do it after our on submit, just right here. I'll say const handle delete hotel will be equal to a function right here. So this function will receive the hotel, and it will be of type hotel with rooms. Then right here I will say that this is an async arrow function. So right here we'll actually do two things. One, we will delete the hotel image from Uploadthing, and then we'll also delete the hotel. So right here let's start by saying set is hotel deleting to true. Very nice. Then right here I write a retro function, and I'll say const get image key. Okay, and right here I'll set it to be equal to src, which will be a string. So we'll receive a string in this particular function, and this function will return src.substring, just like that. And we invoke that. We'll say src.last index of, and we say that /, and then right here we'll say +1. So that will get us the image key whenever we call that function with a certain URL. And then right here we'll have a try and catch block. So right here we'll say await axios.post, and here we will actually delete the image. So we will say stroke API stroke upload thing, and then stroke delete. So this will delete the image from Uploadthing, but we are required to pass the image key right here, image key. But we don't have it, so let's get the image key. We'll say const image key will be equal to get image key. We invoke that and we pass the hotel dot image, so that will get us the image key. And now this request should delete the image from Uploadthing. Very nice. Now after that, we'll make another request. We'll say await and we'll say axios dot delete, and here we will now delete our hotel. So we'll say backticks, because we need the ID of the hotel, stroke API stroke hotel, and then stroke we include our hotel ID. So those two things will one delete the image, one delete the hotel. Then at the bottom here we'll set is hotel deleting to false, and also we will toast a success. So I can copy one of these right here, copy, then I'm lost. This is for image delete, sorry, that's why I'm lost. So right here I'll paste and we'll say success, and right here hotel deleted. So if one of these fail, we'll have an error here and we can toast the error. You can also add the error message. So basically I can use the backtick here, and right here I can include the error dot message. Also we forgot a $sign here, just like that. Awesome. Another thing we set is hotel deleting to false. Log the error, so console.error or console.log of error. So I go ahead and save. Pretty nice. So now we'll be able to delete a hotel together with its image. Make sense? Yeah, so let's test this one out. We'll come here and now look, we have this delete. We can also go to Uploadthing dashboard. So we see if one image will be actually be removed. So right now I have 5 images and one of them is this one. I can't really know for sure because we repeated the image. You see we have city hotel, city hotel, city hotel. So I can't know for sure which is which, but at least one should go. We have 5. And at Prisma Studio we have 1 record. So we go ahead and delete, deleting, and hotel deleted. Very nice. And once it's deleted, one thing I didn't do is maybe change the URL to maybe stroke new. Okay, because now look, we have this pre-populated data which is saying update, and which will actually should fail. And yeah, so let's see if it's actually deleted. So look, we don't have any record, and here we now have 4 images. So it's both deleting the hotel and the image. Now one last thing right here we should do is to change the URL. So I'll say router.push and we'll take them to stroke hotel stroke new, now that we have deleted. Very nice, that should do. And one last thing now also is to add a button here for viewing a hotel, and we will be working on more details about the hotel later on. For now we just need one button for view hotel, so we can do it after the delete one. So this is for delete here, this is for create. Now here we'll have for view. For view it doesn't have many stuff. So here we'll say if we actually have a hotel and we will have then a button, and now this button will have view. We can add an icon to make it better. So we'll say I, then we'll have a class name, class name to be equal to margin right of 2, height of 4, width of 4. Then for this button, by default its type is submit, which will actually try to submit the form. So we'll change its type to button. So type button, just like that. That will prevent it from submitting the form. This I, we should import it from Lucid React, and right here we will have a variant prop, and we can actually say an outline. So outline. Then right here we'll actually have an on-click event, and for this on-click event will take us to the more details about this hotel. So I will add an arrow function, and I'll say router dot push, and we invoke that. We use backtick, and right here I'll say stroke hotel, then stroke actually we'll say stroke hotel details. We don't have this route yet. We'll get to it when we start displaying our hotel and showing more details about it, but I just want to complete this right now so that I don't actually forget. And we'll pass stroke hotel ID right here. So stroke hotel details, then stroke hotel ID, and that takes us to more details about that hotel. So I'll go ahead and save. We'll test this later on when we actually show more details about the hotel. Now, we already have 3 buttons here: delete, view, create or update. Now we need one more button for adding rooms, and let's do that in the next episode. So far so good with our project here. Now the next thing that we will do is to add a room once we create a hotel. So we'll add a button here that will open a model, and then we'll use that model to create a room. So first things first, we can create a hotel again here, and I want to allow like uploading bigger images. So one way you can do that is to go to API, Uploadthing, Clerk.ts, then you'll just increase the size here, and I'll say 10 MBs. Okay, these complaints. Okay, we can say 8 MB, and I'll go ahead and save that. Okay, so now I'll be able to upload bigger images. If we refresh, I think this should update to 8, and it does. So now at the very top, I'll create an example hotel here. So since I had already like deleted the previous one, so I'll create a new one. I'll click on all of these because when I want to show more details about this hotel or about the hotels, I want to have an example where I can see all amenities, how they are. Then I'll choose now a hotel here. This one look nice. We have the ocean view there. Then I'll come here, we select the country. So I'll let this complete uploading. Then we'll go ahead and create the hotel. When the image is uploading, we can like disable create hotel. That is a thing that you can do. So I'll just create the hotel here, and once hotel is created, you'll see we will push the user right here, and now we have view hotel and we have this delete hotel, and now this has changed to update. So we want to add another button here that will say add a room, and also once we create a hotel and we don't have any room, we can add a message right here to tell the user like they need to add a room. Okay, so we can start with that message. So back right here, we will do that before our buttons. So you scroll up to the very bottom, and we have these div which have our buttons. So this is the place that we need to display an alert. So for this alert, let's go to Shadcn. We will search for alert. It will look like this, so we need to install it. So I'll copy that one, npm, then I'll come back right here, pop the terminal, and I can actually stop the Prisma Studio, Control C, and I'll install alert. Then I can come back again and I can see the code, so I can click on code here, and the alert will look like this. Very nice. So I'll just copy that real quick, then I come back here, and before I paste it, I'll check if I actually have a hotel, and I'll also check hotel.rooms.rent. So if we have a hotel and we don't have rooms, we'll go ahead and show an alert. So right here, I'll now paste. I go ahead and save. I can come here and copy the imports. Then I'll come back, and at the very top, I'll just paste. We have this terminal. this is an icon, so I can import it from Lucid React like that. And now we don't have any error. I save, and if we come to the browser here, we should be seeing that let me refresh. We should be seeing that alert, and we have it here. So I want us to customize it so that it's much more visible at the class name here. I'll give it color white, and I'll say here stroke hyphen white. Very nice. Then at alert here, we'll give it a background color. So I'll say class name, and we'll say bg hyphen indigo, then space text can be more bright, so I'll say text white. Okay, very nice. Then for the title, we can say one last step, and then for the description, your hotel was created successfully. Then we can show an emoji. Fire emoji is nice. Then right here, I'll add a div, and we'll say please add some rooms to complete your hotel setup. Okay, just like that, and I save that now. We come back, and this message should look a bit nicer, and it doesn't. So the background color is missing something. We'll say hyphen 500, or rather 600, and I'll go ahead and save that now. And there we go. So you can choose any color. I went with this color because even our logo has that purplish or bluish color, which is nice. So once we create a hotel, we'll be seeing this message, which is good. Now let's add a button. So we will add the button after the view button, where we have view here, and we'll do it here. Now this button will be kind of unique because it will be used to open a model, and Shadcn calls the model the dialog. We'll go back here, and I'll go to Shadcn, and I'll search for dialog. So we have alert dialog and dialog. I'll go with dialog, and we want a button like this, and when we click, it will open this dialog like that. We need to install some stuff. We will add dialog. I copy that. I come back here, and we basically install it. I paste, and I hit enter. So once it's done, I can actually come back to Shadcn, and from here we'll need to import all this: dialog, dialog content, dialog description, header, title, and trigger. So I'll go ahead and copy that. I'll come back, go to the very top of this file, and I'll paste it here. I told you this file will be huge because we have a lot of stuff that we are doing. So right here, I'll copy this code for the dialog, and I'll come back and I'll paste it here. I'll go ahead and save just to auto format that. Then we'll be able to customize this. So first things first is that for this particular dialog, I want it to be there only when we have an existing hotel. So I'll say hotel and end. Then our dialog should be there now. So I can just remove that section, then include my curly brackets at the bottom here. Okay, so now we have this. We show the dialog only when we have the hotel. This one we will say add room. So for the trigger here, we'll actually make it to be a button. So right here, let's add the button component, just like that. We'll say add room, and right here we will include an icon, which is the plus icon. I'll add a class name to this icon. We'll say margin to the right of 2, then height of 4, and width of 4. Okay, very nice. I go ahead and save that. Then right here at the dialog title, add a room. Then for this plus, we make sure we import it from Lucid React. And for the description, add details about a room in your hotel. We have that basic setup. Let's save and see if it works. So we should mark it as type of button so that it doesn't submit the form. These are hydration errors from Clerk, so you can just ignore them. What we need to do now is to come here for this button. Let's give it a type of button. By default, it's type submit, so it will try to submit the form, and we don't want that. We just want it to open the dialog. So right here, we'll have a variant outline, and finally, we can add a class name. We can give it like a max width, so I'll say max hyphen width 150 px will do, and I go ahead and save. Now if I come back here, this should change to this variant, which is cool. And when I click on it, look, we are able to open this dialog, and then we'll use this to add the form here for adding a room. Once we add a room, we will be needing to close this dialog, and there is no direct way of doing it, but we still have a way. So I want us to set that up first. Okay, so we just need some state, and we control the opening and the closing of the dialog ourselves. We'll just add a state const open, and we'll also have set open, and this will be equal to use state, and we will invoke that, and we'll say here false. So we go ahead and save. So we'll use these two at our dialog. So scroll to the very bottom, and right here we'll say open, and we'll set this prop to be open. Then right here we'll say on open change, and we'll set open. So by this, whenever we click the X icon, this will allow the dialog to work as normal. But again, now we can use this set open to change the status of open, and the dialog will be only open when this open is true. So now we will have some control on this particular dialog. Now when I click that, we will add a form to add a room. Okay, and that form will be so similar to this add hotel form. We'll be doing so many things in a similar way, and now we'll do it in a different component. We can say that this form is now done. 580 lines, not so much. That's a good size for that component. So let's just come right here at components, and we can add another folder just to organize them, and we'll say room. So for room, we'll add a new file. We'll say add room form.tsx, just like that. Stateless functional component, and we'll say add room form. Let's just say add and save. Then we come to our add hotel form, and where we have our dialog and where we have content. So just at the very bottom, this is the dialog content. So we have the header, and I think we can do it after the header. So just after the header, we can include our component add room form, and once I do that, you'll see that that content of that particular form will be included in our dialog. Okay, we didn't import that component. Let's import it, control space, and we import it. I happen to save. So now when I click add room form, you see we have this add, which is in our new component. Now another thing that we can try to do is to make this to be bigger. If I happen to close that, you'll see we have a lot of spacing. So how we can do that is here at dialog content, we can add a class name, and for this class name we will set a max hyphen width of 900 px, just like that. And then right here we will set the width to be 90%. Also include these in the square brackets, so that in a very small screen the dialog box will not actually touch the walls, therefore it will still have some spacing by saying 90% there. Then for this header, we'll actually give it a class name and we'll set a px of 2. So I save now and we see that this dialog will actually stretch. Oops, it didn't. Yeah, it has. Okay, it got me fooled a bit there. So this is like the maximum, but when we are on a very small screen, it will still have some spacing here because we said it to be 90%. Okay, now let's work on our form. This form will be accepting several props, and also it will be a client component. We can just say use client, and right here we'll be defining some types. So I'll say interface add hotel form props. Okay, not hotel but room, sorry. We will receive a hotel which will be optional, and this will be of type hotel, and it will also have the rooms. So it's like that type of hotel with rooms. So right here I'll say rooms to be an array of room. Let's make sure to import both hotel from Prisma client and room from Prisma client. Right here we will be receiving a room because we'll use the same the dialog or model to edit a room. So we can optionally receive a room just like that, and also we'll be having a function that we will use to close the dialog once we submit the form. Handle dialog open, and this one will be a function that returns void, so it doesn't return anything and it doesn't receive anything. Okay, very nice. So we can get those props right here. We will get the hotel, we will get the room, and also we will get the handle dialog open. We need to specify the types, so outside here I'll say add room form props. We will also need to define a schema using Zod, okay, for this particular form. Just at the top outside our component, we'll say const form schema. We have been through this already, so nothing new here. Will now be equal to z.object, and we will invoke that. We'll pass the different types right here. At the top, we will import all sz from Zod. We need to include all the properties that we added in our Prisma schema. So I'll jump into Prisma here, schema. The way we copied the hotel like this, we'll do the same for room. So right here, this time don't include the ID, I'll include title, hit Alt, and at the very end, you'll select all of them. So I'll select them like that, then I'll hold on shift, then press home, so that we'll select all of them. And I missed one here, city view. So Alt, click on that, then shift, then home. So I'll go ahead and copy them, then I'll come back here and we'll be listing them like that. So we'll start at the very top, and this one will be a string. So z.string, we invoke that, and we'll give this a minimum value, so .min of 3, and right here we'll have a message. Now we'll have a description, so I'll just copy this right here. At the end I can use a comma, and right here I'll use a full colon and I'll paste this. So this is now for the description, and I'll set a minimum of 10, and we'll change the message to description must be at least 10 characters long. Now we come right here to bed count. This will be a number, so we'll use this type. So we'll do the same for guest count, bathroom count. So right here I'll paste there, and we'll say guest count is required, comma there, comma here. Then this one is the bathroom, and also this one will be required. Bathroom count is required. Okay, for king bed here, this will not be required, meaning that it will be optional. At the end here, we'll say mean to be 0. I'll copy the same and use a comma there. Don't forget the commas. And we'll say the same for the queen bed. Now we have the image. Image here will be required. So for breakfast price, we'll say z.cost.number. Then we will invoke that and we'll say that this is optional. A hotel room can have like the breakfast offer or it cannot. But for the room price, this will be required. Very nice. Now these are the amenities available in the room and these will be optional. So here we'll say z.boolean. We invoke that, and at the end here we'll say dot optional and we invoke that. So I'll go ahead and actually include a comma there first, then I will copy from this full colon, and then I copy so that I can just paste them. We just paste and I save. So there we have our form schema for a room. Okay, so we need to come right here and we need to include the same things that we did with our form right here. I copy that one and we create a form here. So we bring in use form from React hook form. We bring in Zod resolver from hook form resolver Zod. Then the default values here will be for the room and not hotel. So I write everything in this particular object, and now this will be room, not hotel. I just realized something stupid I did. So these were the props that we were supposed to receive on our component and not right here. So just cut that and right here add form. I hope you realize this. Just add it here. For a moment I was wondering why this is complaining. Yeah, so we add all these like that. Then here we'll have room. Then here we'll pass the default values. So you can see the error on this other side because we didn't pass I think this one, which is mandatory. So right here we need to pass all this. We can just select them from here. So I'll say alt. So we'll need the title, we'll need description, we'll need bed count, guest count, bathroom count, king bed, queen bed, image. It's scrolling so fast. Breakfast price, room service, TV, balcony, free Wi-Fi, city view, ocean view, forest view, mountain view, air condition. I messed up on this one. I don't know what will happen, but now you can click on shift then home. Copy that one, come right here and paste. This one will be an empty string. This one will also be an empty string. This one will be 0. Copy, paste here, paste here. This is also a number. This is also a number. What else is a number? Breakfast price is a number. Now this one will be a string as well, just like that. And for this one will be false. So false comma, and you can copy that one. Copy. Then here Control V, Control V, Control V. All of these will be booleans. Okay, I remove the colon there, and there we go. So I save now and it aligns them nicely. So we have created this form and we have used this use form, and now we can use this form to create our fields. So it's a similar process that we did with our hotel form. I know it's a big process and so on, but we just have to do it. So I'll come back to hotel form here and we'll actually add some props to our component here so that it stop complaining. We will say hotel will be hotel. We will say handle. Actually, we misspelled this function. Supposed to be a dialog. Handle dialog open. We will pass handle dialog open as well. So I'll copy this particular function and I'll paste it here. Then right here, I'll just give it a better spelling. I save. Now this is complaining because of this function, so we need to create that function. I'll come before our return statement, just right here, const handle dialog open will be equal to an arrow function, and right here we'll just say set open. We get the previous state and we get the opposite of that previous state as our return, so that will toggle that state, and I save. Okay, now you see the error disappeared and we passed those two props right there. So we will pass the prop for the room when we want to actually edit a room. So in this case, we are not editing, we are creating a new room. Right here, I'll just include a div and a class name here. This class name will have a max height of 75 VH. If we have an overflow along the y-axis, we'll make it to be auto. So overflow y auto and px here of 2. Now in here is where we will create our form. So we'll go ahead right here and say form like that. Make sure to import it from UI form, and then we will spread form here, and in here we'll say the form, the normal HTML element like this. Right here we can have a class name, and we'll say space along the y-axis to be 6. Now in here we'll start including the form fields. So we'll start by the room title. So we can come to this one and we go to the very top and we can steal this title. So I'll copy this one and we paste it here. I save to auto format. Name will be title there. Then this will be room title. Then here you can provide your room title or provide a room name. Example, double room. Then we make sure to import all this stuff from UI form, this one from UI form, this one from UI form, form description here from UI form, form control from UI form, also form message from UI form. And now these errors should go. Okay, we have one here, input from UI input, and we go ahead and save. So now we should have at least one input field. So at our app, when I click add room, look, we have this input field right there. I'll come back and we'll add even more. We need a description, so I can copy this input there. We'll just use it right here. This one now will be description. This will be room description. Then here it'll say, is there anything special about this room? Placeholder. This will not be input, but it will be text area. From UI text area. Okay, that will be it for description. Now we will go to another section where we will show the different amenities available in this room. So I'll include this in a div, and here we will start by adding a form label, and here I'll say choose room amenities. Then right here I'll say form description. Now right here I'll add a div because I want to divide the amenities into two sections. So I'll say class name here, and I'll display grid hyphen call, and here these will be calls to, and we'll say a gap of 2 and a margin top of 2. Then in here we'll be having a form field, so I'll say form field. This will be similar like that for a checkbox, the checkbox that we had done on this one. So I'll scroll down, so I can copy this one here, copy, then I come here and we use it here. At least when I copy we can move a bit fast. So here instead of a gym, room service, then we bring in checkbox from UI checkbox. Make sure not to bring it from Radix UI but UI checkbox. Then we can say 24 hours room services. Let's save and preview. Add a room, and look, we have the room title, description, and we have now choose amenities, and we can actually select 24 hours room service. So I think this is going along well, right? So we just need to duplicate these multiple times and we customize each one of them. So we will have one for the TV. So here I'll say TV, then right here I'll say TV. The next one will be for a balcony. Does this room have a balcony? And right here I'll say balcony. Very nice. Then we duplicate it there. We'll have free Wi-Fi. Then right here we'll say free Wi-Fi, just like that. The other one will be city view. City view. Ocean view. We'll have forest view and mountain view as well. So forest view, forest view, then here mountain view. So you can have as many as you want. Next we'll have is this room air conditioned. So I'll say air conditioned. Is it soundproofed? So those are all the amenities. So if I save, we come back, look, we have all the amenities listed here, and you can select the one that are available in this particular room. And now since we are having an overflow, you can see we have a scroll bar there. So we will have now a section where we can actually upload an image or show the image of the room. And for that, we don't need to work so hard for that one since we have already done a similar thing. So I'll scroll down here where we actually had the image section. So this is it. I'll select this form field up to this point. I will copy it and I'll come back right here. So after this div, okay, so let me see, actually after this other div there, so you should have two closing div right here. Right here now I'll now paste that form field for the image. If I save, does it auto format? Yes. So let's go through each of the steps and see if everything is fine. So this will be form control, name will be image. We will render here field form item, class name will be flex call space y3. All looks good. Then he'll say upload an image. Choose an image that will showcase your we can say room nicely. Then right here we'll have a form control. We'll check if we have an image or not. So we need to set up the state for the image, and image is deleting. So if I come back right here, we go to where we had states. Okay, we had image and image is deleting, so I'll just copy the two. Copy, come back to our room, go to the top of the component here, and I'll paste those states. Okay, we bring in use state from React, just right here, and we come back to the bottom. We need to import this image component from next image. Then we need to bring in a button from UI button. We have this handle image delete. We can just come from our hotel form right here. We can come here and we copy that delete functionality, handle image delete. We'll just copy the same thing. You can as well pass it via props to here. It is the same thing, but copying once, it's not a bad thing. When you have many places to use this function, then you can try to reuse it, but in this case I can just copy and paste it right here. It will be making the request to the same endpoint because the image is at Uploadthing, and therefore I don't have a problem there. We import Axios from Axios, then we set up our toast. So at the top here we can come and say const toast will be equal to use toast from UI toast. Should we destructure it? I forgot that, so let's check if we destructured here. Yeah, we actually did. So let's destructure toast, just like that. Then let's come here, and now we have this function for deleting the image. Let's come to the very bottom. Now this is the function for deleting the image. We'll pass the image. Let's bring in this loader from Lucid React, X circle from Lucid React. Okay, now we come here, we bring in the upload button from Uploadthing, the second one here, upload complete, error, everything is fine, and I save. So that is our image upload functionality right there, which we'll use to upload the room image. So it's the same functionality as that of add hotel form, and since we had already done it, we have now moved a bit faster right there, which is good. So we come here. So now we'll have another retro section which we will divide into two. So here I'll have a div. Inside this div I'll have two other divs. Okay, so that one and this one. This one will be our part 2. Let's just write it so that it's easy to spot. Then right here we'll add a class name, and we'll say flex to be row, and we'll add a gap of 6. Then right here we will add a class name. Flex will be 1, flex, then flex will be call, then a gap of 6 as well. Let's copy this class name and we will paste it right here. Very nice. So we come in here and we will have a form field. Let's copy one of the form fields, then we'll just customize that particular form field. So I'll go for the one that says description or title is a good one. Then we come to the very bottom again and we paste it here. So this says form field, control will be form control, this will be the room price. So here I'll say room price, then right here the description, room price in USD. Okay, that is the label, this is the description. So we'll say state the price for staying in this room for 24 hours. That is basically 1 day. Control, this will be an input, not a text area. So you'll say input, just like that. We'll say the type for this input is number. Okay. We will remove the placeholder and right here we'll say the minimum is 0. I save. Let's see what we have. Add room. We scroll down. This is weird. We should not be having the image for the hotel, but we should be having that for the room. But let's see for the number here. Now you can add a room price in USD there, which is good. And the part 2, we'll list them here. So let's fix this image back here. So here we said hotel.image, but we should say room.image. So that's the issue there. So we save, we come now to the very bottom, and we'll be having now a similar thing for our room price here. Down here, I paste. This one will be for the bed count. So bed count, so how many beds are available in this room? So this we can have a minimum and maybe a maximum. So maybe a room cannot have more than 8 beds, which makes sense. If you want to set a maximum, you can. So I'll copy now this one, and we'll have one for guest count. Guest count. Guest count. How many guests are allowed in this room? This will be the same. Okay, we come here, we'll have one for the bathroom count. So if the maximum of the room or bed is 8, maybe guest can be double that. So I don't know if there is a room like that, but you might be having a hall or something, I don't know. So here let's have bathroom count. So I'll say bathroom count. How many bathrooms are in this room? How many bathrooms are in this room? Like that. Then yeah, I leave everything as it is. Now that is the first section. We have this other section, so we can check just to press the eyes or something. This is a section for adding the image. You can make it shorter or longer, I don't know. Then this is our room price here. bed count, guest count, bathroom count. So the others, we'll list them here, including the breakfast price, king size bed. So they'll be so similar. So I'll copy all of these actually. I'll hold on shift, copy all those form fields, and I'll paste them here. I'll move back to the top here where we have this div, and we start changing from here. So these will be breakfast price, in USD. So we come here now, we say king bed, and here you'll say king bed. So that is optional, we remove the star. This is also optional, so I'll remove the star. Then yeah, how many king beds are available in this room? The rest will be the same. We come to this one, we say queen beds. I don't know why these complain. So at our types, we said queen bed. We fix that, queen bed. You should be able to catch these small mistakes that I make. And we come back here, queen bed. Okay, so that means that we should also fix our schema. So the original mess was here, queen bed. Once you change the schema, you should always call npx prisma generate to keep the types in sync. Okay, that failed. Okay, we should do it when our application is not running, maybe. Npx prisma generate, yeah, and npx prisma db push. So a small change can actually affect it, so you can always do this. So once that is done, you can run the application again. So npm run dev, that can run at the background there. Now we go to the bottom of this form. Now after queen bed, we'll actually not be having anything else. So how many queen beds are in this room? So after the queen bed, this is the last one, we can remove it. Or did we leave something behind? So we can preview at our browser. Let's refresh since we restarted the server. Add room here, and this is what we have. You can verify if everything is fine. So as you can see, these were mandatory, these are optional. Yeah, very nice. Now one last thing, we need to actually add a button that will submit this form and save this room in the database. So let's do that. We will jump to divs right here. Just before closing the form, right here, we'll add a div. In this div, we can add a class name, and I'll add padding to the top of 4 and maybe padding to the bottom of 2. Now in here, I'll go ahead and we will add a button for creating. Since we'll also be using this for update, we'll do a similar thing like we did with our hotel. Let's go and steal the code from here. So look for where we had create hotel and update hotel buttons. They should be at the very bottom. So at the very bottom here is where we had updating and creating. So I'll copy the entire of this section like that, copy, and I come back here, and right here I'll paste and I save. So I saved just to the format, but here really we should be looking for the room, if we have a room or not. Okay, and I think his loading should be complaining, right? Because we don't have that state yet. it just takes some time to, you know, reflect, and it's actually complaining. Then we should also import these icons. So pencil line from Lucid React, pencil light here from Lucid React again. Set is loading state. So back at the top where we have our states here, I'll say const is loading and set is loading to be equal to use state. We invoke that, and here I'll say false. Very nice. I go ahead and save. Let's go back to the very bottom. Now there is only one difference that we will do in this particular form. These buttons should automatically submit the form, but now the problem is we are hooking this form into this form. So basically we have two forms, okay, and submitting this form will also submit the form for the hotel. So we don't want that. So actually what we will do, we'll make these buttons to be of type buttons so that they don't submit the hotel form. So right here we'll say type to be button, just like that. And these we should do the same for this other button here. So right here I'll say type is of button. How will we submit the form? We'll just add an on click event here, and once we click this, we will call right here form dot handle handle submit. We will invoke it and we'll pass our on submit function right here. Okay, very nice. And we will do the same for these other button. So they'll be calling the same function. We pass it like that: on click form handle submit on submit. So actually we can say on submit with a capital S, like that. So it complains because we don't have that function yet, but we all know that we can easily define the function at the very top just before our return statement. And we have that function in our hotel form, so we can steal it from there, because why not? So we have this on submit function. We'll just copy that function and we will paste it right here. Paste. Now this will already make a request for hotel like this, but we don't want to update the hotel or create a hotel. We want to do it for the room, so we'll customize this further. Also, we don't have a router here, so let's create the router. So I can say const router will be equal to use router. This will come from next navigation. We invoke that. Very nice. So we come back now right here where we have this on submit. Now these types will be the same. We are passing from schema. We'll set is loading to true. Now right here we will check if we have a hotel and if we have the room. Okay, so we must have the two so that we actually update the room. So right here we'll say axios.patch and we'll call stroke API, then right here stroke room. Okay, and then right here we will pass the room ID. Here we will pass the values, and then then here will be a toast. The variant, the description will be room updated. Okay, very nice. Then router.push. So instead of saying router.push here, we'll say router.refresh. Then right here we'll close the dialog by calling handle dialog open, and we call that one. If we have an error, we'll do that. Nothing to change there. Then right here we will be creating a room. So here instead of hotel we'll say room. If it's success, we'll say room created. If something goes wrong, we do this. Then right here again, instead of router.push, let's do router.refresh. And we set is loading to false. And then right here we handle dialog open, which will actually close the dialog. Now when creating the room, we'll also need to pass the hotel ID. So instead of just passing the values don't have the hotel ID, so we will spread the values. So we pass an object, we spread the values. Then right here we will specify that we need a hotel ID, and we'll say the hotel ID is hotel.id. Make sense? So this is possible now. We should have it. So at the else here, we'll say if we don't have a hotel.id, we will return. So that should remove that error. If we don't have hotel. If we don't have hotel, we return. Okay, we save. So we can test this functionality. So right here, we can try to submit the form and see if it will throw the errors. And nicely, it shows the errors. Very nice, that's good. We choose a room photo, and okay, so I can wait for it to complete uploading there. Once it's uploaded, we'll get the image. I don't know why this remains as marked this way. Yeah, actually we haven't added the watch for the image. So at add hotel form, remember we did something nice with the use effect to update the image like this. So we will just copy that piece of code and we will use it again right here. So this will actually get to update the image, and that is why this did not update immediately. So we can click on X. Oops, use effect is not defined, sorry. So we import that from React and we save. Now the problem is that we have lost all the state. Even this is not working. Okay, let's refresh. So we are able to fill out all these details, but we can't actually create the room. And this says create hotel, which we should fix. The reason why we can't create a room, we didn't create the APIs for saving the room and also for updating the room. So here, instead of create hotel, just say create room, and then we create the APIs real quick. So right here at API, I'll add a new folder, and we'll call this one room. And inside the room, we'll add a new file. We'll call it route.ts. We can actually go to the hotel route.ts and we copy this. Then we go to room route.ts and we paste it here. So all we need to do here is to customize, which is good. So function post body we get from request.json, user ID from auth. If we don't have a user ID, we throw an error. Then here we will be creating a room. We await prisma.room.create, and we pass the data where we will pass the body user ID. I don't think we included user ID at the room, so it's just the ID. We also have hotel ID, so we don't need the user ID. We can remove that. When fetching the hotel, we'll also be fetching it together with its rooms, and the hotel ID will be the relationship between the two. So right here we simply return the room. Here we'll say error at stroke API stroke room post, then internal server error, and we are done with the API for creating the room. So we'll come to stroke API stroke room and we'll get to this. Now we can do the same for patch. So for patch, we add a new folder right here. We use square brackets, and right here we'll actually say room ID. Right here we'll add a new file and we'll say route.ts. So we go to hotel ID room.ts and we copy this one for patch. Actually, we'll also do the same for the delete, because we'll also be needing to delete a room, right? So I'll do both right now. So I'll just highlight everything right here and copy. I go back to room ID, route.ts, and I paste. So let's go to the top. We start with patch. So for patch, we'll have request params, body, user ID. Actually, these now will be room ID and not hotel ID. So here room ID, and this one also to be room ID. We return room ID is required. Then right here user ID unauthorized, perfect. Then we come right here and we will say a Prisma DB dot room dot update. We get back the room right here where ID is params dot room ID and data is body. So everything is just repetitive here. Right here we return the room. Here we'll say error at stroke API stroke room stroke hotel ID patch and then error. So that is the API endpoint for patch. If we come to add room form, you'll see right here we say API room ID. So that goes to stroke API stroke room ID, and we hit this endpoint. And since here we say patch, it will know that it's supposed to call this function. So we do the same for delete request params. This is not hotel ID. I can actually use Control D to highlight all the hotel IDs. I remove them and I say room ID. Okay, very nice. We receive the room ID as a string, user ID. Here you have room ID. We'll say room ID is required. I hope we did the same here, yes. Then right here, unauthorized. Here we will say room. Then here we say room. For the error, stroke API, stroke room ID. So when we get to deleting the hotel, we already have our API function right here. So now we can test the functionality of saving the room to the DB. The good thing, this did not refresh when we are changing the server files. So we already have our form pre-filled with the data, and all I need to do is to click on create room. It's creating and room created. Very nice. So we will show the room down here, but for now let's actually check the DB if we have it. So we go back to here, pop the server, and right here I'll actually say clear, and I'll say npx Prisma Studio. So that will start our Prisma Studio, where we can actually confirm if the room was created. So this will load hotel, but we should come here and click on room. You see now we have room one record. So we click on room. So here we have now our double room. Is there anything? 2 bed count, 2 guests, 1 bathroom count, 1 king bed, 1 queen bed. The image URL is here. Breakfast price is there in USD, room price. So we have all this. Very nice. So the room is created successfully. Now the next thing that we'll do is to list the room here. Then we'll have a button for editing the room and also a button for deleting a room. So let's cover that next. For us to list the different rooms right here, we will create a room CRUD, okay, and we'll make use of a component from Shadcn. So from Shadcn you can search for CRUD, and you'll have this CRUD right here. You see it will look like this. So we can scroll right here and we install the CRUD. npx Shadcn UI test add CRUD. So right here you can stop this Prisma Studio and I paste my command. As it adds, we'll go to components and we'll go to room. We'll add a new file and we'll call it room CRUD.tsx. Right here, stateless functional component room CRUD. For now, let's say this is a card inside the React fragments, just like that. So we will use this room card inside our add hotel form. So we come to this one and we'll go at the very bottom. So this is the div that holds all our buttons. So after that div, I can do it right here. We will perform some checks. So we will check if we have a hotel and if the hotel has rooms. So we'll check if hotels.rooms.rent exist. And here you can use a double exclamation mark. You will say end. So if both of these are true, that means that we have some rooms in this particular hotel, and therefore we'll go ahead and display them down here. So just like this, I add a div. Now in here, we will be able to map through the rooms, but first of all, we can add a separator, which comes from Shadcn. And down here, I think we can have a heading. So I'll add a h3 and we'll say hotel rooms. We can add some few styles. So I'll say class name, and right here, I'll text large, and then font will be semi-bold, margin along the y-axis of 4. After our heading, we'll go ahead and have another div, and now this is where we will list the different rooms. So I'll add a class name to this div, and we will display a grid. On small screens, we will just have a grid of 1. So grid calls of 1. On larger screens, very large screens, so to Excel, we will say grid hyphen calls of 2. And right here, I'll say a gap of 6. Okay. If I save, it will auto format, and in here now we can initialize the map. So I'll use this, and we'll say hotel dot rooms dot map. We will get a room at a time, and we'll be able to display it. So we include an arrow function here, and here we will return. What do we return? We return the room card which we just created, just like that. Now this room card, first of all, we should bring it in. So we import it from our room card. Then it should have a key, and the key will be room.id. And then right here, it should have a hotel. The hotel will be our hotel, and also it should have our room data. So we say room to be equal to room. So we go ahead and save. Now we jump into room card, and we need to define an interface that will be able to help us receive all those props. At the top here, first of all, this will be a client component. So you can say use client, and then we define an interface. Optionally, we can have bookings. Now we receive some props here. We will receive the hotel, the room for now. Later on, we'll be able to receive the bookings. So I think we can still add it and give it a default value. So we'll say bookings here and give it a default value of an array. Then out here, we will say room card props. So now right here, we can say room.name to test. We see if we get anything. Okay, it's not room.name, but room.title. I save. So let's jump into our browser, and we should be able to see a room title. So we see hotel rooms, and right here we are able to see double room. This is the room that we added. We can add 2 rooms for a good preview. So right here, let's add a single room. So I create the room, and once it creates, you'll see it will refresh, and then we'll have single room here. I think we included this in a grid, and as you can see, I don't think it created the spacing between them. So it's worth checking that one out. Another thing, we don't see the separator. To fix the separator, you can go to UI we should be having it here. So I don't know where we brought it from. So we imported it wrongly. Must be it's coming from radix, so we don't want it to be from radix. What we can do is to go to Shadcn, search for a separator, this one here, then we install it. So here, Control J, we add it in our project. So just install. So once it's installed, you can come to the very bottom and let's import it now from UI separator, like that. We save, and then it will be added right here at our UI. And what we can do is that we can make it brighter. So right now we have this shrink 0 and we have BG border. So we'll change from BG border to BG primary stroke 10. So that will be a bit brighter than the border one, so it will be visible. So if we come back and here we see this line. Okay, now there is an issue with our grid and I can't seem to see it, because right here we are saying grid calls 1 at 2 excel, grid calls 2 gap of 6. So what's wrong with the grid there? So actually I have figured out that there is no issue with our grid. The problem is that we don't have any element at our room card. We used React fragments here. So if there were divs, now it will be showing like a separation between the two. Right now it's showing as one column, which is good, and in a big screen 2 columns. So we just need to work on this card now that we are having our data here and we had installed the card. So we just need to call the different components from Shadcn and build up on the card. So instead of a div here, I'll actually say card. And now this is from a component that will come from UI card. Then inside the card, so let me remove this one, we will have a card header. Inside the card header, we can have both the card title, so card title, and the card title here will be room.title. Then we'll have a card description, and here we can have our room.description. If I save, after the card header, we'll be having the card content, and in here we can have the different stuff. So I'll start by adding a class name, just like that. Then we will flex, and we'll flex column, and we'll have a gap of 4. Okay, very nice. Now in here we will have a div. For this div we'll be showing the image, so I'll say image, and this image should come from next image. Make sure not to bring it from Lucid, bring it from next image. Then right here we'll be having a class name to add some styles for the image. We'll say aspect to be square, overflow hidden, we'll say relative here, then we'll say h to be right here 200px, we'll say rounded. These are styles for this image container. Very nice. Now we come back to the image, we'll say fill, then we'll say source here will be room.image. Then right here we'll have an alt, just like that, and we'll say room.title. Then we'll add a class name, and we'll say object cover. So we save that and we can preview what we have, and if we are having a nice image for our room, we'll see a card here and here. And where's the image? Oh boy. Okay, there we go. We see those two images. Very nice. It's starting to come along very well. Now below this image, we will list the different amenities with very nice icons. Therefore, be ready to work with a lot of icons here. Now here, we will have a section for our icons and amenities. We will add a class name here, divide it into two sections. So we'll say class name, we'll say grid, and we'll say grid hyphen calls hyphen 2. We'll have a gap between them of 4, and let content be start, text be small. Okay, very nice. Now for us to easily list these icons, because they'll be having a similar styles, I think we can use a component that will have those styles that are repetitive. Right here, let's just minimize everything. At the root of components, I can add a new file, and I'll call this one amenity item dot tsx stateless functional component amenity item. Right here, we will be able to receive children. Then right here, we'll be able to add a type. Children will be of type React dot React node. We will return a div. Inside this div, we'll just pass our children. Now here we'll pass the styles. There are just a few of them, a few styles. We'll just say flex items to be center, and we'll have a gap of 2. Now instead of keeping on repeating these styles, we'll be repeating this component. So I save this and I come back to the room card here, and right here we'll be having an amenity item. We'll have a bed icon from Lucid React, and here we'll also have a class name, the height of 4 and a width of 4. We will be repeating this class name, so I think we can just copy it. We will say room dot bed count, like that. Then right here we will say beds. So to include an S, use quotes, then S. So it can either be one bed or many beds. Let's save and see what we have to begin with, so that we see if we are on the right track. So here we should see the number of beds. You see, we have a nice bed there, 2 beds. This 1 bed. Let's continue right here, and we'll be now having similar stuff. Now these are mandatory to have. The others are optional. So for the optional ones, we need to perform a check each time. So here we can say room dot king bed end. Now the issue is is that if king bed does not exist, it will actually show a 0 value. And let me show you what I mean, and then we'll see how we can make it better. So here, amenity item. Now we save. I think there is one that we don't have the king bed, the other one we have the king bed. So one of which shows nicely. You see, 1 king bed, all beds, but this one shows 0. So to fix this, you can either say here greater than 0, which will work, or you can change the 0 into a boolean by using here. So this is like a retro nice hack. So we go ahead and save, and let's see what we get. And now, because it's false, we don't get any. 0 is converted to false. Now we will be doing this for the queen bed. So here I'll say room dot queen bed, and here I'll say end. We'll have the amenity item queen bed, just like that. And right here we'll say queen bed, or it can be also queen beds. We'll now check for room dot room services. So this is not a number, we don't need the 2 exclamation mark at the beginning, so we'll just say like that. And here I'll say amenity item, and we add an icon for this one. So utensils closed, that will be for the room service there. I copy that one and I paste it there. Then right here, let's say room services. So one queen bed room services, nice. So it's coming out well. We need to include the TV. Go down here. I think we can just duplicate these instead of typing everything out. So we'll say room.balcony. Okay, very nice. We bring in this one from Lucid React. Free Wi-Fi. For the icon, we actually have a Wi-Fi icon, which is nice. Free Wi-Fi. We'll say city view. Okay, we proceed down here. Condition. Now let me show you a trick of like deleting the whole word. So you just need to hit Control backspace. That removes the entire word. Okay, this is soundproofed. So here, Control backspace, then volume X. Again here, Control backspace, and we'll have sound proofed. We have actually completed all this list. Let's see what we have. Mountain view, air conditioned, forest view. It looks nice, right? Okay, very good. Nice progress. Now the next step is for us to show the room price and also the breakfast price. After this div, we will use our separator component from a UI separator. You see the way there are many. Make sure it's from UI separator. We'll have a div. We'll be having two divs, one for breakfast, one for room price. Before we add them, let's have a class name here that will nicely separate them. So we'll say flex and we'll say a gap of 4 here, and we'll justify item between. We will start with the room price. So right here, I'll say div and I'll say room price and then full colon. Here we'll have a span room dot price. Right here we'll say the price is in dollars. Right here we'll have a class name and we'll say font to be bold. For this price, it was actually room price, like that. At the end of the span, you can have another span, and for this span we'll say is stroke 24 hours or stroke 1 day. And in here we'll make this one to be actually small by saying text hyphen XS, meaning very small. We save extra small. Almost similar for the breakfast, but breakfast is optional. So right here we'll say double room dot breakfast price, and we'll say end. Right here we'll have a div breakfast space price, then full colon. Here we'll have a span and it will be having a similar class name here. So class name to be font semi bold or bold. Let's be consistent with bold. Then in here we'll actually show the actual breakfast price. So we'll say room dot breakfast price and we save. So here we'll say a separator again, like that. Now after the card content, we will now have our various buttons. One for deleting the room, the other one for editing the room. We'll be having the buttons, and also when we are booking the room, we'll be having a calendar selector to actually select the days that we want to book. But that calendar selector will only be available when we are at the hotel details page. So we need to figure out how we can know which page we are at. And there is an easy way of doing that. So at the top here, so before our return statement, we have a hook. A path name will be equal to use path name, and this will come from next navigation. When we invoke this path name will tell us which page we are at. So now to test this, you can just say console.log of path name. We save. If we come right here, we inspect, and you can see right here it is showing our path name stroke hotel stroke that ID. Okay, now for hotel details, this will not be hotel, but it will be hotel details. So we just check if we have hotel details in our path name, and then we'll use that to conditionally render our CRUD footer. Const is hotel details. You can say page to be more specific. This will be equal to path name dot includes. Now this is a string method, and we'll say does our path have hotel the hyphen details. So if it have, this will be true, else this will be false. So we can now use this is hotel details page to conditionally render our footer here. So here we'll say is hotel details page, then we'll use the question mark. If that is true, that means that we are in the hotel details page. So here hotel details page, which we will cover on later. For now we are not concerned with that, we are concerned with this other part. Else that will mean that we are not in the hotel details page, but we are in our forms. So right here is where we'll have those buttons for editing and deleting. So here we add a class name to begin with, and we'll say flex, then we'll say width to be full, and we will justify between. Right here we'll have a button. So I'll go to the very top. We will add a state const is loading, and we set is loading. This will be equal to use state, and we invoke it. We come down here inside this button, we will say is loading. So if it's loading, we'll show this part. We'll have a loader 2, which will have a class name, margin to the right of 2, and also height of 4, width of 4. And at the end here I'll say deleting. Else we'll go ahead and we'll show the delete button now. So I'll say here we have a trash icon from Lucid React, and we'll say delete. It will have similar styles as this. So I will copy that and I'll paste here. Our button complaints, we should import it from UI button, and we will add some props. So we'll say disabled when it's loading. We will say type to be button, variant to be an outline, or it can be ghost. We should have said that we are in the CRUD footer. So right here we'll say CRUD footer, and in here is where we will pass this. So if you want to move, alt then top arrow to move to the top like that, and we save to auto format. For updating a room, we will use a dialog. So we will open the same dialog we opened right here. We will be using this same form. So what I think we should do is to just copy this dialog, copy, come to the room card, and okay, after this button here, actually we'll go ahead and paste it. You can control space to bring in them from UI dialog. So I'll do that for all of them, bring them from UI dialog. For plus, this is an icon, so from Lucid React. For dialog content, UI dialog. For dialog header, UI dialog. For dialog title, UI dialog. For dialog description, UI dialog. For add hotel form, this will come from add room form, not hotel form, add room form. Now this set open and these components, so we just need to set them up. For the function, it's simple one, but I'll just copy it either way. Paste this. You can also copy that one. So right here, I'll copy that and I'll come back right here and we paste that state. Now this is for opening and closing the dialog. And you can see the error disappeared. So we come back here and we customize this dialog a bit. We'll be having this button outline. Now it will not be add room, but it will be edit room. So we can say edit room or update room. Update room will do. Then the title here, update room. The description, make changes to this room. Then for this one, we pass the hotel, handle dialog open and so on. But because now we are editing, we will pass our room prop and we'll say the room is room. So we go ahead and save. Let's refresh. Now this will load our hotel details together with the rooms and so on. And now look, we have delete and here update. So as you can see, for update, we have this plus icon. So we can either include an edit icon or we can just totally remove the icon. So I think we can include the pencil icon from Lucid React. So we save. Very nice. Now if we click this, it will open the dialog where we can actually edit this room. So we click and look, it pre-populates our dialog, our model with all this stuff, even the image which we can delete and so on. And look, we changed this to update. Very nice, very nice. Now if we come to add room form, we had this on submit. This was adding the room, this was editing a room. So we didn't happen to test this one, right? So let's test it now that we have update right here. So double room near ocean, that is the name of the room. Okay, come right here. We don't have the city view for this, but we have the ocean view and we have free Wi-Fi. Okay, very nice. So we just want to see if these changes will take effect. We go ahead and click update. Updating. Room updated. It took some time, but it finally updated. And now look, double room near ocean. Ocean view is there. Free Wi-Fi is there. I'm happy with that. So our update functionality is now complete. Very nice. Let's complete our delete functionality. We added a route to actually delete the room, but we didn't implement the call. So if I come back right here at app, API, room ID, route, you'll see here we had this delete request here using Prisma. Oops, actually we made a mess here. We said hotel here instead of room. So room, save that. So we come back to add room form, actually not here but room card right here. For this button, where we have delete, we will now add an on click event here. So we'll say on click. So on click, and we will pass a function, and we'll say handle room delete. We invoke it and we pass the room that we want to delete. We don't have this particular function. Let's now go at the top before our return statement right here. I'll say const handle room delete. Here I have room of type room. This will be an arrow function. We will set is loading to true. We'll get the image key. I'll say const image key will be equal to room dot image dot substring. We invoke that. We'll say room dot image dot last index of. We invoke that. We pass forward slash and we say +1. These complaints. Let's come here and say here false as default. That will also type our state there to be, Boolean. We get the image key now. Now right here we'll make the HTTP request. We'll say axios.post, and here I'll start by deleting the image from Uploadthing. So we'll say stroke API stroke upload thing, then stroke delete. That is the first parameter. The second parameter here is our image key. So we pass our image key. We make sure to bring in Axios from Axios so that it stops shouting there. And right here we'll say dot then. Now, once the image deletion is successful, we'll go ahead and delete the room. So here I'll pass an arrow function just like that, and right here I'll say axios.delete, and right here I'll pass the backtick. I'll say API stroke API, just like that, then stroke room, then stroke full colon. I'll include right here room.id. Once this is successful, we will chain another dot then like that. An arrow function there, and right here I'll say router dot. Okay, we don't have the router. Let's define the router. I can do it here. Const router will be equal to use router, and make sure that this comes from next navigation. Invoke it, and right here now router dot refresh, just like that, and then we'll toast a message. Again, we don't have the toast, so let's define it. Const we destructure toast from use toast. From UI use toast, we invoke it, and right here now this is for success. We can catch, so I'll say dot catch. We invoke it. We pass an arrow function which can optionally receive an error object. Then here we'll set is loading to false, so set loading to false. I'll copy that line, then I'll come back here and I'll paste it. Right here we'll also have a toast. Let's just copy this one. This one will not be success, but it will be destructive. You can have that, or you can get the error here and display the error message, whichever you see fit. One last thing, this catches the error for this Axios request, but we have this dot then here. So here at the very end, we can also add dot catch, and we will have an arrow function being passed in here, and we'll just have this content. So now here you can see we chained the .then method, but you can as well use async await as we did earlier with our add hotel form. So I used both so that you can see how you can like do in both, and then you can choose. So you can see when deleting a hotel we used async here, then this was even much cleaner because we just await and we cut the error all together. So those are like the two approaches which you can use actually, or you can use fetch, whichever you want. Okay, now we can test this if it will actually get to delete a room together with its image. So here we have two rooms. At Uploadthing we can confirm how many images we have. We have 8 images, so one image should go and one room should go here. Once we click on delete, let's delete the single room. Deleting, something went wrong, so it didn't complete the deletion. Let's check here. It didn't delete the image, right? Server responded with a status of 500, internal server error, Uploadthing. So Uploadthing is the one that failed. Let's check our server. Control J, node, data undefined, error deleting files in array require at least one value. Let's see, what did we do wrong? Let's remove this one from in here to out here. Okay, we save. I think now it should do, so let me just remove the console log and we go back. Okay, fingers crossed. Let's try to delete the single room. We delete, it's deleting, and room deleted. And once it refresh, the room is gone from our list. We now have one room right here. We check Uploadthing, these are 8, they changed to 7. So our deletion functionality is working, and that is how we can update a room or delete a room. We can also add a room using this button. Actually, we have covered all the CRUD operations, which is nice. Listing, which is actually like reading, deleting, creating, updating. We have worked with images, we have worked with selectors to display them, and so much more. Now this is a very good progress, and all that remains now is to come to our home page. Here we list the different hotels, we list the details for those hotels, and we book a hotel. So I'll see you on the next one. We will list our hotels now that we completed working with the forms. And the first thing is to like fetch data from the database using Prisma. So let's jump into our code. We'll go to actions, then here we had get hotel by ID. So we will add another file and we'll say get hotels.ts. Right here we will get all our hotels. So let's create this function, export const get hotels to be equal to an async function. We invoke it, and right here we will have some stuff. Here I'll have const hotels, and we'll set this to be equal to await, and we'll say Prisma db dot hotel, then here dot find many. We will invoke that, and right here we can say include full colon, here I'll say rooms full colon true. So we get a hotel together with its rooms. Then we make sure to import Prisma db. Now it's a good thing to wrap this with try and catch block. So I'll say try, and for try we'll move this part to be inside our try, and right here for catch we can first log the error to the console. So I'll say console.log of error, and right here we can throw a new error just like that. Very nice. So here you can say the error is of type any. Then down here we return our hotels. So return hotels just like that. Later on, we will be adding the filter for location, and also we will be implementing the search. And what we will be doing to filter out our data depending on location and search is to pass some search params. So here we will be receiving some search params later on, and we will be receiving the title of a hotel. So this will be a string. Then we'll be able to pass the country, which will be a string. We'll be able to pass the state, which will be a string. We will be able to pass the city, which will be a string. Once we get our search params, we can be able to destructure all those right here. So I'll say const I destructure the title, we'll get the country, we'll get the state, we'll get the city, and all these will be coming from our search params object. Now we can use this to filter out our hotels depending on the title, country, state, and city. So in here, in this object, we'll just say where. Right here we pass an object. In here we'll say where title full colon. You can say either search to be title, just like that, or you can use contains to be title. Okay, you can choose any of those and test to see which one works best for you. Then we'll say right here country, comma, state, comma, city. So where country is country, where state is state, where city is city. So title is not exact, so we say contain. So if we type part of the title, it will show, but these will have to be the exact values. So these, where, and all these are for filter and search functionality. But for just getting all the hotels, you just say hotels await prisma db.hotel.find many, and if you want it to have rooms, you say include rooms and you just return. So now that is our method, they all function. So I'll go ahead and save. Now where will we list our hotel? At the home page. Now our home page is at app, then page. This is our home page. We can remove everything that we had before. Before our return statement, we'll be able to say const hotels to be equal to we await get hotels, and we invoke it. Then right here we'll be able to pass our search params. We will receive search params right here as an object, search params, and they will be of type right here home props. Let's go ahead and define these home props. I'll add an interface, and we'll say home props will be having the search params full colon, and right here we'll have the title, which will be a string. We'll be having the country, which will be a string. We'll be having the state, which will be a string. We'll be having the city, which will be a string. Okay, very nice. Now we come right here, we make sure to import get hotels from our actions. Let's remove this button. Then because we use await here, we must mark this function as an async function. So this is a regular function and not an arrow function. So how we can do it, we'll say export default. Right here we'll say async, just like that. Okay, so we have our hotels here, and we can check if they actually exist. So if we don't have the hotels, we will return a div here, no hotels found. Otherwise, right here we'll go ahead and list the hotels. So at components hotel, I'll add a new file, and we can call this hotel list.tsx. We'll create the new component right here, status functional component hotel list, and right here is where we will actually go ahead and map through our hotels. So let's come right here, and what we will do, we'll just pass our hotel list. Okay, this hotel list component will receive our hotels, but first of all we can import it. So right here, say hotels will be equal to hotels, just like that. So it's not aware that it's supposed to receive anything, that's why we have that error. So we come to hotel list component, we will say right here that we will receive the hotels prop, we add its type, so hotels of type hotel with rooms. We can import that from add hotel form. We can make this to be a div, just like that. We'll add a class name, we'll display grid hyphen course hyphen 1. This will be for the very small screens like the mobile phone. Then for a bit larger screen, so small screen and larger, above small screen basically, we'll say grid course to be 2, and for large screens we'll say grid course to be 3. Then we can have a gap along the x-axis of 8, and I'll have a gap along the y-axis of 12. Then right here I'll have margin to the top of 4. Okay, so here we'll have hotels.map, and we invoke that. Here we'll receive a hotel, and right here I have a div, and let's close it like that. Div property map does not exist on type hotel with rooms. Okay, this is a single hotel. We should make this to be an array, okay, so that we are able to do this. So here we receive the hotel, then the div here will set the key to be hotel.id. So here we are mapping through the hotels. We receive a single hotel at a time, and we pass this div. So right here we can create a hotel card, okay, hotel card, which will basically receive a single hotel, and we'll set that to be hotel. We go ahead and close it. We don't have this card, so let's create it right here at hotel folder. We'll say hotel. Okay, what's not happening? Hotel card.tsx, status functional component, and we have our hotel card. Very nice. Right here, let's go ahead and show React fragments. We come back to hotel list, and we bring in our hotel card, just like that. We go to hotel card. Since here we don't have any state or on-click events, I didn't mark this component as a client component, but for hotel card, since I think we'll be having an on-click event, we can start by marking this as a use client, to say that this is a client component. So we should receive the prop here, which is the hotel, and we should add its type. So right here we'll say the hotel of type hotel with rooms. We bring that from our add hotel form, and we save. Now you see the error here have disappeared, and we can go ahead and just close that file, close that page, and basically we will work on this card now. Okay, to begin with, we can have a div here. We will be having an on-click event, and later on we will be listing this card. Also we'll be using it again at our my hotels, so we'll be using it in 2 places. So I want to perform a check and see if we are in that my hotel page. If not, then we'll push the user to more details, else we'll push the user to the edit form whenever they click it. So at that particular page we'll be adding like the edit button, so that we can be able to edit a hotel. Okay, so basically let's come right here and const path name to be equal to use path name, and we invoke it. Const is my hotels to be equal to, we make use of this path name dot includes, and we'll check if we have my hotels at the URL. So if it's there, that means that we are not at the home page, therefore we will do something different. Right here, I'll say on click, and now right here we'll say, are we on my hotels? If we are not on that page, we'll go ahead and right here I'll say router, but we don't have this router. Let's just create it. So I'll say const, I don't know why I keep messing the const spelling. So const router will be equal to use router. Make sure it's from Next navigation and you invoke it. So right here now we have router dot push, and we will invoke that. We use backtick, and we'll take the user to stroke hotel hyphen details, and then stroke we include its ID right here. So we'll say hotel dot ID. Now while this is complaining, we should pass an arrow function that returns that. So here just include this and an arrow there. Very nice. So that is our parent div, like that. It will obviously have some classes. One thing about Shadcn, you see the way we call it Shadcn. This cn is a function, and we can basically use it to merge our Tailwind classes. That is what we will use actually now. And if we go to libs at utils, you'll see we have this cn function, and it is making use of Tailwind merge. So it just helps us to merge the Tailwind classes, and also you can override some class names. You know, with TailwindCSS, it's kind of annoying when it comes to overriding the class names. So sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. You can't really know when it works and not. But this Tailwind merge can help us, and this particular function can help us to override some classes. So basically, let me maybe type something here, and come back to our project. So we should at least see one listed here because we have one hotel. So what I want is whenever I hover over this, I'll be able to click it. So we'll change the cursor to pointer, and you can see it's taking us to more details about the hotel, but we don't have that page, so we get 404. But you can see here, I will change the cursor pointer here to be pointer whenever we are at this page, and whenever we are at hotel details to be just like this, okay? And we'll be adding a button where we can actually click to go to the edit page. So I just want to teach you about this cn function. That's why I just go into too much details. I didn't have to. But right here, basically, we'll be having a class name, and we include these curly brackets. Then we will use cn function from that libs folder, and here we invoke it. And now right here, we can be able to merge the different class names, okay? And also have conditional renders. So basically, we will list our class names normally. Right here, I'll say call hyphen span of 1, and then we'll have a cursor here of a pointer, and we can add some hover effect. So I'll say transition, and then we'll have hover to be scale, then hyphen 105, like that. So that will add the hover effect. So this is the first class name. If you want to merge another one, you just include a comma. And now right here, you can merge, okay? You can override a class name. So first of all, let's save, and you'll see now our cursor here is a pointer. You see, it's that retro hand, but we can override that class. For example, I can say let cursor be default. So if I save now and come, look, we have that hover effect, but also you'll see the cursor have changed to this default cursor there. And we don't want it to override right now. We want it to override only if we are not on this page. So if is my hotels, if that is true, that is when we will override. Okay, so I save, and now when I come, it's this way. But when we are at our my hotels, it will be the default. So that's really cool and clean. So this is how you can use this cn function that is available at our libs. It was added automatically by Shadcn. Okay, very nice. Instead of this, we will be having another div. In here, we'll be having two divs, one for the image and another one for the text content. Right here, I'll display them to be side by side. So I'll add a class name. We'll say flex. We'll have a gap of 2. We'll have bg, which will be background, and I'll set this to be 50. Then we'll have a border, and we'll say border hyphen primary stroke 10. Then we'll say round or rounded to be LG. Okay, now in here we'll have an image, so pass image component from next image. Right here we'll have a class name, and we'll say flex of 1, aspect of square, and then overflow of hidden. Then right here I'll say relative. Then right here I'll have a width to be full, h to be 220px. Let's say to 10px. We'll make it to be rounded and large. So here I'll actually say rounded s. So this will only be on the left side, like not all round. Then for this image, we will have some props we will fill. Then we'll say source right here to be hotel.image. Then at the end we'll say alt to be hotel.title. Then right here we'll have a class name, and we'll say width to be full and height to be full. Then we'll have object to be cover. So that is the image. So if I save, we should at least see the image right here. It's refreshing, and there we have our image, and you can see it's rounded right here and right here. So it will be smaller once we add the other div, because those div will share the flex. Okay, so here we said flex of 1. So right here, if we add a class name and we say flex of 1, so they'll share, both will share half of the spacing. So now if I save, these will be shorter. It should be. Okay, for some reason it's still wide. Why? Anyway, here I'll say flex. We'll flex the content to the column. We'll justify between, just like that. And I'll have a height right here of 210px. Then right here I have a gap of 1, padding of 1, padding y of 1, okay, of 2, and text to be small. Right here I have the content. Here let's say a div, we'll say hotel, hotel.title, and let's save and see if the style is coming along. It should now be halfway at least. Okay, it came all the way down here. We must have messed up somewhere. Yeah, this is supposed to be flex. So that's why it was not working the way I want. So let's see now. It should now be on the side. Okay, there we go. Yeah, so I'll list it this way, but you can also include this at the bottom, whichever way that you want. So now let's just complete these details right here. So for title, we can make it to be much bigger and bold. So we'll say font to be semi-bold. And by the way, for SEO purposes, you can use a hashtag, which will be much better. A H3 or a H2 will be much better than a div for SEO purposes. Text there will be Excel. We will show the description, a short description, not full. So I'll say hotel.description, and then we will truncate it using substring. We invoke substring and we'll say from 0 to 45 characters will do, or include this and that. We can add a class name. I'll fade the text a bit, so I'll say text like this to be primary color of 90. Let's save that and let's see if it truncates the text. So it's at the bottom here and you can see it's truncating the text, so very nice. I'll have another div now. Here I'll add a class name and I'll say text to be primary stroke 90. Here I'll add amenity item. We will show the location, so I'll include map pin like that. I'll add a class name. We'll set this to be equal to, I saw like the latest TailwindCSS have a property called size, yeah, which will combine the two of these. Let me show you. Width is 4, height is 4. So for you, you might have the size prop where you will just say S4 and then you'll not need to use these two. I don't know if we'll see it at the docs. I had not prepared for that. It just popped out right now. So you can just say TailwindCSS. Then let's look if we have that size. I think it's very nice. It was updated whenever I was on the process of creating this course. So you look, we have now this size, which is really nice. Look, width 0, height 0. You can just say size 0, size 4. Instead of W4, that 4, you'll have size 4. So I don't think it works for me. It's a very pretty latest update. Let's see size. So I might need to, like, update TailwindCSS in my application, but I won't right now. But for you, I know you might have the latest one, so just use size 4 instead of the 2. So we will have that icon, and then right here we will have the location. We should be able to get the country, we should be able to get the city, and maybe the state. I'll just get the country and the city. So right here I'll say const and we'll say use location. Now right here we'll be able to say get country by code like that, and then right here I'll be able to say const country is equal to, we say get country by code, we invoke that, and right here I'll pass the hotel.country. Remember, we stored the country as a code, so we'll get our country there. Once we get the country, right here we can display the name of the country, so I'll say country.name. So I'll use question mark there. Then right here we already stored the city in our database as the city name, so we don't need to call any method. So I'll just say hotel.city. Let's see what we have. Yeah, look, Kenya, Mombasa, nice. Now we need some space, or we can just use a comma. Actually, you can list some of the popular amenities, and I'll do it like that. Looks good to me. So we'll have those two. Let's check. Yeah, the last thing that I'll show down here is the room price for a room in this particular hotel. So we might have different room prices for different rooms, but I'll just go with the first room to have something. You can implement a section where someone chooses to which room price to display at the home page. So you can really like extend this application so much. Right here I'll say justify to be between, and right here I'll have a div in here, hotel dot room, and we'll check for the first one. So the thing is, we might not have, so hotel dot rooms, like that. We take the first one dot room price, and we'll say end. If that exists, we will go ahead and show two divs right here. So I included these React fragments so that the style that we will add right here applies. So right here I'll have a class name, and we'll say flex and items to be at the center, and we'll have a gap of 1. Then right here I'll say div, and we'll show the room price now. So we'll have hotel dot rooms, then I'll have the room price. We'll have another one, and we'll say right here it's per 24 hours. Here I'll have a class name, and I'll say text is extra small. Then also here we'll have a class name, and for this one I'll say font is semi bold, and text is base. And yeah, this will be it. I would like it to be here at the side, so something is wrong. Yeah, I messed the spelling again here. There we go. So that will be our card. When we click it, it takes us to more details about our hotel. Now, when we are at these my hotels, we'll be having an edit button right here. So I can just add it right now. So down here, we will check is my hotels and if that is true, you can see we are already adding a flex right here. We'll be having a button, and we'll have an on click, and right here we'll have router.push like that, and we invoke this one. We'll use a backtick, we'll have stroke hotel, money sign, then hotel.id. Now this one will take us to that page where we have our hotel form. We bring in this button from UI, okay. Then what is wrong here? We didn't cross it, so let's close the button. Actually, we'll do like this, and we'll have edit. Then right here I'll say the variant is outline. I save. Now if we are at is my hotels, we'll be able to see it. Right now we don't see it. To test it, we can just say if we are not on my hotels. Let's see how it will look like. It will be like this, and once we click on this one, so when we click it, we'll be able to go to the edit page where we can actually edit the hotel. So I will remove that exclamation mark, and I will save. So that is our hotel card, and that is how we can list our hotel. We only see one because we don't have any other, so I can add a new one real quick. So let's say this is the Forest Hotel, then the description, paste, and I create. It's creating, and hotel is created. Now we can add rooms and so on, but we should be able to see it right away even if we don't have the rooms. I'll just refresh manually here and we should see it right here. And look, we actually have an error for the room price. So let's go back at the hotel card. Let's also include this one. You can restrict, like showing the hotel from the list if they don't have a room, but I won't restrict. I'll just show all of them. And there we go, we have now this forest hotel and it doesn't show the price right there. So basically you can see we have now this list which is very very responsive. So if we go to smaller screens, you see it's responsive, which is nice. So if we go to a mobile phone like this, it will look like this. Yeah, that is the list. Now next, let's cover more details about a hotel. We listed our hotels, and I want us, when we click on one hotel, we see more details about it. So when we click, we are going to stroke hotel details, and then here we have the ID of the hotel, route, but we don't have this route implemented, and therefore we get 44. So let's work on this page, and we'll do a lot. We'll list the hotel details, we'll list the rooms, and also this is where we'll also have the date selector for booking. So yeah, we will spend some time right here. Anyway, let's just come right here. We need to go to app, and we'll just add a new folder called hotel details. Then inside this folder, we will add another folder called hotel detail ID and include these square brackets. So say hotel, then capital ID, hit enter. Now inside this hotel ID folder, we'll add a new file called page.tsx. Okay, and right here we will say status functional component hotel details. Right here we will return a div, let's say hotel details. If I save and we go to our app, you'll already see that now right here we have this page, and it no longer show 44, it shows us hotel details. Okay, so right here we will fetch a hotel by ID. So we just need to say const hotel will be equal to, we await, and we get hotel by ID. We had already created that function, and here we will pass the hotel ID. We will get the hotel ID from our params. Okay, so we'll say params dot hotel ID. So to get the params, we'll get them right here. We'll say params, and we can add an interface for these params. So we'll say interface hotel details props. In here we'll be able to have params and full colon. Right here we'll have hotel ID full colon string. We type this object as our hotel details props. So we'll say hotel details props. We mark this function as an async function, and now every error is gone. I save. Now you need to make sure that this hotel ID and this one is the same as what you included here, hotel ID. Okay, even capitalization and so on. If you mess something, then everything will not work as expected. Now right here I'll check if we have this hotel. So if we don't have hotel, Then I'll go ahead right here and I will return a div. And right here I'll say oops, hotel with the given ID not found. Just like that. I'll show another component which now will have our hotel details. So we can first create it. So in components hotel, we will add a new file and we'll say hotel details. Now since we have this component as hotel details and this is a server component, we can have this as hotel details client.tsx status functional component, and we go ahead and we say hotel details client. Okay, now right here we'll have a div and we can say that this is a client component. So I'll just create that component. Then in our page here, this is where we will show that particular component. This component, we will receive the hotel, and later on we will be receiving a booking. I think we can skip that for now. Let's just save that file. Now come back right here and we define the types for these, okay, or the props. And we will receive hotel and also we'll be receiving bookings. And right here I'll say hotel, and the type for this will be hotel with rooms, and you'll say bookings rather, and full colon, this will be of type booking from Prisma client and array, and this question mark means that it's optional. Therefore, us not passing it right here will not throw an error. So go ahead and save. So we still get an error here. Okay, this is supposed to be hotel details client. Okay, that is fine now. Let's just come now right here and we start working on this UI. We can say const. We will destructure some functions for the location from use location hook. So right here we will get the country code. Okay, get country by code, and we will get a state by code, and then right here we will say country will be equal to, and we will call get country by code. We will invoke that and we will pass hotel dot country, and right here you can say const that. Very nice. Then right here you can say const state will be equal to, we get state by code, and we will invoke that and we pass hotel dot country and then a comma and hotel dot state. Okay, very nice. Now we will use those to display the location. So for this one we will have a class name and we'll flex call, and then we'll have a gap of 6 and we'll have a padding to the bottom of 2. We will add another div and we can add some styles. So here we will show the image. So this div is a container for the image. We will say let the aspect be square, and then we will overflow right here to be hidden, and then we'll say relative, and then we'll say width to be full, h to be 200 px. Actually this bg is not necessary, but we'll see which region our image will cover. Here you'll say md, h is 400 px, and finally I'll say rounded to be lg. So let's save that and we check what we have. So here we should see the region where our hotel image covers. Okay, so this is our container there, and we'll have the image in here. So you don't necessarily need the bg, that is just showing the area there. So here we have now the image. Bring in image from next image and let's save. And now we should be seeing a big picture here of our hotel. So this is what you get. So that is the image. Now after this div for the image, we'll come right here and we will add another div right here. Here we'll start by showing the hotel title. Therefore I'll say h3 and I'll say hotel dot title. I'll add a class name, font to be semi bold, then text to be Excel, then MD full colon, text to be 3 Excel. We'll show the location. So I have a div. I'll say amenity item. Although it's not amenity item, maybe we could have found a better name for this component, but I just need to show the icon, which will be the map pin from Lucid React. Here you can use the size class if it applies to you. So I'll just not use that, but I'll use height of 4 and width of 4. Then right here I'll show the country name. So I'll say country dot name, and I'll make sure to use a question mark there in case it's not there. Then next to it I'll show the state. So I'll say state dot name hotel dot city. In this case we have Kenya, Nairobi City, Nairobi. So I'll just add a few styles for this one, and I'll say class name right here, and I'll say font to be semi bold. Also I'll include margin to the top of 4. Then right here I'll add now another h3. This will be the location description. Actually let's add a title, so I'll use h3 for the title here. Location details, and right here I'll have a class name. We'll have font as semi bold, and we'll have text as large, and margin to the top of 4. We'll have margin to the bottom of 2. Right here we'll go ahead and show location description. Okay, very nice. Now right here I'll have another h2. So I think I'll just copy this one because we'll show another retro heading of about this hotel. About this hotel. We'll have now a paragraph describing the hotel. So I'll just copy this paragraph. We'll have hotel dot description. Again I'll copy this line. So if I just click there, Control C, then come here and paste, it will actually copy that line. Now right here I'll say popular amenities. The reason we say popular amenities is because there can be other amenities, but they are not listed here. So we just say that these are the popular ones. And now right here we'll have our amenities, and we'll do a similar way as we did with the room card. So here let's start by adding a class name. We display grid hyphen calls hyphen 2, then MD we'll say grid hyphen calls hyphen 3. Then right here I'll have a gap of 4, and content will be start, and we'll have text as small. Let's start by showing a swimming pool. So I'll say, does this hotel have a swimming pool? Let's save and see what we have now. We have Forest Hotel. We have location details about this hotel, popular amenities. Weird that we didn't list the swimming pool for this particular hotel, and we already see the pool here, so that was weird, but you can just edit and show it. And actually I want to see how the pool looks like, so the pool icon, I think I can come to this other one here. Yeah, it looks like this. I think when you show someone swimming is much better. You can go to React icons. I think Font Awesome have a very nice icon of someone swimming. Yeah, that is way much better than the waves. So Control F and say swim. Look, you can use this one to illustrate the pool. It's called Far Swimmer from React icons stroke far swimmer. So the problem is that we have to install this library. So this is the instruction for installation. Just copy that and you can install. Control J. I'll do it here. Then we will need that icon now. Far swimmer. Just copy that import. You'll paste it at the top. Then we'll use it, far swimmer. Instead of waves, we'll just say far swimmer. Then we remove this class name. And React icons have a size prop. Okay, so here you can say size, and I think 18 will be good enough. Okay, you can save that and you can remove waves from our imports. So let's save once it completes installing and we check what we have. And look, someone swimming. And I think we should do the same for our card here. I think that icon looks way much better. So if you are serious about the project, I think you should use this one. So I'll copy this and go to the hotel card where we also used wave right here. So I will remove wave and paste this here and we import it from React icons. Come at the top and it should be there, and I can remove that waves import and I save, and I can close that card, and now these will look much better. Yeah, like that. Pretty nice. So let's continue with other amenities. We can have MD dry cleaning machine, which by the way is not being suggested. Anyway, right here we'll say its size 18 is what we used earlier, and let's see how we can import this icon. Here we also used fastpa. Oops, for this let's use size of 18. So this is from Font Awesome, and I think this will be from material icons. What does MD mean? So we'll say import MD, let's just say at the end here, from React icons stroke MD. Then it will be suggested here MD dry cleaning. Yes, we save. Let's see what we have, if we are doing the right thing. So we should be having 3 of them this way: pool, gym, spa, bar. This is not supposed to be bar. Roundtree facilities. That looks good to me, and we save. So we have listed the different amenities. We have showed the hotel details. We just need to show the hotel rooms at the bottom. Let's just come after this div, this one right here. We'll have another div. We'll say hotel.rooms.rent. That will check if we have some rooms in this hotel, and if we do have some rooms, we'll show a div, and we'll go ahead right here. We'll have a h3, and we'll say hotel rooms. We'll have a class name, and we will say text is large, font is semi bold, margin along the y-axis is 4. Now right here we'll have a div, and in here, so I'll say hotel.rooms.map. The nice thing is that we had already created the room card, so in here pass an arrow function and you will receive the room, and right here we will return the room card. So we'll say room card, hit enter to import it. Right here we should pass the hotel to this room card, we should pass the room to this room card again, and we should pass a key to be room.id, and we'll have booking here to be booking. Okay, bookings actually to be bookings. Very nice. If I save, we come back. Look, we have this double room near ocean. So if we had 2 rooms, I want them to be side by side and so on. Also, I don't want this to stretch all the way. So right here at this div, we can add a class name, and we'll say grid, then a grid hyphen calls hyphen 1, then md grid hyphen calls hyphen 2, then excel grid hyphen calls hyphen 3, and we'll have a gap of 6. We save, and look, now it's this size, but this looks much better, right? And you can have another one here, another one here. Pretty nice. So that is how you can list your hotel details. Very nice, very nice. So now the next thing that we will do is to implement booking of a hotel, where we will work with the calendar, and we will be working with Stripe for processing payment. And then after that, we'll just list our bookings and hotels. We will complete the search here, and we will implement our different filters. So I'll see you on the next one. In this episode, I want us to implement booking of a hotel room. And for booking, we'll also process payment. Therefore, we'll be working with Stripe. Also, we'll be creating a date selector, and we'll also be working with some global state. Okay. And for global state, I want us to use Zustand to do that. I am at Zustand docs. You can visit this link if you want to go to the docs. But all I want you to see is how we can install Zustand in our application, and also a brief example of how to create a Zustand store. So as you can see, we'll just say npm install Zustand. First of all, I want to install it, so I'll just paste that command, and this will install Zustand in our application. Then I'll go to our hooks folder right here, and I'll add a new file, and we'll say use bookroom .ts. In here is where we will actually make use of Zustand. Right here, we need to import the create function, and this will be coming from Zustand. Then right here, we can create a store using that create. Okay, so we can say const use book room. We create our hook here, will be equal to, now here we invoke create like that. We just pass an arrow function in here. I'll be doing it a bit different because I also need to define the types, okay, that will be involved in this particular store. But if you just want to create a simple store like this without minding TypeScript and so on, you'll just invoke this, and then you'll just pass this particular arrow function. Here you will have the set, and here you'll have the various state with the various function to update the state. For example, here we'll be having booking room data. Initially it will be null, but I want to add some types, and also we will add persistency to our state here. Okay, so to begin with, let's define a type here. So I'll just say interface, and I'll say book room store, and right here I'll say we will be having booking room data, which is this one here. So we define its type here. Its type will be of type room data type. Now let's define this room data type right here. Now we say booking room data will be of type room data type, which we have defined right here, or it can be null. So whenever we are booking a room, we will include the start date, end date, a breakfast, whether it's included or not. Then we'll have a total price and a room. Okay, since we will be working with Stripe for payment, here we will have a payment intent, and this will be provided by Stripe. So payment intent, and this will be of type string or null. Apart from payment intent, we'll also be having a client secret. This is also from Stripe, and it will be of type string, or this can be undefined. Now we will be defining several functions to work with our state. One for setting our room data, another for setting the payment intent, another one for setting the client secret, and another function for resetting all our state. So right here I'll have set room data. This will be a function that will receive the data of type room data type, and it will be returning void. Right here we'll have set payment intent, and this will also be a function that will have a payment intent of type string, and it will return void. So it will receive that payment intent, and it will return void. We'll have set client secret. This one will be a function which will receive the client secret of type string, and it will also return void. Okay, now right here we'll have a final one, reset book room, which will not receive anything, and it will not return anything. This will just reset our state. So we should be having now all these types right here. Right here we'll pass angle brackets like that, and we'll say book room store. So once we include our types like this, you can see this is complaining, And actually, if I check here, I can see like I missed these brackets. We should have these brackets, then the object in there. So let's do that. Here I can include that bracket and also a closing one right there. Now once we do that, right here we can go ahead and list the other types. We'll be having the payment intent. By default, this one will be null. Right here we will be having the client secret. By default it will be undefined, and comma. Right here we will now have set room data, and here we will pass like an arrow function. Remember, this set room data is a function that will receive our room data. So we will receive the data here of type room data type. So now that we have this data, we'll just call set method here, and we will invoke it. We'll pass an object, and right here we will set our booking room data to be data. Right here we'll have set a client secret. This one will also be a function that will receive the client secret. We will update the client secret. So we'll just call the set function here, and we will pass the client secret. So we can just pass it directly since the key and the value will be the same. Now maybe before our client secret we should have passed a set payment intent, and we go ahead, we invoke it. This will receive payment intent of type string. It will be function here, and we'll call set. We invoke that, and we'll pass the payment intent. Here we should have a comma. Here we'll also have set a book room. So you can see all the errors disappeared. This is done that was missing now. Here we'll be having a function, and right here we'll have set, and we will reset everything. Our state is this and this and this, so we will reset all of those. So that is the booking room data, and we'll set it to null. Then right here we'll be having a payment intent, and right this we reset it to null as well. And here we'll be having the client secret, and we reset it to undefined. Okay, so this is now our global state, which we'll be able to access using this use book room. We will be able to access this state, we'll be able to access these methods, which we can use to update our state. We'll be able to access this one, which we can use to reset everything in our state. So this is how we added the types like this, and we defined the types right here. It's clear, right? Now there is one last thing that we need to do. I want the state to always persist. Okay, so what I'll do right here, because I want it to persist, I'll import something which is a function called persist. But now this will come from, I think, Zustand stroke middleware, if I'm not wrong. And now we'll make use of this persist to persist our state. So how do we do that? Okay, first of all, this set, let it be standalone right here. Therefore I separate it like that. So we have this set arrow function right there. Okay, I want you to follow clearly so that everything is clear. Now right here at the top I'll call persist. Okay, this persist expects to have two arguments. The first one will be this set function here. So I cut it and I include it here. So that is the first argument. Then you include a comma, and right here we will have a second argument. And here we will pass an object. Then this object will have a name key, and we will say book room. Okay, and this name key basically it will be the name of our data at the local storage. Okay. One last thing that we will include is you come right here and you will include two round brackets. This is the syntax. So if I save, this is our syntax there now. Okay, so persist make it to be a bit more weird. You have to include these round brackets there. Then you include persist here. First parameter of persist is this arrow function with the set. The second parameter is this one where you include the name. And I think we also have some other properties that you can include to specify where you want the data to persist at. By default, it will persist at our local storage. Okay, so that is all that I'll use. Okay, I'll use local storage, the default. Then right here, we'll just go ahead and we export default, and we'll say use book room, just like that, and I save. Okay, so now amazingly, if we go to any of the components and make use of this use book room, we'll be able to access all these functions and data, and the data will also persist at our local storage. Now I want us to work on a date picker that will help us to select the ranges of when we want to book a room. We have a component in Shadcn that will help us do that. Very easy to use actually. So right here, if I say range, okay, not range but date, you'll see we have date picker here, and I click on it. If you just want to add a date picker where you select only one date, you can easily do that. And this is the code here. So we already have these components created for us. Now on the side here, you'll see examples. You have date picker, we have date range picker, and this is exactly what we want, where we can select a range of a date. So if I come to code, you see we already have it here, date picker with range. So I just copy that code. Actually, before I copy that, we will need to install various stuff to do with the date picker. But since I have already copied, I can just come back right here and we will add a component. So since our date picker will be available only at the room here, we can add it here. Okay, so I'll say date range picker.tsx. I will go ahead and paste everything right here, and you'll see it complains because of all these. So we need to fix those by installing the various stuff from Shadcn. So if we go to the installation here, the date picker is built using composition of popover and calendar components. See installation instruction for popover and calendar. So we don't have a direct installation. We need to install these two other components. So I'll open this on a new tab and this one on a new tab. So popover, right here, we just need to run this command. So I will copy that command in npm. That is what I am using. And I'll go ahead and I will paste it there. Very nice. Then I'll come back now. We go to calendar and I'll copy this command for adding the calendar to our project. So back to VS Code, it's installing popover. So I'll wait for it to complete and then I'll add the calendar. So once it completes, just add the calendar like that. And I hit enter to install that one. And there we go. So everything is installed and now I can hide that. So the next thing I will do is to go to our room card right here. Now remember, at the room card, there is somewhere that we performed a check at the footer here where we said is hotel details page, and here we didn't include anything. So this is where we are supposed to include that date picker that we just created. So in here, I'll just hit enter and I can start by adding some class names to this div. So I'll add a class name. We'll say flex. We'll flex to the column, and also we'll have a gap of 6. Very nice. Now right here, I'll go ahead and I'll add a div, and right here I'll also add another div like that, and then in here I'll have the date picker now. Okay, we save, and now we can actually preview at our rooms. It should update, so let's refresh, and you can see right here we now have our date range picker with the pop over just like that, and with this we are able to select a certain range. So we need to do some customization so that when we actually select the date, it goes to our state, which is our global state we created on the previous episode with Zustand. So whenever we select those dates, we want to update the start date here, the end date here. Okay, the first thing, when we come to this one, you'll see that we have its own state right here. We have date and set date. The thing is, we'll take the state out of this page. So I'll just cut it from this page, and then I'll go to the room card, and at the top where we should define state, I'll define the state here. Okay, we import this date range. We import it. Then I'll just make use of use state instead of react.useState. Then we'll have the date set date. I will not include the default values, so I will remove the default values like that. And now we have date and set date. I'll pass these down to our date range picker via props. So I come right here at our date picker with range. I'll say date will be date, and then right here I'll say set date will be set date. Then here we had forgotten to add a title here, and I'll say select days that you will spend in this room. Okay, just some information there. Then right here I can add a class name that will add some spacing, so margin to the bottom of 2. Okay, very nice. So let's now go to this component again. So already we are receiving one prop, which is a class name with this particular type, but since we'll be passing several props, I can define an interface which will be much cleaner. We will be receiving the class name that we are already receiving, so class name, which will be optional by the way, and I'll copy these right here, this type, the one that they already passed, and I'll use it there just like that. Then right here I'll use semicolon. We will receive the date, which will be of type date range like that, and right here I'll say undefined like that. And finally we'll have the set date function that will update our date, and we'll say react right here dot dispatch, and right here I'll say react dot set state action. Okay, still inside these angle brackets we'll have another angle bracket, and here I'll say date range all undefined. So that is the type for this set date there. Okay, so here this function is receiving the props, so I can remove that like that, and now here we will destructure the class name. We'll have the date, we'll have set date full colon date picker props like that, and now you will see that our component still works normally, although all we have done is to move our date into our room card right here. So right here I'll have const total price, and we will set our total price. This one will make use of use state, and we will invoke it, and by default we'll have the price as room price. Okay, so by default we will get the room price, and that will be our total price. But we need to perform some calculations. Whenever we select a certain date range, we see how many days we have selected, and we multiply those prices. So we will do that in a use effect. So right here, maybe before our functions, right here, I'll call use effect from React. We will invoke it. We will pass an arrow function in here, and we will have some dependencies array. So the first thing we will pass is when the date changes, we want to recalculate the total price. Then whenever the room price changes, which by the way I don't think it will be changing, so but just in case we will pass it there. And also if we include or exclude breakfast, so here we'll have include breakfast. So this is not defined yet, but we can add a state for that. Okay, so right here we will say const include breakfast and set include breakfast. This one will be equal to use state, and we'll set that to false. Now we come in our use effect here. We will check if we have all the dates that we need for us to perform the calculation. So we'll see if our date exists, and date dot from exist, and date dot to exist. So it knows that we have date dot from and date dot to because of this date range type. Okay, so this date range type make sure that our date will be an object that have a from and a to. Okay, so in here we go ahead, we will check if include breakfast is true, and room dot breakfast price exists. So if they exist, we will perform a calculation here where we will include the total room price including the breakfast for all the days. Else we'll perform a calculation where we don't include the breakfast. I'll set the total price. I'll invoke that. Okay, there is one thing that we need to do again. We need to calculate the number of days that this person will spend on this hotel. Before we call this one, right here, after we confirm these dates exist, we will come right here and we will calculate the number of days. We'll say const day count will be equal to, we have a function that comes from date and f's called difference in calendar days, and this comes from date fn's, like that. And here we will pass date dot to, and then we pass date dot from. So we pass two dates, and this function will give us the difference in the two dates, and it will give us how many days that are there. Okay, and now right here we can actually add another piece of state that will hold our day count, and in here we'll just pass 0. Okay, and then now right here, after we calculate the day count, we can update that value. So I'll say set days to be a day count, like that. Okay, so after set days, I'll come right here and I'll say if day count and room dot room price. We perform that check, and then I remove now these two in here. Let's start with this one, it's easier. So we'll say set total price will now be equal to our day count. Okay, and we will multiply that with our room price. So day count and the room price will give us the total price. But we have the case where we might have the breakfast included, so we add a calculation here. Now that will be day count, we multiply by the room price, so include that in brackets, and we will add here day count, and we multiply this by the room dot breakfast price. Okay, just like that. So now this is for the case when we include breakfast. Okay, now for the case when we don't have any day count, I'll include the default room price, okay, which is for 1 day. So right here we'll say set total price to be room price. So we can display the total price and how many days that are there that have been selected at the very bottom here. At our card footer, we will add some more properties here, or elements. We'll add a div. We'll say total price full colon. We'll add a span, and right here I'll say this $sign. Then I'll say our total price from state. So I simply display it. After this span, I'll say 4, and I'll include another span like that. And now in here I can specify the number of days. So I'll just say days from our state, just like that. And right here I'll say days. Okay, let's add some style. For the first span, we'll add a class name, and we'll say let the font be bold. And also for the second one, we will do the same. Class name, font bold. Okay, now let's check if we have like a price added. And look, select days that you'll spend in this room. We have pick a date, and then you see total price is this one for 0 days. So we include like the default price. Actually this should be 1 day, but so far it's working. Let's add a checkbox that will include the breakfast, and then we'll fix that one later on. Right here I'll add these curly brackets, and we will say do we have room dot breakfast price. So if this is greater than 0, we'll say and right here we'll add a div, and inside this div I'll have another div, and I'll say do you want to be served breakfast. I'll add a class name here, and I'll add margin to the bottom of 2. So I close it. We'll have another div here. I don't know why it doesn't open and close it, so I'll close it manually. And we can add a class name. I'll say flex, and items will be at the center like that. We'll say space -x to be 2. Then in here I'll go ahead and include a checkbox from UI checkbox like that. And right here I'll have an ID, and I'll say this checkbox is for breakfast. We'll have on checked change. We will invoke an arrow function. Here we'll have a value, and we'll use that value to update our include breakfast value. So set include breakfast, we invoke that, and we pass our value. So sometimes this value can be a number, therefore include those two exclamation mark. Sometimes it can be 0 or 1, so include that, since the type for this one is a boolean. I'll include a label for this particular checkbox, and I'll say include breakfast. We will add some styles for this one, and also I'll say HTML4 to be breakfast. So what this does is that since this ID here and this HTML4, their value are the same, so when I click the label, it will also check or uncheck the checkbox. Now right here, I'll add a class name. Let's first save that and see what we have. Do you want to be served breakfast each day? So when I click on these, look, it checks these and also it adds some price since we have breakfast there. Okay, very nice. It's actually working nice. I think I can just say 1 instead of 0. This will show this for one day. One thing that we can do is that for this particular date picker, when I click on here, you'll see we can click even the days that have passed. Okay, you can click even on November and we are in December or something like that. So we have to disable days that have passed. And how can we do that? So we just need to, okay, I'll save this particular room card and we need to come to this date range picker, and this calendar have some default values that we can pass. Right here we have the default month, selected, on select, number of months, so you can display how many months you show right here. Right now we show this month and next month. You can show 1, you can show 3, which is nice. So 2 is good. So now right here I'll add this one from date and I'll say new date and we save that. Now if I come back, so let's manually refresh to remove this one. So now you'll see that these other dates here have been disabled and we can only book from today up to a certain day. I'm happy with that. Now later on we'll also add a functionality where when we book a particular date and we actually pay for that, it will be disabled as well, so that other people don't book a reserved room for a certain days. So next we will create a booking and we will create a payment intent. Okay, so we will like show a button here to actually book this room. So now we were able to add this calendar. We can actually select the days that we want to book. Okay, I want us to move on to the next step where we can talk about money and payment and so on. And for that we will be making use of Stripe. Okay, so Stripe is like very easy to use, and what you need to do is to create an account at stripe.com. Then you'll go to dashboard and you'll actually go to the developers right here. Okay, so if you come right here at API keys, you will need to have this publishable key and the secret key in our project. So copy this publishable key. You can just click it and I think it will copy. Then in our project, go to your file explorer and go to the .env file. And right here, we will add next, then underscore, public underscore again, and I'll say stripe underscore publishable key underscore key. So this means that it can be accessed publicly. You set it to be equal to, you paste, so it should start with pk, and this is in one line. It's just that the key is too long and it showed like it's on a different line. I'll hit enter and we'll also have a stripe underscore secret underscore key, and we'll set that to be equal to something. So we come back here. You can reveal the key and copy it. Don't use mine. So I'll go ahead and paste that key. This is the secret key. This is the public key. So go ahead and save. We will go back to our room card and we actually need to add a button here that will make the booking. So make sure you are right here after breakfast, after total price. So after this div of the total price, we will be adding a button just like that. So is loading right here. Actually, we can set up its own, like booking is loading. So right here, booking is loading. We can set booking is loading. Now we go back. Right here, we'll now perform a check of booking is loading, and if it's loading, we will show a loader. So I'll say loader2 from Lucid React, else we will show a wand2 from Lucid React. We will include the class name here of margin to the right of 2. Then we will have height of 4 and a width of 4. I will copy that class name and I will use it again right here. So this is the first check. We will perform another check and we'll say booking is loading, and right here, if that is true, we will say loading, else right here we will say book room. Now if I save, we should have this button, and if I scroll down, look, we have this book room. It looks nice. It's a wand. When we click it and the process is happening, then it will change to a loader. Okay, very nice. Let's come back, and right here we will be having several props. Like we will disable that button. So disabled if booking is loading. I'll set this to be of type button, like that, small b. And another thing is that we will be having an onClick event. So this onClick event will pass an arrow function, and we will be calling a function right here that will actually process our booking. So for now, let us leave it as pending and we'll come back later on. The next thing that we can do is to create a payment intent API. So inside our app, we will go to API, and inside the API, we will create a new folder, and right here I'll say create -payment -intent. And inside this folder, I'll create a new file and I'll call it route.ts, and we get in here. Now let's work on this particular API. The first thing that we need to do is to bring in Stripe from Stripe, but we don't have Stripe installed, so I think we should look at that. So we just need to run this command. Okay, so npm install Stripe, very easy. Right here we will install Stripe like that, and once we install it, at the top here we will be able to import Stripe from, and right here I'll say Stripe. Then right here we'll say const Stripe will be equal to new Stripe of whatever we imported now, like that. We say it's equals to this new Stripe. Then right here we will invoke. Here we will pass the secret key. So I'll say process dot env, then dot stripe underscore secret underscore key. So this will read the key from our environment variable. So you need to make sure that this right here, this spelling right there, is the same as what we included at our environment variable, stripe secret key. So you can actually copy this value and paste it here just to make sure that they are the same. Otherwise, you might have some issues. Now right here, I'll say, let's bring that in as a string, okay, like that. And we can pass a second parameter right here optionally, and we will have the API version. And right here, you can include the API version. You can see I get a suggestion. This is like the latest version. And if you go to the Stripe dashboard and you go to overview. I think we had something to do with version, and you can see we have the API versions right here. So this is the latest. I believe that is what I have used right here. Okay, very nice. So you can include that. Now we have this stripe object that we can work with. Okay, now right here we will create the function. We'll say export async function, and we will be performing a post request to this API. So we will have a request, and this will be of type request. Then in here we'll get the user, so we'll say const user will be equal to, we will await current user, and this will come from Clerk Next.js. So we get our user there. We will perform a check. Do we have this user? So if we don't have the user, we will return new next response. That will come from next server, and we invoke that. Here we say unauthorized, and here we can include a status code of 401, meaning unauthorized. Okay, we get the content of our body from the request object. So we'll say const body will be equal to, we await our request.json, and we invoke that. Okay, so at the body is where we'll be passing the booking data, we'll be passing the payment intent from the client. So right here we can extract those. So here we will be receiving the booking data, which I will call booking, and we'll have a payment intent. So payment underscore intent underscore ID, and we'll set that to be equal to our body. So basically we are extracting booking data and the payment intent ID from our body. So right here I'll prepare an object for our booking data. So I'll say booking data will be equal to, we will spread the booking data. So I'll spread booking, and then right here I'll pass the username of the person who is trying to pay for this, and that will be available at user.firstname. I'll have user ID, and I'll say user.id like that. I'll have the currency, and here I'll say the currency is USD. Payment intent ID will be payment intent ID. So I think another important thing that we can actually include in the booking data is the email, right? Because what if we wanted to reach out to this person? Where do we get the contact info? We can say the email user dot, do we have email here? Email address. Not sure if it is having anything, but if we do this, we should also change our Prisma schema, because before I had not included that. So if we check at the booking right here, we have the booking data, which will include something like the start date, end date, things like hotel owner ID, hotel ID, room ID. Then we added the payment intent ID here. So we can also include the user email to be the string. It's just an addition, which I think it's a nice one. And here we change this to user email, since I used user email there. User email. The thing is, we need to now say npx prisma generate, so that the types are in sync, and also npx prisma db push. So I think actually that will throw an error since our application is running. So you can stop the application using Ctrl+C and use now npx prisma db push. Okay, not push, but npx prisma generate, and right here npx prisma db push. So we pushed that, and now the types will be in sync when we try to create it. So now right here I'll create a variable. I'll say let found booking. So we will be checking if we have a booking using the payment intent. So right here, I'll create a variable found booking, which will store that booking if it's already there. So right here, I'll first perform a check. Do we have a payment intent ID? So this payment intent right here can come in as an ID, or that is a string, or it can be null. Okay, so remember at our hooks use book room, we said that the payment intent here can either be a string or null. So we will see if it's there or not. So if it's there, we will attempt to fetch a booking from our database. So we'll say here found booking will be equal to, we will await Prisma DB. So we use Prisma DB dot booking like that dot find first, or dot find unique. So we find unique here, and we'll say where we pass an object, we say payment intent ID is our payment intent ID, and user ID is user.id. Here we will have this found booking being updated at our variable. Now right here we'll perform a check, now using both the found booking and the payment intent ID. So do we have both a booking and a payment intent ID? So if we do, we will do something right here. If we don't have, we will do something else right here. So I'll say else. So what we will do right here is to update Stripe payment and also update the booking using this booking data. So this will be updating our booking, update. Okay, but here we will be creating a new one. Okay, so we will start by creating a payment intent. Since we don't have a payment intent, we don't have a booking, so we start by creating a payment intent. So I'll say const payment intent will be equal to, we await, we use Stripe object dot payment intents, then dot create, and we invoke that, we pass an object. Right here we will specify the amount that we want to pay, and that will be our booking data dot total price, and we will be multiplying these by 100 because Stripe stores the value in cents. So we multiply by 100, we say comma, we will say the currency here is our booking data dot currency. I'll say automatic payment methods will say enabled to be true. So this will give us some payment methods which we can use. So we create that payment intent. We will update our payment intent ID. So this is the ID. Remember, this is an intent. It have a lot of information, but this here is an ID. So we will take our booking data and we will update our payment intent ID, which can be null or it can have a value. So right here, booking data dot payment intent ID will be equal to payment intent, this one now, dot ID. We can go ahead and we create a booking in our database. So right here we'll say await Prisma DB, and we'll say dot booking, and we'll say dot create, and we will invoke that. And right here we will go ahead and we pass the data as our booking data. Okay, and now by doing this, we have created a payment intent at Stripe, and we have created a booking in our database, which is cool. And right here I'll also add a return statement, and we will return next response dot JSON, and what we will return is the payment intent. So we get the payment intent from this API call. Okay, so we will return the payment intent, which is this one. Remember, it's not the ID we are returning, but we are returning the payment intent, which will actually have a lot of other details about our payment. Before you close right here, we will add a default response, which is actually an error. So we'll return a new next response. We will invoke that and we'll say internal server error, and right here we can have a status code of 500. So status of 500. Okay, this is a default return statement in case all these if statements fails. In case all these if statements fails, we should have a return, a default return from this API. So by that we have created an endpoint that will actually create a payment intent and a booking in our database. And later on we'll come right here and we will work on this update right here, and I'll show you the reason why we need it. So the next thing is to make a call to this particular API. So I'll go to room card. Right here we had left this as blank. So now it's time to create that function, and I'll call the function handle book room. We'll invoke it like that. It does not exist, so I'll copy that and I'll scroll to the top here, and right here we will create that function const, call it handle book room to be equal to an arrow function, just like this. We will be performing a check right here. We will check if a user is already logged in. Okay, so do we have a user ID or not? So if we don't have user ID, we will return a toast error message. Okay, so now this user ID complaints. The thing is, we can get that user ID right here. We will say const, we will destructure user ID, and this will come from use auth, okay, from Clerk Next.js, and we invoke it. Clerk provides us with this hook where we get the user ID. So before we make the HTTP request, we make sure that we have a user. Very nice. So we'll say if hotel dot user ID does not exist, we will return right here a toast. So we should have like this user ID. The hotel data have the user ID. This error will rarely happen, but we are just adding the check so that when we are passing the data, it doesn't complain that the user ID might not exist. Okay, so now right here I'll check if the dates are actually there. So I'll check, do we have date.from and do we have date.to? If we don't have one of those, that means that the user have not selected the date. They are trying to click book button and the dates are not there. So here I'll say else, and right here we can toast. I save. Okay, but right here is where we'll now make our HTTP request. Set booking is loading, and then right here we will prepare our booking data again. So I'll say booking room data, and the reason for this, we have end date and start date, or you can have check-in and check-out instead of date.from and date.to. And also we want to add this booking data to our global state. Okay, the data that we are preparing here should be having the values that we'll be having here. So we have room, total price, breakfast included. We need to have start date and end date. So this is in our Zustand hook, which is our global state. Okay, and then we will have the payment intent. We will have the client secret when updating this data as well. So right here I'll have start date like that to be date.from and date to be date.to. Here include a comma. Okay, so this is our booking room data, which is of this type, room data type. Okay, therefore now that we have that data, we can update this state right here by calling set room data. We pass that data and it will actually update it. So right here we'll set room data. We will invoke that and we will pass our booking room data. These should complain, of course, because we haven't called our use book room. So at the very top, I can do it right here. I'll say const. We will destructure the functions there, and we set these to be use book room from hooks use book room. I invoke that, and right here we will call our set room data. We will also be having payment intent. We'll also be having set client secret, and we'll also be having set payment intent from that hook. So you can see now how everything is starting to work together here. So once we prepare this data, we set it to state, and also we will be sending this data to our backend API. So right here, I will now make a call to our backend API, and I'll make use of fetch. You can also make use of Axios if you want to. Let us use fetch so that you see how it's used here. I'll say fetch, and here stroke API stroke create hyphen payment hyphen intent. So make sure this one right here is the same name that you used at app API this folder. The name is the same as the name of this folder. That is our API endpoint, and that will make a call to our route. Okay, so that route expects us to pass some data, and right here I'll pass this object. We need to specify the method, which is post request post. I'll pass headers, and I'll specify that we are passing JSON data. I'll say content type out here full colon is application stroke JSON. Basically, we specify the type of content we are passing to the backend. Then right here we specify the body. I'll call JSON.stringify, and we pass the data right here now as a JSON string. So this data right here is the one that will be saved in our database, and this right here will be used to manage our payment and generally our booking data. If we leave the page and we try to go to our bookings and perform the payment, we'll be getting the data from our global state. Right here we will include the breakfast price, so breakfast included to be our include breakfast. Then right here I'll have the total price as the total price. So our backend API, this one here, expects us to pass the booking data and also expects us to pass the payment intent ID. And now right here, this is the booking. Then after the booking, still inside this object, we should include a comma, and we pass the payment underscore intent underscore ID to be our payment intent. Now this data will be received by our API here. We will spread it and we will expand the data using the user first name, user email address. Here it says addresses because I think it will show in an array. So I think we should get only the first one. Okay, like that. Then we'll have the ID, the currency, and now all these, the data that will be here, will reflect our schema data. Okay, we'll reflect everything right here, and we will now use that data to create our booking. Okay, so I hope this is making sense. So this is our fetch request. If it's successful, right here we will say dot then. We invoke this, we pass an arrow function, and we'll do something right here. Here we will be having a response which will be in form of a JSON string, so we can convert that response into a JSON object or something like that. So right here we'll first set booking is loading to false, Okay, then right here we'll check our response status. So res.status, and we'll check if it's 4.1, 4.1, and if it's 4.1, it means that this user was not logged in. So what I can do, I can return router here dot push to the login page. Then right here I will return res.json. This will now return our data in form of an object instead of JSON. So right here our call.then again will now have access to our data, and I pass an arrow function again. Here we will set the client secret. The client secret will be available at our data dot payment intent. So payment intent, then right here dot client secret. Now right here we'll also set the payment intent ID. So we'll set the payment intent. This will be our ID actually. So I think we should have said set payment intent ID because right here we said payment intent, which should actually be payment intent ID as well. So I think we should fix that for a better naming. This is ID. This one will be ID. This will be set payment intent ID. Here we will receive payment intent ID. We will set payment intent ID. This will be set payment intent ID. Here we will receive payment intent ID. So basically change all payment intent to payment intent ID. Even here, payment intent ID, just like that. I save that, and now right here it will make more sense if we say set payment intent ID, and again from here this will be payment intent ID, this one will be payment intent ID. So let's come back again. This one will be payment intent ID. So this is the problem of making a mess at one place. So right here now we'll set our data to be data dot payment intent dot ID. So this will update our state here, which will be available globally. Okay, very nice. Now right here I will call router dot push after we successfully do this, and we'll take the user to another route called book room, and this is where they'll actually complete the payment. Remember, this will create the payment intent, but they haven't paid yet, so it will create the booking and the payment intent, and then they'll take the user to this page where now they will actually process the payment, where they'll actually pay, and then the payment status will be marked as paid. Remember, by default the payment status here will be false. Okay, so lastly here I'll have dot catch. Okay, if we get an error we return that. This complaints, I think we can say error is of type any, and I save. So now that is our API request. We make a request to create payment intent method, post, headers, content type, application JSON. We pass the body, we stringify the body, and we pass an object which will have booking and payment intent ID. Booking will have all these: hotel owner ID, hotel ID, room ID, start, end date, booking, breakfast, included value, and total price. We will receive those values at our route. Once we receive them at our route, we will spread the booking, and then we will extend our booking data with the username, user email, user ID. We'll pass currency, and also we will have the payment intent ID, and then we'll use this booking data right here to create a booking just like that. Very nice. So I hope it makes sense now. And once this process is successful, when we initially create a payment intent, we will be redirected to this book room where we will have now the Stripe form to process the payment. And we can actually create that page at app, then add a new folder, and you can say book hyphen room, enter. In this page we'll have page.tsx status functional component, and we'll say here book room. Here we'll show a summary of the booking, and we'll also show some Stripe forms. So here we'll be coming back and working on this one. First we need to see if we are able to create a payment intent. So here I can say book room, just like that, and I save that. Okay, now let's test this. Our application is not running, and I come to this npm run dev, and right here I will refresh. Okay, the app was not running, so that's why it was failing. Let's book room, and oops, select date. So it will give us an error if we don't select a date. So let's select maybe from 26 to 30. And if I now say book room, it's loading, and let's see, it actually gave us an error. Argument of user email invalid value, expected string provided object. So it's our email. So we have email addresses, so we take the first one, dot email address. Okay, so we should say user dot email addresses. We take the first one, and right here we say dot email address. So that is the correct way of doing that. Let's try this again. We can manipulate this. We include breakfast 560 now. Let's book room. It's loading, and once it completes, it takes us to book room. But now at our Stripe, if we check, you'll see we have another one now. Let's see. Look, it have this payment intent, which is 560. Very nice. Another thing that we have done is that we have created one booking now. So if we come here, booking should update to 1. Should we refresh this page? Okay, our Prisma Studio is not running. Let's run it to confirm. npx Prisma Studio, and we hit enter, and that will run our Prisma Studio. So let's refresh it here, and we should have one booking at least. And look, we have one booking. So let's explore it. We go to that booking, and look, we have the username, the person who is like booking right there. We have the email of that person who is booking right there in case we want to reach out to them. We have the user ID, room ID, hotel ID. We have the hotel owner ID. So this is the person who owns the hotel. Unfortunately, we are also the one who owns the hotel. So we are making a booking to our own hotel. We have the start date, the end date. We have breakfast included as true, currency as USD. We have total price as 560. We have the payment intent ID and booked at like that. So we have everything that we need in this booking, okay, which is very awesome. So yeah, this is great. We have now successfully created a booking, although it is not paid. So payment status for this booking should be false. So payment status here is false. And once we process the payment right here using the Stripe form, that payment status will be marked as paid, and at our Stripe, this will be marked as success as well, which is awesome. Now another thing that happened is that this use book room, the state is now available globally, and it also stored it in our local storage. So basically, if we go to our local storage, we can do this from the browser. Click here, go to application, then you come to local storage, and from the local storage, I think something is missing. Okay, I'll minimize this one, and look, we have this book room, and if I expand this, you'll see here we have the state, and if I expand that, we have all this data here. Okay, we have the payment intent ID. Okay, this is still there, although we removed it. I think it had already been saved in the local storage. We have the client secret right there. Also, we have the booking room data. So in this booking room data, we have breakfast included. We have the room that we are trying to book, the end date, and the start date, the total price. Now, the importance of this booking room data is for us to actually work with this form here. So even if we refresh, we'll still have it right here, and we'll be able to process the payment. We'll be able to get the order or the booking using this payment intent ID. We'll also be able to get the payment intent from Stripe using this ID. We'll be able to have this client secret there, and we'll be able to process the payment even if we like left this page, or if we refreshed, we'll be able to have it right there. And that is why we needed to have that global state. So next, let's work on this form where we'll actually complete the payment. So in the last episode, I know I said that we would create the Stripe form, but first of all, I want us to complete something about our dates. So we show the disabled date if we have a booking, and then we will also do something about our update when creating a payment intent. What I mean is that whenever we try to create a new booking, if we haven't paid the last one yet, what we'll do, we'll just update the existing one instead of having multiple payment intents. Okay, for example, right now, if we try to create a new booking, what would happen is that this API route will be called, and we will find that we have a payment intent. We will fetch the booking using that payment intent, and then right here we'll find a booking and a payment intent, and then right here nothing will happen, and that will actually throw an error because nothing happens. Okay, here we will get a current intent, so I'll say const current underscore intent will be equal to, we await, and we'll use Stripe right here dot payment intents dot retrieve a payment intent by passing the payment intent ID. So this we get it from the front end, from the local storage, if we happen to refresh a page. And here we'll say if we have a current intent, we'll go ahead and we update the payment intent, and also we update the booking. So right here we will say const updated underscore intent will be equal to, we await again here, and we'll make use of Stripe, and we'll say dot payment intents dot update. We invoke this, and we will update a payment intent with the given ID, so payment intent ID. And right here what we update is the amount, so we'll say booking dot total price, and then we multiply that by 100, again Stripe store price in cents. Therefore that will update our payment intent. Then after this we update the booking. So still in here inside, if we have these, we will perform an update of our booking in our own database. So right here say const response will be equal to, we will await Prisma, and make sure to spell this one correctly, and we say dot booking dot update. Okay, and we invoke that, and we pass some values here. Here we will specify what we want to update. we want to update a booking with a payment intent ID of a payment intent ID, and also a booking with a user ID of user.id. Okay, then we pass the booking data right here. So we'll say data is our booking data, just like that. So that will update our booking at our own database. And then right here, we can perform a check. Let's confirm that we have this response. And if we don't have the response, we'll actually throw an error. So here we will return a next response dot error, and we invoke that. And then right here, we'll go ahead and we return the updated payment intent to the client. So right here, we'll have next response dot JSON, and we invoke that. We pass an object. We say that the payment intent. Okay, right here we were returning payment intent, so we'll say the payment intent again right here will be the updated payment intent. Okay, so this is what we have. So we update both the payment intent amount and the booking data in our own database, and we return the payment intent. So this prevents us from having a lot of unpaid payment intents right here. Okay, you can see all these are incomplete. So we will be updating a payment intent instead of creating a new one, and also we'll be updating a booking in our database instead of creating a new one. Okay, so now if we try to perform a booking, how will we know that it's working? Okay, let's check the payment intent here. These have a capital H here, SRH. So we check the ID, and let's see the ID that we have right here for the payment intent, SRH. Okay, so we will check this one, the second one, if it will change the breakfast here to true. So we come right here, we perform a booking, which I'll do, and then we include breakfast, so breakfast should be true, and we book the room. So this will update the existing payment intent and booking data, and we should not actually create a new one but update the existing one. So it did this, but now we don't know if it created a new one or updated the existing one. So we can only confirm right here if this was marked as true. And yeah, this was marked as true. And for the payment intents, I think this should update the price. So they are 1, 2, 3, 4. We shouldn't have the fifth one, but it should update this one. So let's refresh, and hopefully it works. I don't know if there is an issue. And they are still for 1, 2, 3, 4, and it updated this price. So it's working. Okay, it's working. This is 1360. And what were we trying to book for? Maybe we check here, total price 1360. Very nice. So it's working very well, and that is what I wanted us to do, so that we don't keep on creating many bookings that are not paid for. If we happen to like go and make some changes, instead of creating a new one, we update the existing one. And now we can also disable some dates. Since we have some bookings, we disable the dates that have already been booked, and later on will make it much better to only disable if they are actually paid for. So for now, we can work with what we have. We pass the booking to the room card right here. Here we had said that we'll receive bookings, which is optional, and also we were able to initialize a default one here, but we didn't actually pass booking to this particular component. So at our hotel details, so app hotel details, here is where we have a page. So in this page, we should be able to get the hotel and also the bookings for this hotel, or we can get all the bookings. So right here, we'll say const bookings, and we'll set this to be equal to await, and here we will get the bookings. But this bookings function is not yet defined, so we can come to actions, we add a new file, and I'll say get bookings.ts, And right here is where we'll do everything. Import Prisma DB. We will export the function const get bookings to be equal to an async function, which will actually be an arrow function like this. Okay, this is wrong. Async like that. And in here is where we can have a try and catch block. We get the error. The error here will be of type any, and here draw new error, and we invoke here and we pass the error that we get. Now right here we will be able to get the bookings. So right here I'll say const yesterday. So I'll get a date from yesterday. I don't want to fetch all the bookings. I want to fetch only future bookings. Okay, so if the bookings are in the past, the date will already be blocked. So I want only the future ones. So I'll say yesterday is equals to a new date like that, and we know this is today. So here we update the value of yesterday. We'll say yesterday dot set date. We invoke it and we'll say yesterday dot get date like that. We invoke that and we minus 1. Okay, so that will minus 1 day, and we get now the date for yesterday. And now right here we can get the booking. I'll say const bookings will be equal to, we will await, and we'll say Prisma DB dot booking and dot find many. So it'll get many bookings, and we invoke that. We do it like that, and we'll say here where we say end date is greater than yesterday. Another thing that I feel like we can do so that we don't fetch all the bookings in the entire application is maybe fetch by ID. Okay, we fetch the bookings by hotel ID. I had not prepared for that part, but I feel like we should be doing that. So since we are getting the hotel here, I feel like we could pass the hotel ID right here. So maybe we can perform the fetch after we check if we have a hotel or not. So hotel dot ID, and we will receive that ID in our get bookings, and right here. So we will receive hotel ID of type string. We'll use that hotel ID to filter further our data. So we'll say hotel ID is hotel ID. Since key and value pair are the same here, we can just omit 1. So it will be hotel ID like that. Once we fetch it like this, we'll come down here and we will return the bookings like that. So we go ahead and we save. So I come right here, and here we import this particular function just like that. And that should get us the bookings for that particular hotel. And we can now pass this down our component. So right here I'll say bookings, and we'll set this to be equal to bookings. I save that. Now we go to hotel details client and see what we included there. Component hotel details client, and here we passed the room card, room key, and bookings like that. Okay, we received the bookings of type bookings, so we can close that. We go to room card, and in the room card now we will be able to receive the bookings like that, and we'll have a default of an empty array if we don't have the bookings. Okay, very nice. I think that is cool. So the next step now is to create an array of disabled dates. So maybe after this use effect right here, I'll just say const disabled dates to be equal to React.use memo. We memorize this so that it's more optimal. And right here we'll pass an arrow function, and the use memo usually have some dependency array right here, and we'll say when bookings changes, that is when we want to recalculate our disabled dates. So we have react.useMemo, but we can also just say useMemo, and we import this useMemo from React. So this is much better like that. And now right here, we'll say let dates be equal to an empty array. And we can add the type for this one to be an array of a date. We will filter down the bookings for this specific room. Okay, remember the bookings here are for the entire hotel, but the hotel have many rooms, so we filter down only the bookings for this specific room. So I'll say here const room bookings to be equal to, we get all the bookings for this particular hotel, and then we will call the dot filter array method, and we invoke that. We get a booking at a time, and we will return the bookings which will satisfy this booking dot room ID to be equal to our room dot ID. And later on, when we complete payment and so on, we will add right here end booking dot payment status. But if we include this, we will not see if it's working or not. So for now, since we don't have any booking that is paid, we omit it. So here I change to room bookings nicely like that. Okay, now right here, we get the dates from this room booking. So I'll say room bookings dot for each. So we map through each of them. Here we will get a booking at a time, and we will pass an arrow function. And in here, so we will get the different dates range, and then we will get all the dates in between the range. So what I mean with getting the date range, so if we happen to book from date 8 to 12, we will get the dates that are in between that range. So we'll get date 8, date 9, date 10, date 11, date 12, and we'll add that into our array of dates, and we will block all those dates from being booked. Okay, so right here I'll say const range will be equal to, we have a method from date and fs, and we'll say each day of interval. So right here we pass the interval, and that is the start, and here we'll say new date, and we invoke this. We pass booking dot start date. The reason I say new date is because this might come in as a string, and the type here needs to be in form of a date, so I make sure it's a date by saying new date. Then it expects a second parameter of end, and we'll say new date. Here we pass the booking dot end date, and that way this method will give us all the dates between the start date and the end date, and we'll get those dates right here. So we'll say dates will be equal to, we set it to an array, and we spread the range. But now once we do this, we will get that range, yes, but you can see this is a for each, so it will iterate through the second booking. It will check the range, then it will replace the existing dates with this one. So at the end of the day, we'll only have the range for one booking and not all. So what we can do to prevent that right here is to spread the existing dates. So I can say dates and then comma, and then we add our range. So that will include all the booking ranges. So this is not datas but dates, and this date is the same as this, which will now be updated with each iteration. And then right here I'll just return the dates. So we go ahead and we return those dates that we have in our bookings, and I go ahead and save. Now right here I'll get all the disabled dates. So I'll come to where we have our date picker, and we will pass those dates right here. So I'll say disabled dates to be equal to our disabled dates. Okay, so we go to this component. Actually, I think if you click Control and then you click on it, it should open that component. But you just need to go to that component, and we specify a type in this component. Right here, we will say that we will be receiving disabled dates, and we'll make it to be a type of date, and that will be an array. We come right here and we will receive that as a plop. So I don't know why this is still complaining. Did we miss something? Type void is not assignable to type date. Okay, we included the return here, and we shall do it outside our for each loop. So we include it outside the for each loop, like that. So we save and the error is gone. So we pass our disabled dates to date range picker. We receive it as plops, and right here we will be able to have a plop called disabled, like that, and we'll set that to be our disabled dates, like that. So I go ahead and I save, and I happen to refresh. If I click on this date picker, you'll notice that some dates have been disabled from 26 to 30, because that means that we have a booking already booked. And for this one, we also have some disabled dates from 15 to 19. So yeah, very nice. So that's what we want. But later on, we will be performing the payment, and we will only reserve those dates if the person have actually completed the payment. And if they have not completed the payment, then we will not reserve the dates. But that is a good progress. That is how you can block some dates. Very nice. So now I want us to work on this page. So this is one of the most important one, where we process the payment with Stripe. And if I come to Stripe documentation, at Stripe/docs, and come to payments, you can see here we have getting started, we have quick start, and we have build a payment integration. So actually everything is usually at the docs, okay? And I'll just give you a nice guide. So we want to have a form like this where we can actually process payment using it. And if I scroll down, you'll see the process is to set up Stripe. So we had already installed Stripe. To create a payment intent, so we already created the payment intent, so we worked on that API. Very nice. So we come down, we did something like this. Await stripe.paymentintents.create, we specified the amount and currency. I think we retrieved the client secret, so we added the client secret to our local storage. Very nice, we already did that. So if I come here, go to the local storage, go to application, then book room state, we already have the client secret right there. We have the payment intent ID. So we have already gone through all these steps right there. Now the next step is to collect the payment details. So in this case, we make use of React Stripe.js and also Stripe.js, and this will provide us with the payment forms. Okay, so the first thing is to install these two, React Stripe.js and Stripe.js. So I'll copy that command. You can just type it out at Stripe, then stroke that, at Stripe stroke that. But for me, I just wanna paste it. So I'll come right here. Let me stop our, or we can make it to still run and open a new terminal. The good thing right here, you can have as many terminals as you want. So I'll go ahead and install those two. Okay, then let's see what we need to do. So we will load Stripe by using the public key, and we get a Stripe promise. Then we will have these elements component from React Stripe. Then we will include them right here. We will customize the appearance of our Stripe form, and here we will pass a checkout form. I think this is the checkout form where we get the payment element, and we create our form with a submit button. So it's pretty easy, actually, very straightforward, but we might need to customize some stuff and so on. I'll just close everything else. So I'll close all, then I go to app, then book room, and we had created this component. Okay, so for this book room, this is the server component, we can create an alternative for it. So at component, let us create a new folder called booking, and inside booking I'll add a new file, and I'll say book room client dot tsx, just like that. Stateless functional component here, and these will be book room client. I go ahead and say div. Okay, very nice. And we bring it in right here. Right here I can add a class name, and I'll just say padding of 8, and I save. Now we will not be coming back to this one, so I close it completely, and we'll now focus on book room client right here. So since this is the client component and we'll be having some hooks or on-click events, we can mark this as use client. Now the first thing is to load the Stripe promise. So if I come here, you see we do this const Stripe promise is equals to load Stripe, and we pass the public key. Outside our component const Stripe promise will be equal to, we call load Stripe, we invoke it. So this load Stripe will come from Stripe.js. Let's import it. Right here I'll say import, we invoke right here load Stripe from at Stripe.js, and we'll say process.env, and then dot. We go to our .env file, we copy this. Next, public Stripe publishable key, and we paste that right here, and right here I'll say as a string, just like that. And you can see now we have our Stripe promise. Very nice. So if we check the docs, we will use this Stripe promise at our return. So before we get to showing our element component, we'll come right here. Let's add a class name to this one. Let's have a max width for this one, 700 px. And then right here I'll say mx to be auto. I'll have a h3, and right here we'll have a class name, and I'll say text to be 2 Excel, then font to be semi bold. I come right here and I'll have another class name, and I'll say margin to the bottom of 6. Before we show anything, we will check if we have the client secret and if we have the booking room data. And if we don't have those, we will not show this form. Okay, so right here we should be able to retrieve them from our global state, from our hook. So right here I'll say const, we destructure something from the use book room hook. So here we get the booking room data and the client secret. Okay, now with these two we will perform a check right here. So I'll use this, and I'll say, do we have the client secret, and do we have the booking room data? And if we do, that is the only point that we will show this particular content. So right here I'll say a div, and I enter, then I'll pass this heading right there. I save. We should have just done right here like MB, then 6, then we remove this div and just have our clean heading right there. So where we should be having that div is down here, where I will say a div. Here we will show the room that we are trying to book. So basically we will just show the room card component, and all we need to do is to pass the room data. So right here I'll say room will be booking room data dot room. Then we import this component from room card. So we'll show the details of the room that we are trying to book. Okay, very nice. And we can add some spacing now right here by saying a class name, and we'll add margin to the bottom of 6. So let's import the elements from Stripe. Right here I'll say import, and I'll invoke, I'll say elements from, and right here I'll say at Stripe React.js. So I can put it right there. We'll say elements. We will pass several stuff. The first one is stripe, and we'll set that to our stripe promise, this one that we just created here. So you can copy that one, include it in here. And another thing that we can pass is the options, where we can customize the theme. So right now, if I happen to save and we come back, it's refreshing. Once it refresh, look, we can see the room that we are trying to book. Now, we should not be having delete and update room right here. We can come back to the room card and perform some conditional rendering. Hit Control and click on this one. Okay, it opened the room card component. Here we had this check is hotel detail page. So it's not a check like a variable, but we'll create another one is book room. Are we in that book room page? We can use path name and dot includes here. We invoke it and we say book hyphen room. So we can use this to conditionally render those buttons at the very bottom. So if we are not on that page, we'll basically not show the footer. So right here, we will say if we are not on is book room, that is when we will show this card footer. So I click there, shift, click here, cut, come back and paste there. And I remove this spacing and I save. So therefore, at our book room page, we will not be having that footer. So if I come, you see it is gone. So here we should be including a form. So if we come back to Stripe docs, you'll see we pass checkout form, and that checkout form looks like this. So we will create a new component inside booking. I'll create a new one and I'll say this is the room payment form.tsx. Inside this particular component, the trace functional component, I save, and right here we will pass that room payment form. So here we'll say room payment form, and we will define some states here. The first one is payment success. So once we complete the payment, we'll be having this payment success. Then I'll have another one, const page loaded, and right here we'll have set page loaded is equals to use state, and I'll invoke that and I'll say false. Now right here we can also set the options. So right here I'll say const and we'll say options full colon, we'll add a type to be of type stripe element options. So we bring in that type from stripe like that, and we set this to be equal to here we will pass the client secret like that, and the second thing we'll pass appearance, and I'll say full colon right here. We'll say the theme. Here we'll perform a check, so we can get our own theme from the next theme. So we'll say const theme is equals to, we make use of use theme hook, which will come from next theme. So this will tell us whether we are in a light theme, dark theme, or whether we are in the system theme. So here we'll perform a check of this theme, and we'll say if theme is equal to dark, so here I'll say dark, that is when we will show the night theme. So Stripe calls their theme night theme, else we'll just show the Stripe theme. The problem with system, we don't know whether it's dark or light, so we'll do it like that for dark. And here I'll say labels, and I'll say full colon, I'll say floating. Now these options will pass it to our elements component right here. So right here I'll say options will be equal to options. I'll create a function that updates these payment success. So right here I'll say const, and here we will set the payment success. We invoke it and we pass the value. The value, we will receive it right here as a boolean. For this room payment form, we will be passing two props. One is the client secret. Another thing that we will have is that function handle set payment success, and we'll pass it as handle set payment success. So I save that file now, and I come to this one, and we should include the types for those two plops. So here we will receive the client secret, and we will receive the handle payment success function, and right here we can type them directly as our room payment form props. We'll also be receiving the booking room data. So right here I'll say const booking room data, and I'll have the reset book room. So once we complete payment, we will reset our state. Here we'll have the use book room hook from our use book room hook. We will initialize stripe, and I'll say const stripe will be equal to, we have a hook called use stripe from React stripe. So I initialize that like that. Then right here I'll have const elements to be equal to use elements again from our React stripe JS, and we invoke it like that. Here we'll have more state. We'll have the loading state, so I'll say is loading, and we'll use this when submitting the form for payment. Set is loading. We'll say use state, and we set the initial one to be false. Okay, then we'll also have a toast, so let's bring it right now just like this, to be equal to use toast from UI use toast. We invoke that one. Now right here, even before we do anything, we will call use effect. So this will be called the very first time our page loads, and right here we will call it again whenever the value of stripe changes, this value here. So in here we will perform a check. If we don't have a stripe, we will immediately return. We will say if we don't have the client secret, we will immediately return. If we don't have the client secret, we'll set handle set payment success as false, and right here we'll set is loading to false. Now let's come to this div here, and this will actually not be a div, but it will be a form. So I'll say form like that. This is the HTML form. We are not importing it from anywhere. What is wrong with this form? Yeah, there we go. And this form have the on submit event handler, and here we'll be passing a function to submit the form. So we will be working on this function later on. So handle submit right here. Let us set it up as an empty function like that, so that we can just pass it here as handle submit. So whenever we submit the form, this function is the one that we run. You can add an ID, and I can say that this is the payment hyphen form. I don't think it really have an effect, but we'll just add it anyways. So right here I'll add a h2. Let us have the billing address. Here we can pass a class name, and right here I'll say font to be semi-bold, margin to the bottom of 2, and text to be large. I'll pass a component which is address element, which we'll get from stripe. So if I come to the top, this we get from React stripe JS. It expects us to pass an options prop, and in this options prop I'll say mode is billing. Actually we should pass an object like this and another object in here, and that is where we should be calling these two. So that is why I'm not getting some nice suggestions while typing these out. So here if I start typing allowed countries, you'll see it shows our suggestions there. So here you can include all the countries, or you can specify the specific country which you allow, like collection of the address and payment and so on. So here I'll include an array US, and KE. You can use like the code for your own country, or you can check the Stripe documentation on all the other countries and how to allow them. And look, we now have some form to enter the billing address. Very nice. And this is provided by Stripe. And for the country or region, we only get 2 because that is what we specify. I wonder if we can allow all of them. What if we omit it? What will happen? Do we get all the countries? Yeah, so you can omit it to include all the countries like that, okay? Now, the next one is the payment form. I can have a heading like this one. So I'll copy that one and I'll paste it here. We'll say payment information. Here I'll also include a margin to the top of 4. I'll now include the payment element component. We'll have an options and I'll say layout to be tabs. So if I save, now we'll have a field where you can actually enter payment information. And let's wait for it. And look, we have payment information and it's showing the card here, expiration and CVC. So this is coming along well. So here we will show this div and we'll say flex. We'll say flex hyphen column and I'll have a gap of 1. And then in here I'll show a separator component. So I'll say separator. From UI separator, I'll show another div. Inside this div, I can add a style like this. And we'll start by showing a h2. Here we'll have a class name and we'll say font to be semi-bold. And right here I'll say MB to be 1 and text to be large. I can have a div. Right here we will show a date at 5 p.m. So start date. This is not there yet, but we will add it. I'll duplicate that line and we'll say you will check out on we include, and we will check if this person will be served breakfast. If that exists, we'll show a div. Now after this we'll have a separator here. So we say separator UI. We will be having another div now, and here we'll show the total price. I use the money sign, and right here we will say booking room data dot total price. We will perform a check here to see if we had breakfast. So here we will perform a check and we'll say if it's there, we will show a div. We will say breakfast price. Then I'll say booking room data dot breakfast price. Now I think right here we can add a class name and we add some margin to the bottom of about 2. Now for this start date and end date, we will format them, and I think we can use moment and PMI moment. I'll go to the very top and I'll say import moment from. We come right here before our return statement and we'll say const start date will be equal to, we call our moment, we invoke it, and we pass our booking room data dot start date, and right here we say dot format, we invoke it, and right here say we duplicate that one. Then here we will have end date, then here we'll have end date. We'll say if we don't have start date or if we don't have end date. Bookings are also called reservations. So if you see I say reservation, it's also like a booking. So that will make sure that we always have these before we even show anything right here. So these and these, the error disappeared. We save. We have this room that we are trying to book. We have the billing address, the payment address, and we have the booking summary right here. We can say when we are supposed to check in, check out, and we have the total price. and breakfast price, but it does not show the price. So you said booking data dot breakfast included booking room data dot room dot breakfast price. So that will show the price for breakfast, and here we'll see the total price. Now the next step is to actually process the payment. After all these divs, actually just before our form, we'll be having a button. We'll say this button will be disabled. Actually, let's bring it in from UI button. So we'll say it's disabled right here if is loading. Then right here we'll say is loading, and we'll say processing payment. Then at the end here we'll say pay now dot dot dot. It is of type submit, so when you click it will automatically submit the form by calling handle submit. This will be an async function. Okay, then here we will be having an event of react.form event. Then here e.prevent default, and right here we set is loading to true. Now down here we'll check if we have stripe. So if we don't have stripe, or if we don't have the elements, or if we don't have the booking room data, we will immediately return. So right here we should say or. Here we'll have a try and catch block, and if we have an error we can just log the error to the console, and right here we'll go ahead and we'll set is loading to false. Here later on we'll be checking if we have date overlap. So this is how we process the payment. We call stripe dot, and it have a method called confirm payment. We will invoke it, we will pass an object, we will pass the elements, and then comma, and we'll say redirect if required. Now right here at the end we'll say dot then, and this will give us a result inside this arrow function. So we pass that arrow function, and right here we will get the result of the payment. So the payment might be successful, it might have failed, we don't know, but we will know if we've performed a simple check right here. So we'll say if we don't have the result dot error. If we don't have that, that means that the payment was successful and we can do something right here. So what we do is to update the data that we have in our database. We mark the payment as paid. Okay, we change the payment status. So here we'll make a request using Axios to stroke API, then stroke booking, then here stroke, and we specify the ID. So we will be making use of payment intent. So right here I'll say result dot payment intent dot ID. Okay, so we'll make a request to this API endpoint with that particular ID, and then dot then here again. Here we'll get now a response from our own backend, and then we'll do something in here. Stroke API. We don't have any booking API here, so we can simply create that API by saying here booking. We will add a new folder. Here we will say ID. So we will receive an ID which will be the payment intent ID, and right here I add a new file now, and I'll say route.ts. Okay, very nice. So right here we need to do two things: to delete a booking and also to update a booking. So if I go to room, then room ID, and come to this one here, you will notice that here we had delete and here we had patch. Both were deleting and updating. So we'll create similar functions. So I'll copy that and I'll come to our route here and I'll paste here. So we will just customize very quick. Okay, so here we get patch, we'll get a request, we'll have params. Here instead of room ID we will get an ID of type string. Here we get the body from request JSON. Only that right here we will not be passing the body. Remove that. We get the user ID from auth. Here we check for params ID. Here this will be payment intent ID required. ID is required, the status of that, and right here we'll have this one, user ID. Okay, very nice. Now we come down here. Here we will have a booking. We await prisma.booking, and we will update where payment intent ID is params.id. So this is not ID, but we'll update this by using the payment intent ID. The data here, we will pass an object, and we will say now the payment status. If we make a call to this one, we'll be updating the payment status to true, okay, in our own database. And then right here we can go ahead and we return a booking. Very nice. Now right here, console.log error at booking, and then here ID patch, then we show the error, then we throw the error. So that is our update function. For delete function, later on when we like implement delete, we'll be having this function, and we'll have a request. This is just a placeholder, we don't need it, but we'll need to have these params. Then here we will get the ID. Here we will get the ID, and now here we'll say booking ID is required. We will say prismadb.booking, and here we will say booking, then where params.id. We have a next response, and here I'll have booking. This is booking ID. Very nice. So we have created those functions real quick by just editing the previous one, which is real good. So now right here we will make a request to this using the payment intent ID that we get, and then we'll do something right here. We can toast a success. Now once we get to this point, we will call router.refresh. Router.refresh, we don't have the router, define it, so we'll say const router will be equal to use router, and we invoke it. So I am sure that I imported use router from the wrong place, so make sure that it comes from next navigation. We reset our book room data, so this will clear our local storage and state. We will now call handle set payment success as true. So here set is loading to false, so we'll have a catch, and we'll have the error, and right here we can log the error. Anyway, here we get an error, we can log it to console and do this. This is like an arrow function in there. After the toast, we can say set is loading to false. Another thing here, we said if we don't have an error, so we can have an else statement here. So else, and we'll set is loading to false. Basically, stripe.confirm payment, we pass the elements like that, and that will process the payment. We get a result. If we don't have an error, we update our own database details, and we get all this state handled, else we show an error. So that is what is happening there. Now there is one thing, this is not usually recommended because when we call this, the payment might process as at Stripe, and if the client leaves that page, this might not go ahead to updating our own database, okay, which could be an issue. So the payment will be success at Stripe and not in our own database. So they recommend making use of webhooks, and webhooks is another route of going about this. If you want to learn about webhooks, I have some videos on the channel where we work on e-commerce app and we process payment with webhooks. Also, you can tell them to stay on this page until payment completes. Okay, so right here you can add a retro message. So you'll say if it's loading, you can like tell them payment processing, please stay on this page as we process your payment. So you can give them a nice like message right there. You can use the alert that we used when we were creating a hotel. Actually, we can copy and paste it here. It will be very nice. So you can go to components, then hotel, then add hotel form, and you look for the alert something. It should be at the bottom here somewhere. When you click here, use Control F, say alert, then scroll at the very bottom and it will quickly highlight it for you. So we used it here. Okay, so you can copy this alert and you can use it here. Payment processing right here, and we will tell them to stay on the page as we process their payment, because if they happen to leave, our own database might not complete processing, and therefore we'll have one side is paid, the other side is not paid. And that is why Stripe recommends making use of the webhooks. So you can include these, and also you can add the webhooks to make sure that that will update well, and also for sending emails when payment is success and so on. So there are many stuff that you can do after this, like sending the email for a successful payment, and even notifications and so on. So this will be good enough for this case, and I won't work on it further apart from that. So at this point we can test it and see if it will actually pay. We have this, we want to pay for it using Stripe. At Stripe we should be paying for 420. So if we come here and we refresh, we should see this, it updated to 420. So you can see for 20 it's incomplete. So fingers crossed, when we process payment it works. I include the billing address and so on. Then right here we include the card. So we have this test card which you can use 4242424242. So here 444 any future date and any CVC. So right here we click on pay now. You see payment processing. Please stay on this page as we process your payment. Processing payment, and we wait. So it's doing two things. It's paying to Stripe and it's updating our database. Let's see if we get any error. Look, room reserved. The payment was successful, and we don't see anything here now since we cleared our state. We cleared the booking room data, we cleared everything. And if we go to application right here and you go to your local storage, you'll see the state here. The booking room data is null, payment intent is null. We don't even have the client secret, so everything is null there. And if we come here, we refresh our Stripe, you'll see now these are succeeded with this card, and this is now actually paid. If you go to Prisma Studio and we refresh the bookings, we should have at least one booking whose payment status is paid, because we made that call to the Axios where we updated our booking. So we had two bookings. Let's navigate to the payment status, and look, this one is paid, the one that have a price of 420. This one is paid, this one is not paid. And once we pay, we say that we have reserved that room, else we will not reserve the room. So right here, if we have the payment success state, we can say if we can return right here, and we will return a div instead of seeing a blank page. We see that, and then right here we can have a button, and right here I'll say view bookings. I'll say on click, we pass an arrow function here, and we will have a router, which I think it's not defined. We can easily define it here. So const router to be equal to use router. Make sure you use this from Next navigation and you invoke that. And right here now we'll say router.push, and we can push the user to stroke my bookings, just like that. Let's import this button from UI button, and we can add some styles for these to show a success. So I can say class name, and I'll say text hyphen till hyphen 500, and let the text to be at the center. For this one, let's have a class name, and we'll say flex and items hyphen center flex call, and we'll give a gap of 4. So for successful payment, this is what we will see, and we can verify that by saying if not paid. So we'll see it without performing a payment. So this is what we'll see when we have a successful payment. Payment success and view booking. Right here we can say if we don't have the booking room data, or if we don't have the client secret, we can immediately return. Okay, we'll add something else. It will overlap with this one. So we can say also if we don't have payment success. So if we don't have payment success, and can we group these two? Yeah, and this. So we return a div, and for this div we'll have the same styles as this: flex item center gap of 4, flex call. Then in here we'll say div. We can show some buttons. So here I'll say this will take us home, go home. So here I'll add a class name, and we'll say flex, then items will be at the center, and then I'll say gap of 4. If we check right here, we say oops, this page could not be properly loaded, go home, view bookings. So you can add even more styles. Right here you can say variant will be outline. Then you can add some styles to this div to look scary. For example, we can add a class name, and we'll say text is rows 500, just like that, and I save. Now I'll check, and this will be having the error. So yeah, instead of seeing a blank page, then we can have that. Pretty nice. Components, room card, and I'll add a check now here where we said disabled dates. Okay, so here we will only reserve only if our booking dot payment status is true. So only when it's true is when we will reserve. But again, we can have overlaps once we do this, and that is why in the next episode we'll go back to room payment form, and before we process the payment, we will check for any dates overlaps, and we will not allow the processing of the payment. Otherwise, that was a nice progress, and I'll see you in the next one. So far we can perform payment with Stripe in our application, and I just want us, as we process the payment, we also check for date overlaps, yeah, so that we don't have like a booking for the same dates twice or something like that. So right here, what I'll do, I'll first fetch all the bookings for a certain hotel. Right here where we have API booking ID, then route.ts, I'll duplicate one of these. So I'll go ahead and duplicate it, but I'll change one of these to get. Okay, here we will receive the ID. This will be the ID of the hotel. We can check for the user. If we don't have the ID, here I'll say hotel ID is required. So I want to fetch bookings only for a certain hotel. Then right here we will get bookings, then we'll say Prisma db. Here we'll say dot find many, then we'll say where hotel id will be id. So we need to say params.id. So error at stroke API stroke booking stroke id stroke here we say get internal server error, and this will be our API now, our API endpoint. So we need to come here and we will make a request with Axios. So inside the try, I'll say const bookings is equals to, we will go ahead and we will await Axios dot get right here. We use backticks stroke API stroke booking, and right here stroke we pass the ID of the hotel. So booking room data dot room dot hotel ID. We can return console.log of bookings. So now basically the code below here will not execute because we have this return here, but I just want to focus on this part and not the stripe part. Another thing, we can temporarily comment this code because it's throwing some errors there. So we just comment it temporarily, but I want us to focus on whether we get these bookings right here. So first of all, let's test this API route to make sure we are getting those bookings or whether we made a mess. So I click the beach hotel, then we need to inspect here. We book a room, so I can say 27 to 29, then we book. That will create a booking. Okay, we are now on this page. So when I click this, it should not process the payment, but we should just see the various like booking records right here for this particular hotel. So I'll say pay now, and we get the bookings. Data here have an array of 3 bookings. So we have 3 bookings in that particular hotel. Okay, so this is what we want. Now we will filter further, I think, at our route. Let's add something. We'll say const yesterday will be equal to new date, and we invoke that. Okay, very nice. And then right here I'll say yesterday dot set date, then we will invoke that and we'll say yesterday right here dot get date. We go ahead and invoke that and we subtract 1, so we'll get only the bookings from today. Okay, so right here I'll say where ID is that, and we'll add something else. We'll say end date is right here greater than full colon yesterday. So we will do that and we save. Very nice. So we can confirm if we still get the bookings after that. So I'll first refresh here, and oops, this page could not be loaded. Okay, we saw that temporarily, and then we actually saw the page, but here we pay and we should see some bookings, and we still see some bookings. So that's good now. So we are getting our data. Okay, that's what I want. And thinking about it, I think we should just fetch the room bookings. Okay, since at the booking we have the room ID, instead of filtering with the hotel ID, we do it with the room ID. So right here we already have like room.id, which is the room ID. At our route here, instead of saying hotel ID here, we could say room ID, and then we'll filter down for only that room and not all the other rooms in the hotel. So we'll get all the dates. Const room booking dates will be equal to, we get our bookings, and then right here I'll say dot map. I invoke these, we get a booking at a time. I'll pass the curly brackets and I will return start date to be booking dot start date. Then right here I'll have end date, which will actually be booking dot end date, like that. And we have an issue here, so map does not exist on any. So this will be bookings.data.map. Then this is complaining. Parameter of booking as any type. We can say this will be of type booking. Why don't I get a suggestion? Let me include those brackets. Booking from the Prisma client, and we'll do it like that now. Then right here, we'll say const overlap found will be equal to, we'll create a function called has overlap. We will be passing the start date and the end date, and then we'll be passing all the booking dates. Booking room data. Now this is for what we are now trying to book at the moment. We will pass the start date right here, dot start date. Then we'll pass what we are still trying to book right now, dot end date. And then we will pass this array of dates that we created right here from our existing bookings. Okay, so right here I'll say room booking dates, just like that. So we need to create this function, and I can do it either at the very top outside our component, or at the very bottom outside our component, or even inside the component. It doesn't really matter where you create it, but I'll do it right here just after the interface, and I'll say function and has overlap, and we invoke that, and here we will have our logic. So it expects to have a start date, and this will be of type date. It also expects to have an end date, which will be of type date again. Then it expects to have a date range, and we'll say date ranges type array. So these will be date ranges. We don't have this type yet, but we will create it right here. So I'll create a type called date ranges type. When we use type, we should have an equal sign here. It's not like the interface where we don't have that equal sign. So we define this type, and we said these date ranges will be of this type. So we come right here now. So here I'll say const, we will create a target interval will be equal to an object, and right here I'll say start, and I'll say full colon, and we'll say start of day. Then here we are supposed to pass the date, but I don't want to pass it directly as start date. So here I'll say new date, and I invoke this, and now we say start date right there, just to make sure that it's in a format that this method start of date understand. So this method, if you check, is from datefns. These datefns have very good methods that we can use to work with our dates, and it was automatically installed when we were working with our calendar. Then right here we will have an end, and we'll say end of day right here. This is now another method from datefns, and we will invoke that, and I'll say new date, and I'll invoke these, and I'll say end date. We will create a for loop, and we'll say const range of date ranges. So we get a range at a time of the various bookings. So now this range right here, start date, end date, so we get one at a time. Remember, it's an array of these, so we get one at a time right here, which we'll call now a range. And then we can check for each of the range if we find an overlap between this range and this range. Okay, so right here again we will get the start of day of the range and the end of day of the last day for this range, like we have done here, start, end, this is end of day, start of day. So we'll do a similar thing. So we get those two like that. Then right here, we'll now perform some checks. I'll say if whatever we return here is true, we will come right here and we will return true, meaning that an overlap was actually found. Now let's come right here, is within interval. This is now another function or method from our date fns. So it will check if whatever we are passing here is within the interval that we'll specify, and we'll check if this target interval dot start is within. We now create a range here. We say start full colon is within our range start, and here we add an end and range end. Then that means that we have an overlap. So right here we'll say now all, and we'll do a similar thing right here. We'll say is within interval, and right now we'll just check for the end date. So is our end date within our range here? Okay, so is it within our range there? So again, from our date, if we had a booking from date 15 to 20 and we tried to book from 13 to 16, this 16 will be our end date. And if this end date is within this interval, then we have an overlap. Therefore, we tell the user that they can't continue with the booking. So if that is true, we will return true there. And then right here I'll add a final check, and I will say I can use these brackets because we'll use end in here. If our target interval dot start is less than our range start, and end if our target interval dot end is greater than our range end, then that means that we still have an overlap. So what does this check for? If we come back here, and let's just use these dates here. So these dates are already selected, but remember we can come, we click on 8 to 13. Okay, look, even it's already selecting right here. So if we do that, you see these dates in here have already been booked if our start is less than range start. Okay, so less than, so if it's less than, so right now if our range start is right here, like date 9, then it's less than, so it's 8, and end, so we also use end. The end is also greater than here. That means that we have an overlap and we should not allow the user to book those dates. Okay, because they can literally book from date 5 to date 18. So you see, we cover even the dates that are already booked. Okay, so this is why we needed to check for any dates overlap. So this is how we can do it, and hopefully it will work and hopefully it make sense. So we'll come back now right here, and when we call this particular function with the start date, the end date, and the different date ranges, we will be able to get an overlap or any overlap that we get. And now right here we can go ahead and say if we have an overlap. Did we complete this function actually? So we said if we get an overlap we return true. Else what if we don't get any? What should we return? I think we should be returning something like false. So I can do it outside here, outside the for loop. We'll say right here we return false. If we don't get any overlap, we will return false. So we come here and we check if we have an overlap. We clear the state here for the loading, and right here we'll say return toast. We invoke that, and okay, very nice. I feel like that is a very nice check that we did right there, which avoids overlaps. You don't want like 3 or 2 people coming to your hotel the same day and telling you we booked for this room. So that might avoid some issues, and I return our payment right there. And if we don't have any overlaps, payment will go through. So we will select these days from date 8 to date 13. That means that we have an overlap there. So we book. Now if I come here, we will need to fill out billing address, payment card 424242424242 44444444, and we pay now. And oops, some of the days you are trying to book have already been reserved. Please go back and select a different dates or rooms. So the thing is, this booking will actually be created, but it will not affect our bookings because it is not yet reserved. So they can like go back, select a different one, and it goes through. So we can see if we select a valid one, it will go through. And let's book that one from 2 to 4. We come here and pay. That should go through, and it didn't. Why? Okay, I think I have another idea. I think there's something we missed. I think we should get only those dates that have been paid for. At our route, we should also say payment status as true. I think that might be an issue, so we get only those rooms that are paid for. And I think this error have come because of that. So let's see if that's true. So I click on pay again, and now it will avoid those rooms that have not been paid for and check only for those that have been paid for, and you can see it was successful. Very nice. If we book a room now and we come to this page, so if we refresh, we get a flash of an error here. So we can avoid that by making sure that the page is totally loaded before showing that. So that was in our book room client. I think that is where we showed this. Then we can know if a page is totally loaded if we make use of a use effect right here. So we'll say use effect, we invoke that, and this will run after our page fully loads. Therefore we'll set page loaded to true, and here we pass this to make sure that it only runs once after the page loads. And now if this is true, that means that now the page is loaded, and we should not show this message if our page is not loaded. So we'll show it only when we have page loaded and we don't have a payment success. So I go ahead and save, and once we do that, that will avoid that flash that we get there. So I go ahead and refresh, and look, it will take some time, and then we see this. Very nice. So that is it all about booking the room and so on. Now we will move on to the next part. In this episode, I want us to list my hotels and my bookings. All we need to do is to create those pages. So I can close everything. I come to app, and right here we create a new folder. Let's start with my hotels. We create a page .tsx and stateless functional component. We'll be having a div. Here are your hotels or your properties, whichever you want to use. Then we can add a class name, a text to be to Excel, font to be semi bold. Okay, very nice. We come right here and we'll have hotel list, and we'll have hotels to be equal to, we'll say hotels. We should get these hotels. So here we will add a function, get hotels by user id.ts. We can copy one of these, like this one. I'll copy it, Control A, Control copy. We come right here and we paste it. Here we will say get hotel by user ID. We will not receive any ID because we can get the ID from Clerk Auth. and we'll say const user ID will be equal to auth, and we will invoke that. So here we have hotels. We await prisma.db.hotel.findMany. Then here we will have instead of ID, we will get the hotels by user ID. Okay, it's complaining that user ID might be null. Since key and value are the same, you can just say user ID, but here we should make sure that this ID exists. So if we don't have the user ID, we will come here and we'll say throw new error unauthorized. Then at the end here we'll check if we don't have hotels, we return none, else we return the hotels, and that will be our function, get hotels by user ID. So right here const hotels is equals to we await get hotels, get hotel. It should be get hotels, so we can change this to hotels, and this will be get hotels. We import it, and let's remove this one now. Then we invoke that. We mark this as an async. Now we bring in this hotel list. We can make sure that we have hotels. If we don't have hotels, we will immediately return here no hotels found. I save, and I hope that makes sense. And believe it or not, I think that is all we need to do to list our hotels, because we already created our hotel list. We click on my hotels, that will go to my hotels. Here are your properties. It will list all the hotels that I have created in this platform, and amazingly we will have an edit button now. And right here, if I click on any of these, I can now go to the edit page where we can get to edit that hotel. And our edit button is not working because we didn't correctly pass right here whatever we should be passing. So let's check that one. So we go to hotel list. Hotel list will have hotel card, so we go to hotel card. Then we check for that edit button, and we said here we should be having stroke. Okay, I missed that, so I go ahead and save now. If we now click the edit, it should take us to the edit form. And now look, we are able to edit our forest hotel. Even remove the image, add rooms, and so on. I'll come now to app, and I'll add a new folder, and we'll say my -bookings. We will add a page, citrus functional component, and we will say my bookings. We'll be having a div. We can add a class name, flex -column, and we'll have a gap of 10. Now here we can have two sections, so we can show the bookings that I have made on other people's hotel, and we can have all the bookings that other people have made on my hotel. I hope that makes sense. So if I own a property, I should be able to see all those people who have booked, and if I book, I should also be able to see the bookings that I have made. Okay, so first of all, we add some actions, and I'll add a file, and one of these will be get bookings by hotel owner ID, and we'll also be having another one, get bookings by user ID .ts. For this one, these are the bookings that I have made, and for this one, these are the booking that all the other people, including me, have made on my hotel. So starting with this one, we will export const get bookings by hotel owner ID, and right here we will say async. We invoke that, and right here we can have a try and catch block. For the error, we can simply log it to the console, so console.log of the error, and right here we can draw a new error, and right here we'll say error. The error is unknown or it's any, so const user ID should say equal of coming from Clerk.js. We check if this user exists. So if we don't have this user ID, we will go ahead and throw a new error. Const bookings will be equal to, we await, and we'll say Prisma DB from our lib, and we'll say dot booking, and we'll say dot find many. We invoke that and we filter out the data here. So we'll say where full colon, and right here we'll say hotel owner ID full colon user ID. We will say here in CRUD full colon room to be true, hotel to be true, order by full colon. Here we will say booked at to be descending. I save. So we'll have the other one, so I can copy this one, copy, come to get bookings by user ID. So I paste it here. So we change the function, we get the user, we check if the user exists, then we'll have bookings dot await prisma dot find many, and here we'll have where instead of hotel ID here we get that by user ID. Here we'll say include the room and the hotel, we order by descending, and as you can see everything else is remaining the same. Okay, there is one thing we didn't do at the bottom here. After we get our booking, we should be able to return something. So here we'll say if we don't have the bookings, here we will return null, but if we have the bookings, we will return the bookings. So I copy those two lines, I save, I come to this one, and I will paste them just right here, and I save. So add components, booking. So here we will add a card, my bookings client.tsx. So what I'll do, I'll go to room and we'll take this room card. We will take all of these, Control A, Control copy. Then I'll come to my bookings client.ts. I paste it here. Okay, now this will be my booking. Let's change these names. My booking client, and this one here will be my booking client props. I can pass the type right here as a React.fc. We'll say my booking client props, and I remove this part. I will copy this. Let's make sure that is what we export right here. Then I come back, I will change the type here. So I will remove this and I'll say booking. We will be having booking. This booking will be having the room of type room, and it will be having hotel of type hotel, and here we will receive that booking. So there are some things that we will not do on this page. We don't need to have the date picker range. We will not be adding the room. We remove also this one, the dialog import. So I think most of these others will be there. I think we can remove one of these. So I remove booking is loading. For open, this was for the dialog, so I will remove that. A date and set date, we will not be selecting the date ranges. Even the total price, I will remove. Include breakfast, I will remove. Days and set days, I will remove. So instead, here we can be able to initialize payment. So I'll add right here payment loading, and we will be having set payment loading. Okay, these will be equal to use state. We will invoke that and we'll say false. all this stuff here, I don't really think we'll be needing them. Let's just add the one that we will need. So first of all, we need to show the country, the state. So right here, I'll say const country will be equal to, we first need some functions actually. Const we destructure from use location hook, and right here we will have get country by code, and we'll have get state by code. Now right here I'll just say get country by code, and I will invoke that, and I'll say hotel dot country. We don't have hotel directory, so what we can do, we can actually destructure it from booking. So here I can say const we destructure the hotel, and I destructure the room, and all those will come from booking. So now we can use hotel and room directory like this. Very nice. So now right here we'll say const we say state to be equal to, we get state by code, we invoke that, and we pass the hotel dot country, and also we pass the hotel dot state, just like that. Now right here I also get the user ID that will come from our use of, and we invoke it. Another thing that we should be having is a router, so I'll say const router will be equal to use router, like that, and we invoke it. So another thing that I'll be wanting to show is the date, so I'll say const start date right here, and we'll set that to be equal to, we will use moment from moment. So here we'll pass the booking dot start date, and then at the end here we add a format, that will be the format, alt shift bottom arrow to duplicate that line. Then here we'll be having the end date, then moment dot booking dot right here end date dot format, we do the same, and then right here we'll have const day count to be equal to difference in calendar days, like that, and we say booking dot end date comma booking dot start date. So we'll get this difference in calendar days from our date fns. We'll also be needing a toast. We will not be having this use effect, so we remove that use effect. We will not be having disabled dates, so we remove disabled dates. We will not be having the dialog open, we remove it, so we remove both of those, disabled date and dialog open. Okay, very nice. Here we have handle room delete, we will not be doing that, so we remove that. Here we have handle book room, we will have it, and let's see what we can change. We'll check if we have the user, we will check if we have the hotel. Now this will be capital H hotel. So I'll basically remove this if statement. So if I remove that, I should also come to the very end and remove this section. If we get a booking from the backend, most likely it will be having the necessary date. Now right here I'll set payment is loading. I think booking make more sense because we are not actually performing the actual payment here. Instead of this, you can say booking is loading, set booking is loading. Let's come here, handle book room, set booking is loading, that is okay. Then right here we'll prepare the room data. So here we'll say room with capital R, then the total price here will be available at booking dot total price. Breakfast included will be available at booking dot breakfast included. Start date and end date, so these ones will be available at booking dot start date, and this one will be available at booking dot end date. We scroll down here, we set room data to be booking room data. Oh, okay, it's complaining because of the room, so here we set the room to be room, like that. We create or fetch a payment intent, but we should change all these. So this hotel will be starting with a capital H. This one, capital H, will be having room.id. Our booking room data dot start. Our booking room data dot end. Our booking room data dot breakfast included. The total price will be our booking room data dot total price. So for all these to work, all these rooms to work, we start with capital R. So I can highlight room dot and then use Control D to carefully select all the rooms. Okay, and I'll say capital R dot, so that will be the correct way. Okay, we have an issue here with our arrow function. Okay, something is wrong with a handle book room since I removed the if statement. So right here at the end, you should be having 1, 2, and 3. You should not be having this one. So remove it, and yeah, that fixes it. And now we can be able to see all these other errors that we should fix. So we come down here. So the footer will be so different, and I think it's the one that we really need to fix. So I think the easiest way to go about this is to remove the footer totally. I'll select this up to this point where we have card footer, and I remove this section where we have the footer and remove all that chaos. And you see our component no longer have any errors so far. So first of all, I can save it, and we see if we are making any progress. All we are doing right here right now is to just show the room details, and we are not showing any booking details and so on. So anyway, what I want us to do, I'll remove the room card and these functions. Let's go to the page here and first make a progress on this page. So on this particular page, we will be fetching the data. Then inside this div, bookings that I have made like that dot length. So that will check if we have these bookings that I have made, and then we'll go ahead and say and we'll add a div, and inside this div we'll show a h2, and we will say here are bookings you have made. Actually, we can add some class name to this one. We will make it to be big, so text excel, okay, md. We'll have text as 2 excel, font to be semi bold, and finally margin to the bottom of 6, then margin to the top of 2. Okay, very nice. We come to this one, we add a class name, and we'll say grid, then we'll say grid hyphen calls hyphen 1, then md we'll have grid hyphen calls hyphen 2, then we'll have excel grid hyphen calls hyphen 3, then we'll have a gap here of 6. Now we come in here and we will map through the bookings that I have made. Say bookings I have made dot map. We invoke that, we get a booking at a time, and right here we return the component that we created, which is my booking client component. We import it and we cross it like that. Right here we should be passing a key, and we will say the key is the booking.id, and also we should be passing the booking data, which will be available at our booking. So we have a type issue here, but what we can do to resolve that issue, right here at my booking client, we can say we have room or null, and here we say we have hotel or null, and again that creates a lot of issues at the bottom. The first thing that you can do right here is to take these hooks, any hook, to be at the top level. Oops, sorry. Here use alt, take these hooks at the top here, before these hotels here and so on, so that we can add a check. Okay, so right here we'll perform a check. If we don't have a hotel, we expect each booking to have a hotel and a room, so we don't expect it to not have one. We can immediately return right here. I don't know if this is the best solution, but that is what I have for now. And if we don't have a hotel or a room, we can return this, but we expect each booking to actually have a hotel and a room. So maybe you can find a better fix for that. In this case, I'll say that to resolve that type error. Now we can see what we have at my booking. It will not be complete, but it will be some progress. So my booking here, let me refresh it, and once it loads, look, here are bookings you have made. So we don't have all the details, we are just showing the room price and this. So we should be showing more details, like from when date to which date it was booked, whether it's paid or not. But this is a good progress. Okay, we are able to show the rooms here. Now we will do the same for the other one. So I'll just duplicate this one right here, and now instead of bookings I have made, I'll say bookings from visitors. So here I'll say here are bookings visitors have made on your properties. Then here I'll say bookings from visitors, and we save. So now we should be having another list of bookings. So you can see they are exactly the same because all the bookings we did it ourselves. And now all we need to do is to complete my bookings client right here. We will be having a footer, a card footer, but also before we go to the card footer, still inside the card content, we'll be having another div that shows more information about this booking. Okay, and I'll say class name, and I'll flex, then flex will be a column, then we'll have a gap of 2. Then in here I can include a card title, and we will say booking details. Okay, then right here I'll have a div text to be primary 90 will do. I'll have a div booked by, we include the name booking.username, for we include this, we say day count, and right here I'll say days at moment. Then we invoke it, we say booking dot booked at, and right here I'll say dot from now, and we invoke it. So it will be like 3 minutes ago, 4 minutes ago, 1 day ago. So I think we can remove the at here, maybe include a hyphen. Okay, so we are just showing some details about this booking, and here we'll have another div. Then here I'll have checkout, then we'll have end date at 5 p.m. We can say whether breakfast is included or not. Then right here we say if it's paid or not. We can change the color for this one to be text till 500. This is for the case when it's paid, but it's possible that this is not paid, so I'll use a div again here. I include a class name, and right here I'll say text is rows is 500, so you'll be able to see if that booking is paid or not. So if we come now, we'll see we have more details right here, and look, booking details, we can see this is not paid, this is paid, this is paid, this is not paid. So we will be adding a button here where you can actually perform a payment if you haven't paid yet. Now another thing is that we should be knowing the location and the hotel name. Here we just show the room name. So at the top, I think we can show the hotel name and its location so that it's clear where we will be visiting and so on. So the way you format this is upon you. You can also add a simple card, and then when you click on that card, it like gives you more information about the booking. So for my case here, I'm just like giving you a retro guide on how you can go about this stuff. So here I'll add a card title, and I'll actually show the hotel dot title like that. Then right here I'll add a card description. We can show the location, so I'll go to the hotel details. So what I'll do, I'll go to components, hotel details client, and at the top here we had somewhere we listed the location, so I'll just copy this one here, and I can copy the entire div actually. So I'll copy that div, come back here, and I will paste that in here. So that will save me a lot of time. I just need to bring in this, and here I'll say hotel.city. Here we get country and state. We already like created those right here. So we save, and right here we will also add hotel description. So I think we can come here. Okay, the hotel location description. I will copy this one, come here, and I'll actually add another card description, or we can do it inside this one. We can do it inside here, and I paste that one. I'll just include padding to the bottom of 2, and right here I'll call this one hotel dot location description, so we can have some spacing both at the top and the bottom, so padding along the Y. So for some reason I think margin is not working in here. Yeah, so I think that's better. So if the description is bigger, it will really look nice actually. But you can, like, you know, find a better formatting for this part there. Yeah, looks good to me. I don't want to spend a lot of time on this. So here we'll just include a button which we can actually use to process the payment if we have not paid. I go to the footer now, and we will be having actually 2 buttons. One, we will use it to show a button for viewing the hotel. So right here, this one will be view hotel like that. Then right here it will be disabled if booking is loading. We'll add a variant of outline. We'll have an on click event. We do like this, and I'll say router dot push. I'll say stroke hotel stroke stroke hotel details, then stroke. I'll use these, and I'll say hotel dot id, so they can actually view the hotel that they'll be visiting if they need more information. Okay, very nice. That is the first button. Then here we will be having another one, so we need to perform a check and check if it's paid or not. So booking, then right here dot payment status, and also we'll check if the id matches. So booking dot user id is the same as the currently logged in user. If that is the case, and here, okay, not here, but it should be inside these brackets, and we'll say button pay now. We come here, we'll say disabled if we are loading, so booking is loading variant. Then we will have an onClick event. We will pass an arrow function that returns handle book room. So that is the function that we customized area at the top. So right here you can see we have an error. This should be small I. And now I save, and we can check this handle book room. So this is the function that we customized right here for booking a room. So this will actually like initialize that process of payment and take you to the payment form. Okay, it appears that we will not be using that one, so I will remove that. Then we will not be using path name, so I remove that. This one here, we will not be using use effect and use memo. So you can remove some of this stuff if you are not actually using them. Yeah, we remove the range, we remove checkbox, we remove that. You can remove some of these. Okay, it will make just the imports to be a little bit more cleaner, which is way better. Okay, there are many things that you are not using. So I think I removed trees and you are actually using a tree, so I import it back. Anyway, that component is now complete. You can make it much better than mine, but you now have like the general guide on how you can go about it. So now we have beach hotel location located at Fort Jesus. Then we have here, okay, all of them are beach hotel because that's only where we added rooms. Here we only have view hotel. You can actually add an eye icon if you want, but for this one, since this one is not paid, we also have pay now. So you can include some spacing between those two buttons. So I'll say class name, flex, items to be center, justify to be between. I save, and now we have this at the other end. So for pay now, maybe you can make it to be more visible by removing variant. So you'll customize it the way you want it to be. So yeah, now we have pay now like that. Very nice. Okay, so we can click on pay now and see if it will initialize the payment process. Okay, so we are paying from 16th to 19th, and we are paying for 3 days. You can format the data right here better. So I'll click on pay now, and actually it didn't show that we are loading. So you can also add that. So look, we get to this where we can actually process the payment for that room. You can show the loading state. Okay, I save. So that's much better now. And I'll consider that section as done, although you can do much more. Also, you can add some spacing between these and the button. I don't think we have enough spacing. Let's go to the components, booking, then room payment form. Here we had this alert, margin to the bottom of 4. You can also add here margin to the bottom of 4, just to have a better spacing right here. So yeah, pretty nice. So that is it. That is how you can list your bookings, my bookings, people who have booked, the bookings you have made. Also, you can add some filters to only filter down to only the paid bookings, and you can also have my hotels here, where you can actually go and view your own hotels, and you can edit them. At the edit page, you will have the form where you can, edit, you can view, you can delete, you can add rooms, and so on. So one last thing that we will do in terms of feature implementation is the filter and also search. So I'll see you on the next one for that. So now we will implement search functionality right here. We go to components, then we go to search input. So we need, whenever we type on the input, we will update some form of a value. So right here, let's set the state for the value. We'll have value and set value, and then right here we'll say is equals to use state, and we invoke that. We pass an empty string at our input right here. We had placeholder, we had a class name. We will just add a value, and we'll set the value to be value, so it's a controlled input. Then here we'll say on change will be on change, but we don't have this on change function yet. So on change, so let's create this function. We'll come right here and we'll just say const on change will be equal to, we'll set this to be an arrow function, which will receive the e element, and right here we'll be able to do something. So we will add a type right here. I'll say a change event handler, like that. Then a HTML input element. We'll just set the value to be e.target.value. Okay, very nice. So whenever we type, we will simply update our value there. So I'll say right here const path name will be equal to use path name. I will be needing this, so we invoke that. And then right here we'll be needing the router. So router will be equal to use router from next navigation. Make sure you import it correctly, not like what I'm doing right here. This should be next navigation. Then technically the state should always, like, be at the top there. And then right here we will get the search params. So I'll say const search params will be equal to use search params, and we also invoke that. Now we will use these search params to get our title. Right here we can just say const title from the URL will be equal to search params dot get. We invoke that and we say title, so that we get the title param, which is a search param from our URL. Now for this particular path name, the thing is, if we go to Forest Hotel, you'll notice that we have the search event here. So I only want this search to be at the list and not all the pages. So I can use this path name to perform a check right here, and I'll say if the path name is not equal to home, we will return null. I save, and now this is there. And if we click on more details right here, you'll notice that we no longer have it. So we'll only list our search bar and also the filters at the list of hotels. Okay, now we will implement a functionality where when we type, we go ahead and update our URL with the title search param. So right here I'll add a use effect. So I'll say use effect. Basically use effect should like come before, okay, it should come after our hooks. I consider this to be our hooks. And also this use router, we didn't invoke it, we should invoke it. So we have our use effect here, and here we pass the dependency array. Let the dependency array right here be value and router. Okay, so we go ahead right here and we will say const query will be equal to, right here it will be equal to an object, and we'll pass a title, and here we'll say the title is our value. Then right here we construct a URL. So I'll say const URL will be equal to, so we need to import something that will help us to work with the queries, and that is the query string. So npm I, then query hyphen string, and we hit enter. So I'll say import QS from query string. So we get this QS object which will have some methods, and that's what we'll use to construct our URL here. I'll say QS dot stringify URL, we invoke it, then in here we'll have the URL, and we'll say window dot location dot href comma, that will get our window URL. Then we will add our query, which is now having the title. That is the first parameter. We can add a second parameter right here, some options, and we'll say skip null. If the query is null, then we will not add it to our URL. Then also skip empty string. So also if the string of the value is empty, we will skip it as well, and it will not be added in our URL. Now after this, all we need to do right here is to say router dot push, and right here we say URL. Okay, I save, and okay, we had this title which we haven't used. So how we will use this one is that we will set it as our default state. So let the title be above the state here, but it's complaining. Okay, it's complaining because of the search param. So let the search param be also at the top there. And now right here we can set the state to be having a default of title. If we don't have the title, then we'll set it to be an empty string. So I save. Okay, now if I come here, you'll notice that our functionality will already work. And if I say forest, let's see, you see it filtered down to only the forest. And what happened is that our URL was updated to have title as forest, and then our app at the home page where we have app page here, we were able to get the search params, and we got the title here, and we fetched the hotels again using that search param. The title will be having a value. At our action we had get hotels, and right here you see title, so we'll check if it contains that keyword. We filter down, we return it, and that will update our UI here. So if I delete, beach returns. Now there is one issue here which is not being visible. This request will be made each time we add a character, each time our value changes. For example, let me show you. Right here, if I say console.log of URL to be URL. So if I say this, you'll see with each character that we type, it will actually filter down. Right here, if I say F, look, we have the URL, it's already having the F. If I say O, rest, you see, we are making the request each time. So this will make the request to our DB each time we type right here. If I say beach hotel, it will make a request each time. So there is a better way to like improve performance of our search, and it's by creating a debounce value in which we only make the request after we stop typing for a few seconds or milliseconds. Okay, so to create that, we will just create a hook. So we can come right here at hooks, we create a new hook, and we can call this use debounce value.ts. Then right here we create the hook, we export a function called use debounce value. Then we will add a type, so we will add this a generic to make it accept any kind of a value. So we'll say value like that, and right here we'll also add a delay, which is actually optional, and we'll say number. We'll say here a t, and we will create our content right here. First of all, we create the state. We'll say const right here debounce value, and set debounce value. We give it a type, so we'll say use state, and we'll give it the type of that generic, and right here we say value. So at the end here we will be able to return the debounce value, and then in here we will create a use effect. So use effect, we will invoke it just like that. Dependency array will be the value and also a delay, and we will create a timer. We will say const timer will be equal to set timeout. We pass an arrow function in this one, like that. Then we will set the debounce value to be our value. So the first parameter of our set timeout is this arrow function. So after that arrow function we include a comma, then we include the time. So we'll say delay, the value that we passed through the function, or 300 milliseconds. We'll go ahead and we clear our timeout. So I'll say return a function. So I'll pass an arrow function, and we will clear timeout, and right here we pass the timer. So this will update our value here after that particular delay, after 300 millisecond, and then we will return this value. So let's use this hook in our search input. I'll do it before our use effect. Right here I'll say const debounce value will be equal to, we use debounce value, we invoke that, and it expects us to pass a value, and also it expects us to pass a time. So you can pass we already have the default time that we included right here, so we can use that. Then right here you can say that these will be a string, so you can make use of this debounce value elsewhere in the application where you want to debounce the value. and you can actually now specify the time. You can pass 1000, that is 1 second, and so on. So now we have this value, and instead of using this value here, we'll say debounce value. So at the title, I'll say debounce value, and right here I'll also say debounce value, and we go ahead and save. And now once we save, let's come and test. Okay, we can still log our URL to the console. So right here, console.log of the URL, and right here I'll say URL. I save, and now let's see the difference, and you'll see now it's much better with logging stuff right here. So I'll clear. Now if I say forest, you'll notice that it did not for every type that I made, it did not like log that to the console. It waited until I stopped typing, and then that is when it made the request. So if I delete, you see it wait for some few seconds. Okay, not 3 seconds, some few milliseconds. You see it have skipped the R there. So this is like a better performance because it is not making a lot of requests like before. So now the next step is to add a location filter right there. So let me just remove this one and I'll save. This is the last episode in terms of implementing features on this particular course, and what we will do is to add a location filter. So I feel like the location filter is the most crucial one because people will want to see which hotels are available at a certain city and so on. So here you can minimize everything at components. So here I'll say location filter dot tsx stateless functional component, and we go ahead and say location filter. Very nice. Right here we add a div, so we can save this file. Actually, we go to app folder, layout, and just after our navbar we can have our location filter component right here. We save and we come back right here. We can make this to be a container. Make sure it's from stroke container. Also this will be a client component, so use client like that. Very nice. Then right here we will be having a div, and we can add some styles. So I'll say class name, we will flex gap of 2, md will say gap of 4, then items will be at the center. We will justify center, and we'll say text to be small. I'll say div. We will include one of the selector. Let's start with country, then we will be able to reuse it at other places. So we'll say here select. This will come from UI select, just like that. So we will not include any form or anything, we just have this select like this. Okay, we can add some state actually. For when we select a country, we want to save that in a state. So right here let's have const, I'll say country, and set country. This will be equal to use state, and by default this will be empty. We will be duplicating this. We will be having here, instead of country, we'll be having the state, and here I'll say state. Also right here, instead of this, we'll be having city, and right here we will be having set city. So we have those piece of states which will help us to work with our select here. So the first thing for this select is to pass an on change. I'll say the value will be our country, so it's a controlled select here, and we'll say on value change. So we invoke right here an arrow function. We will have a value, then we will return. I can remove the curly brackets, and I'll say set country, and we invoke that, we pass the value. Okay, very nice. So if I save, it's auto formatted. So we pass those two at our select. Then right here, let's have a select trigger. So we'll say select trigger, just like that, and we'll add a class name. We'll say bg is background, and right here I'll use a tab, and I'll say select value, just like that. I'll add a placeholder, and I'll say the placeholder will be country. Right here we'll say select content. We need first to have the list of countries. So here we'll say const, we will destructure the various functions from our use location hook. So use location, we invoke that. Right here we will get all the countries. We will get a country states, and we'll get state cities. Const countries will be equal to get all countries, and we invoke that. So here we'll get all our countries, and we can list them here. So right here we'll say countries dot map, we invoke that, we pass an arrow function right here, and we'll be able to return something. Right here we will get a country at a time, just like that. Then in here we will return. What do we return? The select item component from UI select. And did we bring the select trigger from UI select? Yes, very nice. Okay, now right here we will do like that. It expects us to have several props. First of all, we should add a key, and we'll say the key is country dot ISO code. Then right here we should pass a value, and the value will be country dot ISO code. Then inside our select right here we will show the country name. Very nice. I save, and now we should be having a selector for the country. Let's see, is it updating? Yeah, it actually updated, and the styling is so weird. What did we miss? So I made a mess. I imported all these from Radix instead from UI select. So make sure you don't import from there. That's why everything looks weird. And make sure you import from here. So I remove this one and I save. It should look nice. It should look very nice. And there we go. And when I select, you see, it should look very nice. Okay, very nice. So we will list now another one at the side here for state and another one for city. So that now will be simple because I just need to take this div, then say Alt, Shift, bottom arrow, I duplicate twice. So we customize the first one. The value will be state, then set state. Very nice. Now right here we say this is state, and right here we should now get a list of all our states in the selected country. Right here we will say const states set states to be equal to use state. We invoke that and we pass an empty array. We can add a type right here and we say this will be of type I state. Make sure to bring that from country, state, city. We also say that this is an array. Okay, I come here, I say const cities set cities, and then here to be equal to use state, and right here I say I city, and right here we include that and we invoke use state and we pass that array as our default. Okay, very cool. Now we work on some use effects that will update these two. I'll do that after we get all our countries because we'll need to use that. So right here I'll say use effect. We invoke that, we pass an arrow function, the normal syntax, and we'll be having some dependency array. For getting the states, we'll only need the country. So we pass the country that will be selected. Then right here we will say const country states will be equal to get country states. We invoke that and we say country. Very nice. Then in here we'll go ahead and we'll say if we have our country states, we update our states by saying set state to be our country states. Okay. This is set states, not set state. Set states. If we happen to change the country and we update the states, we will reset the selected state, and also we will reset the selected not country but the selected city. So set city to be an empty string. So what we have done here, when country changes, that means that even the selected state and city will not be for that particular country. Therefore we reset those and we will have new set of states and another new set of cities. So I hope that makes sense. Now right here I'll say use effect again, or I can just duplicate this one and avoid typing too much. So I duplicate that one, and now here we will pass the country and the state. Now this will be for the city. Here we will say get state cities, and here we will pass the country and the state, and here these are the dependencies. That is what changes. Okay, now here we will get the state cities, and I can copy that one and I can use it here and here. So we will set the cities. I'll pass that right here and I'll say set cities, and if we change country and state, that means that the list of cities changes, and therefore we'll also reset the selected city. So we remove the state there. Okay, I save. Now that will update our list of states and our list of cities. We can come now down here and complete this implementation of our UI. So this was for state. We go to select content. We'll first perform a check and we'll say state.length and end. Then right here say states.map. So this will make sure that we have some states before we try to map through them. So right here we will get a state at a time. Then for the key, we'll say state.isocode. For the value, we will say state.isocode again, and then here we will show the state.name. We come down here for the country, not the country but for the city. So here to begin with, we will set the city to that value. We say the value here is city. We come here, we say this is city. Then we come to select content, and now we will map through the cities. First of all, we make sure that cities exist. So right here I'll have our cities dot length, and then we say end cities dot map, and we will get a city at a time. Now we'll take that city, and right here we will say the key is city dot name, value is city dot name. Let me copy it. So value is that. Then also what we display the city dot name. We save, we go back. If we select a city, I'll select Kenya, my country. Then you'll see now the state. Oops, okay, for some reason that fixed it. So all I did is to add this check like this. For some reason it fixed it. Okay, so if we select Mandera, we get Mandera. So we'll be having another use effect. This one will depend on our country, it will depend on the state, it will depend on the city. Okay, then in here, first of all, we'll check if our country is an empty string, and if our state is also an empty string. I'll go ahead and also check for the city. If our city is also an empty string, we will immediately return router.push. Is router not defined? Router.push, we invoke it and we pass it to be at our home. Let's define the router. I'll say const router will be equal to use router. Make sure it's coming from next navigation. Now right here, I'll say let current query be equal to an empty object. This will be of type any, so I'll say any. We will perform a check. We'll say if params, which is actually not defined. So let's define it. That is actually the search params. So after our router, I'll say const params will be equal to use search params, and I invoke it. So if we have params, we will go ahead and update our current query. So here I'll say our current query will now be equal to, let's bring in the query string. So right here I'll say import QS from query string. Then we come back. Now right here we will make use of the QS to pass the params. So right here I'll say QS dot pass. We invoke that and we pass params dot to string and we invoke that. So now here we will be having our current query. So that can be title is equals to something, or city is equals to something, and so on. We'll say if we have a country, we will go ahead and update our current query. We will go ahead and say that the current query is equal to, we spread the existing current query and we add our country. We'll do a similar thing for the state and for the city. So I'll duplicate that twice. We'll check if we have the state, and if we do, we update the state. here we check if we have the city. If we do, we add the city to our current query, just like that. We'll say if our state is empty and we actually have a current query dot state, what we will do, we will delete it. So we will delete our current query dot state. Okay, and also we'll do the same for the city. We will do the same for the city. So if we have a city as empty and our current query dot city exists, we'll go ahead and delete the city from the query. Now this situation might happen when we come here and we change the country. So when we change the country to say India, this state and this city will be empty, but our query will still be having their values. So if we change and we check these and these are empty, we delete them from the query. Okay, and I hope that makes sense. So we delete the city. Okay, very nice. Now the last step is to actually update our URL. So let's first create the URL. We'll say const URL will be equal to, we say QS, like that, dot stringify URL, and we invoke that. We pass an object here. We say URL is that. Then comma, we'll say query for colon. We say current query, like that. Then right here, I use a comma and I'll say skip null, like that, and I say true. I use a comma, skip empty string, and I say true. The same thing we did when implementing search. Now right here, we just say router.push and we say URL. And I hope every step makes sense. So here we are updating each of them at a time. If we have country, we update only the country. If we have state, we update the state. So that code is straightforward. Then I told you what we are doing here. If they are empty, if we change the country, these will be empty. So we make sure we also delete them from the query. Then right here, we construct the URL using the current query. The current query will actually now be updated because we are updating it each time right here, and then we push to that URL. So we can test these. We have country here. We select country. I'll say Kenya. That should filter down the hotels that are in Kenya only. And you can see this is in Kenya, this is in Kenya. And look at our URL. We added this search param. Country is equals Kenya. Very nice. And if we added something here as forest, that will be combined in our URL. And look, we added and title is forest. So we just get only those hotels that are in Kenya and their name have forest. So I remove that, and then the title, since it's null, it will be removed. Then we select a state. Let's filter down those that are in Mombasa. So if I type MO, I click on Mombasa, then we should filter down only those hotels that are in Mombasa. And if we check here, we have country KE and state 28. If we say here it's Mombasa, the city, then the city will also be added right here at our query. Very nice. If we happen to select a different country like Israel, what will happen? The state and the city will be deleted. They will be deleted from the query right here. They will be deleted. Once they are deleted, we only fetch now depending on the country. Now you can also add right here for something to clear the filters, but if you just press on home, that would also clear the filters. So a button that takes you to home would clear the filters. I don't know if we need to add that. It's pretty easy to do. But for completeness, let's just add it, because why not? And this is the last thing that we will do. So we'll say button, and we'll say clear filters. Then right here we bring in the button from UI button. Then we will add on click event. Then right here we will invoke this, and I'll say handle clear. Another thing before we implement that one, we'll say the variant is outline. Then we go at the top before our return statement, and we will say const handle clear. This will be an arrow function, and what we will do here, we'll just say router dot push, and we will push to home. Then right here we can say set country, and we will set that to be empty. We will set state to be empty, and we will set city to be empty. And now that button should clear the state. The only issue is that it will not clear the search input because we need to be like in that particular component for us to do that. When I click on clear filter, it will remove everything here, and also it will remove our values. So if I click, we clear like that. So if I select Afghanistan and clear, very nice. And the next thing that we will do is to deploy our application to Vercel. So now that we completed our application, I want us to deploy our application to Vercel. So the first thing that we will do is that we'll go to our package.json file. So at the root, you can minimize everything, go to package.json, and right here at the script, we will add something. We will say post install like this, and here we will say Prisma generate, so that our deployed project will be able to work well with Prisma. So post install Prisma generate, then we save that file. The other thing is that we need to add this project at GitHub, and the thing is, I already have mine at GitHub, so I'll show you the process of adding the project to GitHub again. So what you need to do, if you want to follow my steps, you can go to where you have your project. Okay, these are the projects files, and by default for me, because I already added it on GitHub, I have this .git folder, and it's usually hidden. So you can look for view if you are on Windows and show, and right here you can see I am showing hidden items. So if I click on this one, you'll see that .git is not there. So if I want to show it, I will go on view, then show, then I will show the hidden items, and I see it here. So this is connected to my GitHub, and if I delete it, I will simply remove that connection. Okay, and now this project is not connected to any GitHub repository. So if I want to add it to GitHub, this is usually how I do it. So I come to GitHub, I go to repositories, and I will create a new repositories. As you can see, I already have a stay survey there. So here I can say stay survey to be the project. Then I can say prod, just to differentiate it from the other one. I'll keep it private, and right here I'll create the repository. So once you create the repository, you'll basically have this information right here. So this is how you can create a local repository and push the project. And if you already have an existing local repository, this is how you can connect it to this remote repository here on GitHub. So now that I deleted that .git folder, I should like do it from scratch, initialize a new repository and do all this. Okay, so that is pretty easy to do. Okay, so what I'll do, I'll come to my project here and let's open the terminal and let's do it from here. So the first thing is to initialize a Git repo. So right here I'll just say git init. The second thing is to add my files. Okay, so I'll just say git add and then use a star to add all the files, and they'll be added. If you want to see the files that were added, you can say git status and you'll see all these files have been added. So things like node modules will be ignored from this list. So if I open my file explorer here, okay, it's not opening. If I open my file explorer here, and if you come to a .git ignore file, you'll see some of the files have been ignored, like the .env file, the node modules, and other files. So things like node modules, these next, the ones that are not marked here with green, they'll be ignored, okay, because we don't need them there. Okay, so now you can see we have 80 changes, and this is all the changes, right, like we have done on our project. Okay, so yours should be around this number, maybe let's say 50 to 150 changes. If you get way more, that means that probably you are adding your node modules to your git. And now we can create a commit. We can say git commit and then -m. I'm doing exactly what we have here actually, and then we give our commit a name. So here, what did we do? We created the app, created the booking app. You hit enter and all those will be added to our commits. Now these commits are only available locally, so we'll need to push them to our remote repository. So let's create the main branch using this command here, which is git branch -m, then I'll say main. So we create a main branch. Oops, I combined the commands. So git branch space -m, and that will create the main branch, and then we connect to our remote repository. So I'll need you to copy these on your end. Okay, on your side you copy yours, and then that will create a connection between this local repository and our GitHub repository. So I hit enter. So right here I'll just go ahead and I'll push to our main branch. So git push -u origin main, and that will push our code right here. So if I refresh, we'll now have our code at GitHub, as you can see. So now that we have our code at GitHub, all we need to do is to connect this code now to our Vercel. So we just need to go to vercel.com and you'll create an account if you don't have one, and actually log in. Once you are logged in, from here I think I can be able to add a new project. I'll click on a new project. Right here I can choose this one, so I'll import it, and right here you'll see we have here environment variables. So remember we ignored our .env file from pushing it to GitHub. Now what you can do is to go to that file .env. Then what you'll do, you'll say Control A to select everything, then Control C to copy. Okay, once you copy, you'll come here, click on the input field here, then say Control V, and as you will notice at the bottom, all those environment variables have been added right here. Okay, very nice. Then after that, I think you'll just hit on deploy. So hit on deploy, and let's see if it will successfully deploy. If we get any issues, we will try and fix them. Mostly it doesn't work on the first try, but let's see. So we have one error here, failed to compile, and we see React hook use toast is called conditionally. So we have here my bookings client. So we have an error there. So what we need to do is to go back to the code. If you have the same error, you'll easily know the error if they are marked red. The yellows are warnings, they are not that bad. But if you have red, then it will not run at all. So let's go to my bookings client file and try to fix that issue. So we go to components, booking, my bookings client, and what did we see? We called use toast conditionally here. So we used it after this condition. So if you have any hook below that, make sure it's above there. So move this above that if statement. If you have any hook below this line, I don't see any other hook here, make sure it's above here. Okay, all hooks should be called at the top level. And then now that I added Git and GitHub, right here on my VS Code, I have these to push the code. I can easily add the message right here and push the commit. But for you, if you don't have that working well, you can also go the manual way of saying git add, and I'll say all, then git commit, then you enter the message moved use toast hook at the top level. Something like that. We hit enter and that file will be added. Then you need to push your code now to GitHub. So git push, hit enter, and that will be pushed to our GitHub. So once it's pushed to GitHub, I think this project will automatically start recompiling. Okay, so if you go back, I think you have your project here. Okay, what should we do? If you go to Chaoo here, we already have that project right here, and you can see we have this moved use toast hook at the top level. So if you click on it, you'll see that I think it will start building by itself. So it's building already, and now you'll see if you have any other errors that might arise. So we have these errors which says dynamic server usage couldn't be statically rendered, but this does not prevent our project from compiling. Actually, I'm not sure how to solve these issues, so if you know, you can let us all know at the comment section below. So I'll scroll past all these, and you'll notice that our project successfully compiled and deployment completed. So it actually compiled and it deployed. If you come at the top, you'll notice that it's deployed, and you have this URL which you can visit to see that page. So if I click on this one, I'll open on a new tab here. Look, we have our project running, which is good. Images are being loaded, which is good. That means that even our database is connected. So we'll just perform a few tests and see if everything is working okay. For example, let's search for beach hotel. If I type beach and stop typing, it took some time to update. I think it's still, stabilizing, and we get beach right there. If I remove, it is removed from there, and we get all of them. Let's try to filter by country. So Kenya, and then here state, let's say Nairobi city, and by that we only get this one here, which is in Nairobi. Clear filter, we get all of them. So it's working there. You can click on it to see if you get more details about it, and it actually tells us to log in. I thought we had made that page public. Another issue that I have noticed is that we have these at our more details. You should hide them. Okay, at our login, we should like hide them, and they will be only available at the home page. Anyway, so right here, let's log in first and see if everything works. I'll use one of my Gmails, and it took us back here. We should be able to see more details about a hotel like that and like that. So to fix some small issues like this one here, it's easy. So the first one that you can fix is that for location filter. You can go to search filter, so components, search input, and remember we did something like this. If we are not if the path name is not at home, we return null. So you should do the same for location filter. So right here I'll paste this, and for search input I'll come and copy this, go to location filter. At the top level we initialize that hook, and let's bring that from next navigation. Now we save. So that should fix it. Another thing, you can go to middleware.ts, and I thought we had made this to be public, or we should have included here stroke, so that we are able to visit the details even without logging in. Okay, so I'll save that. So right now I'll use this to push the code to GitHub, and I'll say fixed middleware and hidden location filter. I'll commit that, and I will sync the changes, so that will be pushed, and it will redeploy our application automatically. So Vercel will detect the change, and it will deploy that app. So note that here, this version that we are running is for a specific push. So these links might fail, and maybe you can use this main one right here. This will always be updated, but for this one, I doubt that link will be the same once we redeploy. So if I come back here, so we have this new commit. So if I click on the commit, this, I think it will have its own deployment and its own domains. So I'll wait for this to build again, and then we'll see if those changes work. So whenever you make a change and you push again, you'll see that it will always redeploy the app, and it's actually finalizing the deployment here. So now that it's deployed, we have this main one here, this main link, and I think that one will not change whenever you visit it, unlike this last one, which I think it's for a specific commit. So let's see what happens here. Let's visit more details, and right now we are able to visit more details without logging in. And why is that? I fixed this route. We should have included a / there, and that is why it didn't work well. So now the location filter are also hidden from this page, and that is awesome. So you can continue on to test your application, test booking right here. Should we test it? We can just say that, and book room. Oops, we should be logged in. And as we have seen, after we log in, our redirect URL takes us to home. So you can change that URL. And you can just make the app much better. But so far so good. We have deployed the application, and you can even book a room. So you see, we get to this page where you can actually process the payment. So 4242424244444444, pay now, processing, and room reserved. So it's even paying, and if you go to my bookings, you can see that right here. A few seconds ago we booked for 3 days and room reserved. You can view hotel and so on. So that is how you can deploy your application. And with that, that marks the end of this course. I hope you have learned something, or you have learned a lot of stuff. And yeah, if you really enjoyed, please support my channel, subscribe. You can also purchase the source code on Patreon. You'll get access to all the source code. We have the Next.js e-commerce app, we have Man e-commerce app, we have Man chat app, we have these now, and many others which you can get access to on my Patreon. So you can support me on Patreon, and also subscribe to the channel. Leave a nice comment once you successfully complete this project. Tell me that you have completed the project at the comment section below. Tell us the challenges you faced and the good thing that you have experienced, and I really appreciate to know that you have actually done this project. So that is it for now, and I'll see you on the next course.